spent 13 years struggling at the bottom of the food chain, only to die a miserable death and wake up in the past with absolutely zero talent. While other heroes get cheat systems or god-tier powers, this guy got nothing but a second chance to suffer. He has to drag his body through hell, sealing his own senses and crushing his own bones, just to bridge the gap between a nobody and a genius. But watch closely as this useless larva defies the gods and transforms himself into a predator that even legends learn to fear. This is the brutal story of the worthless regression. It all begins with a voice in the void. A single word echoes through the darkness, calling out directly to our hero as he wakes up. Yo, you. A massive guy is looking down on our MC like he's just some bug, and he's already calling him an otherworlder, which is usually a sign that things are about to get complicated. Our main character is staring back with a total deer in the headlights look. He's got no clue where he is, and that giant question mark floating over his head is doing all the heavy lifting for him. He drops to his hands and knees, trying to get his bearings in the middle of a medieval-looking town square. The blue particles around him suggest he was just teleported here and not gently. The giant dude towers over him while the town stretches out in the background. He asks where he should even begin, clearly used to dealing with confused newbies. The big guy scratches his head, looking a bit stressed out. Our MC is still on the ground, looking like he's about to have a full-blown mental breakdown. The man tells him to calm down and just listen for a second, but our MC is in full panic mode. He clutches his head like it's about to explode. Suddenly, the MC starts frantically checking his own body and grabbing at his shirt. The big guy has to yell at him to stop stripping in the middle of the street. Time for a quick lore drop. Welcome to the world of Area. It's a place where swords and magic are the norm, and the girls look like they stepped right out of a high fantasy RPG. Of course, it's not all pretty girls and magic spells. This world is absolutely crawling with every kind of demon and monster you can imagine. This world is basically a giant battleground where survival is the only thing that matters. And it's greedy, constantly summoning people from every dimension just to watch them fight. And here it is, the city of beginnings in Abyss. This is the first stop for every summoned otherworlder lucky enough to survive the trip. The big guy asks if he knows any martial arts or magic, but our MC just shakes his head. He's playing the part of the helpless rookie perfectly. Since he's in no class, the guy tells him to follow along so he can explain things slowly. He finally gets around to asking for the kid's name. He replies that his name is Lee Sunungman, acting all timid and shy. The guy decides he looks hungry and offers to buy him a meal while they talk. Lee Sunman puts on the most innocent thank you face you've ever seen. The big guy just brushes it off, thinking he's being a good Samaritan. They start walking down a narrow alleyway, and the guy asks if he's thirsty. He pulls out a bottle, acting like he's just sharing a drink with a new friend. He hands over the bottle and tells him there's no need for thanks. Sunman takes it with a blush, looking like the ultimate naive victim. Sunman starts chugging the drink without a second thought. He looks like he hasn't had water in days. He really goes for it, gulping it all down as the big guy watches. Big mistake, buddy. And the act is over. Sunman spits the entire mouthful of liquid right into the guy's eyes. Talk about a literal spit take. The guy is screaming in agony, clutching his face because his eyes are burning. Sunman just stands there coolly, revealing it was actually goblin paralytic poison. He sticks his tongue out, explaining that the poison doesn't change color or taste, but it has a subtle fishy smell. He knew exactly what was in that bottle the moment he smelled it. The guy is blinded and panicking. Realizing he just got played, Sunman calls him out on his plan to trick a naive beginner and sell him into slavery. The guy is livid, realizing this kid isn't some fresh summon, but Sunman just looks down at him with those dead, cold eyes. He clarifies that he was just summoned and he is a no class, but the look on his face says there's a lot more to the story. Sunman doesn't waste any time and delivers a brutal kick right to the man's jaw. Blood sprays everywhere as the guy's head snaps back with a sickening crunch. He leans in close to the blinded man and drops the bombshell. He might look like a kid, but he has 13 years of survival experience. He draws a small dagger from his belt with zero hesitation. This is not his first rodeo. With one swift motion, he slashes the man's throat. The guy never stood a chance against someone who already knows all the tricks. Don't trust others easily. That's the first rule of survival, and Sunman knows it better than anyone. Blood spatters across the white space as he reflects on how garbage this world truly is. It's a kill or be killed environment from day one. Time to loot the body. He manages to find 100,000 ear and a single dagger on the corpse. It's a decent haul for a first day hustle. He stands up and looks at his new body, noting that it's completely different from the one he had before. No scars and absolutely no muscle. He pulls up his shirt to double-check his scrawny torso. He's definitely back in his 13-year-old body. He compares his current weak self to the muscular mercenary he used to be. He's officially returned to the exact moment he was first summoned. He realizes this whole miracle happened because of that item. He looks back at his past with a grim expression. Before he died, he was a 27-year-old C-rank mercenary named Lee Sunman, and he lived a pretty common lower-class life. He worked his tail off just to make enough money to survive each day. He had zero talent and no background, so he was stuck at the bottom no matter how hard he tried. He eventually found a hidden, undiscovered dungeon that felt like a 1 in a billion chance. He stands before a glowing red crystal, hoping for a miracle. After all that work, all he found was a single measly treasure chest. He opens it with high hopes, expecting some legendary gear. But there was just a small, glowing rock inside. He carried it around for years because he didn't know how to use it, but he couldn't bring himself to throw it away. Just before he died, a system notice appeared, telling him the Stone of Regression had been activated. It sent him back to the starting line 13 years in the past. He sits there and processes everything, realizing that stone was his literal saving grace. He's got all his memories of the future right here in his head. He looks at the image of the stone, a legendary item that returns the holder to the past. It's the ultimate do-over. He decides to test out his status window to see if he kept any of his old power, shouting for it to appear. The screen pops up and it's pretty pathetic. Lee Sunman, no class, 0 traits, and 0 skills. He's starting from absolute 0. He realizes with a shock that nothing changed. He watches the townspeople walk by, knowing his stats are exactly the same as the first time he arrived 13 years ago. He calls it a worthless regression, since he has to start from scratch, but then he realizes he still has his memories of every major event. He knows exactly where the hidden opportunities are. He just needs to move fast before someone else grabs them. He stops in front of a building with a large wooden sign, written in strange characters. He knows there are things only a no-class person can do. The sign reads, Healthy Bone Realignment Office. It doesn't look like much, but for him, this place is a goldmine. Aurea is filled with all kinds of experts, from mages to martial artists. Most of them are summoned with a specific class already set. But the no-class people are the most common. They're basically blank slates that everyone else looks down on. Being a no-class means you have a special growth bonus because you can learn anything. But in reality, most of them just die because they're the weakest in the ecosystem. He remembers his past life of humiliation as a no-class C-rank mercenary. He suffered for 13 years and accomplished absolutely nothing. He even compares his past life to a maggot. It was a shabby existence that ended in a pathetic death. Inside the office, he meets an old doctor with glasses and long hair. The old man asks if he really wants the skeleton remodeling procedure. He says yes with zero hesitation. He's determined to use whatever it takes to get strong this time around. The system pings, and he has successfully obtained the low-rank martial skeleton and the true heaven cultivation technique. Sunman is hyped. He's already off to a much better start than his previous life, and it's only been a few hours. He's already checked off 2 of the 3 legendary chances he can get in this city. These are things he completely missed out on 13 years ago. The martial skeleton is a literal game changer, a set of bones that makes learning martial arts easy. And right now, there's an acupuncturist who can artificially create one. The procedure looks absolutely brutal with the doctor jamming needles into his back. Sunman is screaming in pain, but he's willing to suffer to get that power. He pays the doctor and explains that he couldn't get this before because he'd already learned a skill. The condition for the procedure is to be a no class with 0 skills learned. The status screen for the skeleton pops up. It's the ideal base for martial arts, allowing him to learn way faster than any normal person. He knows this doctor is going to die in an accident soon, which is why almost no one ever gets this buff. He's got a massive head start. Next up is the True Heaven Cultivation Technique. It's a manual that allows you to build up internal energy from scratch. There are tons of cultivation techniques out there, but most of them are trash. He used a second-rate one in his past life, and it got him absolutely nowhere. But he knows exactly where a top-tier technique is hidden in a dusty little library tucked away in a corner of town. The library owner has no clue he's sitting on a gold mine. He snags the legendary manual for a paltry 40,000 a year, with the owner calling it a steal. It's only been a single day since he was summoned, and he's already secured 2 massive power-ups. He looks at his glowing hand, feeling the energy coursing through him, but he's far from finished. There's a third and final prize he needs to claim before he can move on to the next phase. It's the grand prize from a Coliseum tournament that isn't even scheduled to happen for another year. Talk about playing the long game. He strolls through the bustling town market mulling over his plan. He has to stay in Zenus and train for a full year just to be ready for that tournament. The only problem is money. He needs 30,000 ER per day just for room and board, and right now he's flat broke. He stops in front of a burly, muscular man sitting on a mat. To earn some cash and hone his skills, he's going to have to start hunting monsters. The bald-bearded man grins up at him and asks if he's a customer. The merchant points out some old armor that belonged to an adventurer who, well, let's just say, has permanently retired. He tells the kid to take his pick. Sun-M goes into acting mode, putting on his most innocent puppy dog expression to ask for a discount. He points at a set of gear playing the part of a wide-eyed newbie. The merchant bursts out laughing when he hears the kid only has 60,000 ER. He tells him to get lost, since that gear costs at least 300,000. He starts shooing the kid away, complaining that he's scaring off paying customers. Sun-Men is left crouching by the table, putting on his best kicked puppy look. The merchant tells him to scram before he gets a smackdown. Sun-Men lets out a sigh, knowing it's time to pull out his secret weapon. He suddenly announces that he'll sell his clothes. The merchant freezes, looking at him as if he's grown a second head. The big guy is completely baffled, glancing at the kid's plain clothes. So Min reiterates his offer with a dead serious expression. He explains that his clothes are from a highly advanced dimension called Earth. If he finds the right specialty collector's shop, they're worth a small fortune. The merchant absolutely loses it, laughing so hard that tears stream down his face. He wheezes, asking, "What in the world is with this kid?" Sunman instantly drops the cute kid act, his eyes turning cold and sharp, and the merchant immediately notices the drastic shift in his aura. The merchant points a finger at him, realizing the kid was just trying to play him for a fool earlier. He's actually impressed by the kid's sheer audacity. He caves and agrees to give him the gear on credit. He laughs at the shameless brat, telling him he doesn't want his grubby clothes anyway. The merchant is still chuckling as Sunman starts picking out his gear. He's pretty much decided to make the kid a regular on the spot. He looks at Sunman with a smirk, saying he likes his scrappy attitude. He tells him he better not die out there, especially since he's a no class. Sun-M bows his head and thanks, promising to pay back the 240,000 ear debt as soon as he can. And just like that, his expression shifts to that of a stone-cold killer. He walks away from the shop decked out in new leather armor and carrying a proper spear. He's finally looking like a legit adventurer. He knows that even light armor will drastically increase his chances of survival. He took a gamble with the merchant, and it paid off big time. He reflects on how he never got a break like that in his first life and wonders if his luck is finally turning around, but he quickly dismisses the thought. He knows better than to trust anyone in this world. For all he knows, that merchant is just planning to stab him in the back later. We get a wide shot of him standing at the precipice of a dark, rocky canyon. It's time to put all this new gear to the test. He enters the hunting grounds, and the scenery hits him with a massive wave of nostalgia. This is the very spot where it all began for him 13 years ago. He flashes back to his younger self, trembling in fear and clutching nothing but a crude wooden club. Back then, he was barely surviving against the lowliest of mobs, but now he stands tall with a steel spear, looking completely at ease in the untamed wilderness. He lets out a little chuckle at how pathetic he used to be. He was the textbook definition of a loser back then. System notifications begin to flood his vision. He's starting to recall all the high-level techniques from his past life. He gazes out over the golden horizon of the hunting grounds. It's time to start the grind. He takes off like a shot, moving with incredible speed and kicking up clouds of dust. His footsteps echo as he vanishes into the wild. He's moving like a blur through the forest, rapidly closing the distance on his first target. A goblin is just minding its own business by a rock when Sunman appears out of thin air, already in mid-lunge with his spear. One shot, one kill. The tip of the spear is a blur as it hurtles toward the goblin's head. The spear pierces straight through the goblin's skull, killing it instantly. No struggle, no wasted motion, just pure efficiency. He spins the spear to flick off the blood with the practiced ease of a veteran. He takes on a second goblin, but one manages to land a shallow cut. He's still getting acclimated to his new body's physical limits. He looks down at his hand, which is bleeding and slightly scorched from the sheer friction of his movements. Turns out using high-level moves is a double-edged sword at the moment. Apparently using a powerful technique like one-shot, one-kill with an untrained body is giving him some nasty friction burns. His hand just isn't tough enough yet, but he simply laughs it off. Staring at his injured palm, he figures all he needs are some solid calluses, and then he'll be truly unstoppable. He clenches his fist, feeling a surge of confidence like never before. He realizes this regression wasn't a curse, it was the best thing that ever happened to him He thinks to himself that this is a brand new start. His eyes gleam with more determination than ever before. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a dark, ominous chamber where a red-haired woman sits in a pool of blood-red energy. Yeah, this has to be the final boss. Blue sparks of electricity begin to crackle in the air behind her as something starts warping into her private chamber. She whips around, a confused look on her face as the blue energy intensifies. Someone has just breached her inner sanctum. The screen erupts in a blinding flash of blue light that floods the room. Whoever just showed up, they are definitely not your average no class. Night falls over the town, and the local inn glows with a warm, inviting light. Sunmin is heading back after a long day of grinding, and he looks completely wiped. The door creaks open loudly. Jack the innkeeper is already at the counter, ready to welcome him back. Sunmin drops a heavy pouch on the counter, which Jack promptly starts to inspect. Turns out he's paying his room and board with monster parts, the standard currency for adventurers around here. Jack greets him warmly, obviously recognizing his best customer. Sunmin looks exhausted but focused, handing over the loot with a professional air. Jack is stunned to see the kid has a dimensional pouch and item that's worth a small fortune. Sunmin plays it cool, claiming he got it for a steal from a merchant he knows. Jack inspects the goods' goblin teeth and various body fluids. He's impressed by the kid's business savvy and tells him this haul is enough to cover a 2-day stay. The innkeeper also warns him that the Wizards Guild won't pay top dollar for these particular items. He's genuinely surprised that a kid with no class status can manage to hunt monsters every single day. Jack calls him truly amazing, but Sunmin doesn't seem to take the compliment well. Sunmin retorts, "What's so amazing about just trying to survive?" This makes Jack remember the first time Sunmin approached him. Just a weak kid with a no-class rating asking to pay his way with monster loot. He'd honestly thought the kid wouldn't last a week. But it's already been 2 weeks, and Sunmin hasn't missed a single day of hunting. Jack keeps calling him talented. Stow! A word that clearly strikes a nerve with our MC. Sunmin's expression darkens at the mere mention of the word. He knows better than anyone that a normal no-class couldn't possibly be this good, and he hates that people chalk it up to natural talent. Jack just laughs it off, even comparing him to some legendary figure named Zeon. Sunmin has had enough of this conversation and heads up to his room to rest. He walks away without another word, leaving Jack mid-sentence. Clearly, this kid is on a mission and has no time for small talk or empty praise. Back in his room, he clenches his fist so tightly his knuckles turn white. He thinks to himself that talent is the last thing he wants to hear about. He glances around his modest room, feeling the weight of his past life. He knows talented is the last word that should describe him because he spent his entire previous life being anything but. He reminds himself that after years of struggle, he ended his first life as a mere C-class mercenary. He opens his status window, ready to face the reality of his current abilities. The screen displays the list of martial arts he's managed to recover so far. Soul-purging spear technique. Lightning stride, iron blood exoskeleton, and rock destruction palm. They're all low-rank skills for now. He sits on his bed reflecting on these techniques. These are the fruits of 13 long years of labor from his previous life. He can only use them now because he remembers the mechanics, but even though he reacquired them easily, he knows they're just second-rate martial arts. In the grand scheme of things in this world, they're not nearly enough to reach the top. He stares at his palm, knowing all too well that he's hit this ceiling before. No matter how hard he practiced these arts in the past, he was never able to climb the ranks. A mental image flashes, showing all his techniques being effortlessly blocked or brushed aside. He realizes that simply collecting more skills isn't the answer to his lack of raw talent. His only real hope lies in the pure heavenly cultivation technique he bought from the library. It's currently at level 2, but as a first-rate technique, it has real potential. Still, he knows that even a great cultivation technique has its limits. He has to find a way to break through the barriers that held him back for 13 long years. He closes his eyes, entering a deep meditative state. A purple aura swirls around him as he focuses on circulating his internal energy. His mind is made up. If he wants a different outcome, this time he'll need to obtain even stronger martial arts. He refuses to settle for being C-class again. The next morning, just as he's heading out, a voice calls to him. It's Lula, the innkeeper's daughter, and she does not look pleased. She asks him if he's seriously heading to the forest again. With her hands on her hips, she lays into him, wondering why he's always risking his neck in the woods when he has other options. You can tell she's genuinely worried. She reminds him that, as an otherworlder, his luck is bound to run out eventually, and he'll just end up as monster food. Sunmin just glances back at her, his expression cold. He bluntly explains that since he's an otherworlder, hunting monsters is the only way he knows how to make a living. Lula just calls him a fool and tells him to get a normal job already. She even sweetens the deal, offering him a safe job working at their inn. She adds that her dad really likes him and that it would be a far better life than getting beaten up by goblins every day. She's honestly just trying to help. But Sunman turns her down flat. He claims he's useless at cooking and cleaning, so working at an inn is out of the question. Lula can only watch him go completely baffled by his stubbornness. To her, a safe life learning a trade is the obvious choice over daily life or death battles. As he walks away, Sunman gives her a small, sad smile. He just tells her he'll be back by dinner, knowing she could never understand his ambition. He's out the door before she can say another word. He's trading the safety of the inn for the chaos of the outside world, a choice that reminds him of his past life, a life defined by constantly compromising. The scene flashes back to his past, showing him scrubbing floors while some huge guy looms over him menacingly. Back then, he always took the easy way out, just doing chores and keeping his head down. He could slip back into that life in a heartbeat, but he absolutely refuses to. With a determined stride, he walks through town, vowing that this time will be different. He's done living like that. He's chasing a new dream now. He's ready to do whatever it takes to gain the power and status he could only dream of before. His expression hardens with resolve as he promises himself he'll build a much better life this time around. He's no longer the kid who compromised his way through 13 years of failure. Just then, a massive bell begins to toll its sound, echoing through the city. It's the clock tower in Zenus marking high noon. Sunman stops in his tracks, his gaze shifting toward the main plaza as the bell rings out. He knows exactly what that sound means. The noon bell always signals a new beginning for someone else. He thinks to himself, it's time for another otherworlder to be summoned. Right on cue, a swirling blue portal materializes near the town fountain. And just like that, another poor soul from a different dimension gets dropped into this absolute hellscape. A young boy in traditional Eastern martial arts robes emerges from the portal, surrounded by crackling blue energy. He looks completely lost and confused. Sunman watches from a distance, surprised to see the newcomer is a kid who looks to be about his own age. He wonders if the boy is some kind of martial artist from another world. He figures the kid must be incredibly confused right now, which is pretty standard for new arrivals. But he also knows that if the kid looks too weak, the local thugs will be on him in a second. And speak of the devil, 2 goons are already making their way over bottle in hand. It's the oldest trick in the book, the poison water scam they pulled on Sunman during his first day. Sunman just turns away, deciding it's none of his business. He's got his own problems to deal with. But just as he's about to leave, a massive half-naked thug conveniently trips and bumps right into him. Sunman starts to apologize, but the thug is already putting on a show, clutching his chest and wincing in fake pain. It's a classic setup. The huge guy looms over him, his face a mask of exaggerated agony, and claims that Sunman just broke his collarbone. Sunman can only stare, dumbfounded by how utterly absurd the accusation is. The thug's pained expression melts into a smug grin. He thinks he's got an easy mark. Without waiting for a reply, the thug throws a heavy punch. Sunman barely gets his guard up in time, and the impact sends him sliding backward. The thug immediately starts shouting, playing the victim for the gathering crowd and making a huge scene to justify his assault. He points a finger at Sunman, yelling to the onlookers that this punk broke his bones and now he's going to collect his compensation with his fists. A crowd of shadowy figures watches passively as the thug tells them to mind their own business. He claims he's just teaching the kid a lesson, as 2 more of his buddies swagger over asking the boss what's up. Looks like the whole gang is here now. The leader repeats his story, the kid broke his bone, so now he's going to break every bone in the kid's body. The thugs start closing in on Sunman, all while the newly summoned kid watches the whole scene unfold from the sidelines. Sunman realizes he's walked right into a trap. He notes that while the thug's punch was sloppy, it definitely had some basic martial arts training behind it. He quickly sizes up the leader, a third-rate martial artist, the lowest of the low in this world. That basically makes him a street brawler who knows a few moves. It gets him thinking about the power hierarchy here: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate peak, and finally, supreme peak. It's a long way to the top. Third rate is the absolute bottom rung of the ladder, a level pretty much anyone can reach with a bit of training. However, for a no class like Sunman, even that is a serious threat. He realizes with a jolt that since his regression, he hasn't even managed to reach the third rate level himself. This is not good. He knows he can't win this fight alone, and it's not like anyone in this heartless city is going to step in to help a no class like him. He glances over at the new kid who's just about to drink from the poison bottle. Sunman screams at the top of his lungs, telling him not to drink the water. The The new kid frees his bottle at his lips and locks onto Sunman with a pair of intense red eyes. Sunman shouts a warning that it's laced with paralytic poison. He figures the kid is from a place called Miram, so he should at least be able to hold his own as long as he isn't poisoned. He's putting it all on the line for a total stranger. Well, the thugs are furious that their little scam got busted. They immediately turn their attention back to Sunman, looking ready to tear him limb from limb. The leader smirks, calling him a decent-looking guy, but mocking him for being an idiot. He even says the kid would be perfect to sell off to nobles with, let's just say, unique tastes. Ugh, gross. The thug launches another kick, and Sunman knows he has to move now or it's game over. Sunman grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with defiance. He absolutely refuses to let his story end in a dump like Zenus. He activates his lightning stride technique, his body instantly becoming a blur of motion. He uses his knowledge of the future to perfectly dodge the incoming attack, then immediately follows up with the iron blood strengthened exoskeleton. His internal energy hardens his entire body for a counterattack, and he unleashes a flurry of rapid-fire strikes against the big thug's chest. The impacts boom as he pours every last ounce of energy into the combo. The other thugs can only watch, completely shocked that this kid is actually landing hits. They just stare in disbelief, shouting out for their boss. He finishes the combo with the rock destruction palm technique, slamming his hand into the thug's torso with a brilliant blue flare of energy. Dust explodes from the impact as Sunman slides back into a defensive stance. He's left panting, having used up a massive amount of energy, but the thug just stands there and starts to laugh. Turns out he's barely even scratched after taking that full force combo. He mocks. Sunman's surprised. The kid actually knows some martial arts, but points out that the attack was completely useless. That's when Sunman realizes the brutal truth. His current body is just too small and weak. Without enough raw muscle, his martial arts just don't pack enough punch to do any real damage. The other thugs start closing in, figuring the guards will eventually show up if they make too much of a scene. They want to end this and fast. Sunman starts sweating, realizing he's been backed into a corner. He braces himself for a final showdown, knowing he's completely outmatched. But then suddenly the new kid from the portal appears. He's got these striking red eyes and a calm, almost bored expression as he takes in the scene. Just then, the thug leader swings a massive fist right at Sunman's face. Sunman knows he can't win with his bare hands and makes a desperate grab for his spear. A blue light flashes as the spear is drawn, clashing against the thug's fist with a deafening clang. But it wasn't Sunman who blocked the attack. The new kid is standing between them, holding back the giant's fist with a single arm. And he coolly tells the thug, "Say that again." Sunman can only stare in utter disbelief. He's thinking there's no way a kid his age could possibly stop such a powerful blow. The thugs are just as confused, and one of them tries to yell at him to hold on. As the kid prepares to counter, his hand begins to glow with an intense blue light. He's using an advanced palm technique that should be impossible for someone his age. He just tells them to get lost. With a massive boom, the kid unleashes a shockwave that sends all the thugs flying. He stands over them, calling them nothing but scum for daring to get in his way. He looks like a king staring down at a bunch of insects. The thugs are left in a pile on the ground, completely and utterly defeated. The bystanders are whispering in terror, wondering who in the world this kid is. Meanwhile, Sunman is trembling, his eyes wide with a sudden dawning realization. That palm attack was infused with a high level of internal energy way beyond a second-rate or even a first-rate master. He realizes this kid is a peak martial master, a level of power that takes most people an entire lifetime to even approach. A name flashes through his mind as he studies the kid's face. He's about the same age and he was summoned around the same time. He wonders if it could possibly be that person. The kid then asks him about this place, confirming he has absolutely no idea where he is. And Sunman's brain is just screaming, wondering if this kid is the little heavenly demon Ouija Hoyon. Ouija Hoyon is a legendary name from the demonic cult, a group that worships raw power above all else. The cult's leader is the heavenly demon, and his child is the young leader. Ouija Hoyon was an otherworlder who actually held that title. He was a child prodigy who could use peak-level martial arts from a ridiculously young age, making a massive name for himself across the entire continent. Sunman remembers how in his past life, Ouija Hoyon was practically a god compared to him. They were the same age, but the gap between their power was infinite. The kid confirms his identity with a cold stare. His name is Ouija Hoyon. The legendary figure himself is standing right in front of him. Fast forward to Sunman's room back at the inn. Ouija is sitting comfortably in a chair, casually mentioning he's only 13 years old. Sunman, meanwhile, is just internally screaming. He can't believe this kid is in his room right now, and he can't decide if it's good luck or bad. He manages to introduce himself, saying he's 14. Ouija just smiles, finding Sunman's situation interesting. Ouija asks if this place is a completely different world from the one he was in. He's taking the news of being teleported surprisingly well. He asks if there's no demonic cult in this world, and Sunman confirms there isn't. Ouija just stares at him for a moment. Suddenly, Ouija bursts out laughing. He seems to find the lack of a cult hilarious. His expression suddenly turns serious. He looks at Sunman with glowing red eyes and asks what he was shouting at the plaza earlier. Sunman is caught off guard, a grayscale image of him shouting about the water appearing in his mind. He stammers out an explanation mentioning the paralytic poison. Ouija just watches him waiting for the rest. Ouija starts laughing again, calling Sunman an arrogant bastard for daring to speak informally to him. Sunman is sweating buckets. Sunman drops into a deep bow, apologizing frantically. He cries out that he didn't know he was the young leader, gritting his teeth in frustration. He can't believe he has to bow down and grovel to a 13-year-old kid, even if that kid is a monster. Ouija gives a small, confident smirk. He brings up the fact that he saw Lee Sunman using martial arts during that scuffle in the plaza earlier. Lee Sunman, still looking a bit dejected with his head down, confirms it with a simple yes. Ouija Hoyan leans in close, getting right to the point. Talk about a reality check. Ouija Hoyan drops a brutal truth bomb, telling him point blank that his martial arts are complete trash. Sunman's face is shrouded in shadow as he absorbs the insult. He doesn't stop there either. He goes on to say that the way Sunman actually uses those techniques is just as lousy as the arts themselves. We see a grayscale flashback of Sunman's clumsy fighting style from before. The prodigy asks where on earth he could have even learned such garbage-tier martial arts. The grayscale action panels highlight Sunman's struggle against the massive thug, making the critique even harsher. Lee Sunman is clearly getting triggered, his face twitching with a mix of shame and annoyance. He grits his teeth and asks what the younger kid is even trying to get at with all these insults. Ouija Hoyan leans back and drops an offer that sounds like a miracle. He'll teach him martial arts. He's looking at Sunman with those piercing red eyes. Sunman is stunned into silence. Ouija claims that if he teaches someone personally, no matter how lousy they are, they'll still improve. Sunman is still processing his confusion visible. He can't believe this legendary master is offering him lessons. He stammers, asking if he's really going to teach him martial arts. It's an opportunity he never could have dreamed of in his first life. Ouija holds up a finger, saying he has just one condition. Sunman looks like he's ready to sign his soul away for this chance. Ouija leans in close, a playful look in his eyes. Sunman asks what it is, clearly sweating from the intensity of the situation. Ouija points right at him with a massive grin and shouts for him to become his friend. And Sunman just stands there looking like he got hit by a truck. We get a wide shot of the two kids in the room. Sunman is just standing there looking completely blank. This was the last thing he expected. His brain is literally breaking, his total internal collapse visible. A legendary young leader wants to be friends with a no-class nobody. What world is this? We jump into a flashback of a younger Ouija Hoyon looking up at the sky. He calls out to his father with a look of pure determination on his face. The little guy looks absolutely adorable, with those sparkles telling his dad straight up that he wants a friend. His dad, the literal heavenly demon, is just standing there looking baffled. He asks where the kid even learned a word like friend. Ouija holds up a book and explains he read that having a friend lets you overcome any hardship. It's adorable seeing a future demon being influenced by wholesome children's books. His dad gives him a look that says he's a sweet summer child. He tells him that's not wrong, but only if you're an ordinary person. The mood shifts instantly as we see the true face of Ouija Hawk, the heavenly demon. He tells his son that there's no room for friends when you're destined to rule over all demons. The dad goes full tiger parent and screams at him to put that energy into training instead. Little Ouija just stands there sweating, saying that he understands. The kid runs off crying like a typical toddler after getting scolded. Even a future peak master has to start somewhere, right? The heavenly demon watches him go with a pensive look. He might be a brutal ruler, but you can tell he's thinking about what he just said. He reflects on his own words, realizing that telling a kid not to have friends sounds pretty shameful once it's actually out in the open. Flash forward to a younger Ouija in the middle of practical training. The ground is literally covered in the bodies of the people his father gathered for him to fight. Ouija Hawk notes that even though most of the targets were fodder, it was still 50 people. He watches his son with a mixture of pride and concern. A 10-year-old Ouija was already a monster, annihilating everyone in his path with terrifying skill. He's a total blur of red and black as he takes them down. His dad thinks it's a shame the kid is so talented because it just alienates him from everyone else. He starts to think about what could have been looking quite somber. Back in the present, Ouija is grinning from ear to ear, pointing at someone and demanding they become friends. This kid has been waiting his entire life for this moment. We get a quick flashback to his childhood. Born as the heir, he's been crushed by expectations and training since he could walk. No wonder he's a bit socially awkward. Sunung-min is just standing there with a classic anime sweat drop, wondering why this is all happening so suddenly. Ouija just assumes everyone his age should naturally be friends. No logic, just pure vibes. They finally shake on it. It's a simple gesture, but for Ouija, it's a monumental breakthrough in his lonely life. Ouija is sparkling again, officially declaring Lee Sunmin his friend. He looks way too happy for a high-ranking member of a demonic cult. Sunung-min is having a total internal crisis. He thinks about how he just became friends with a 13-year-old kid when he's 27 on the inside. The mental math just isn't mathing for our regressor. Ouija immediately keeps his word and offers to teach Sunman the violet mystic art. Sunman is shocked that he's actually going through with the lessons. The Violet Dawn mystic art is no joke. It's an unorthodox technique where the user's inner energy literally turns amethyst. It looks incredibly cool and dangerous. Ouija catches Sunung-min using honorifics and gets annoyed. He asks if they're not supposed to use informal language between friends, looking dead serious. The pressure is on. Ouija is staring him down, waiting for him to drop the formal speech. Sunung-min looks like he's about to have a panic attack. Sunung-min stammers and finally gives in. Ouija gives him the brightest, most innocent smile you've ever seen on a martial arts master. He explains that he can't teach the heavenly demonic mystic art because it's reserved for the leader and the heir. It's strictly a family thing, but he assures Sunung-min that the Violet Dawn mystic art is a top-tier substitute. We see a cute little doodle showing the two styles side by side. He asks what Sunung-min thinks, looking proud of his choice. He's genuinely excited to help his new buddy get stronger. Fast forward 1 month. Sunung-min is back in the woods with a spear, looking way more composed. We see Sunung-min take down a goblin. He spent the entire month training under Ouija, and it's clearly paying off. The ground is littered with monster corpses. Sunung-min stands tall, leaning on his spear, and realizing that with just a bit more time he can become even stronger. He checks his hands, noting that his current level is somewhere between 3rd and 2nd class. Compared to his previous 13 years of failure, this is a massive leap forward. Ouija's voice echoes in his head, mocking him for having no talent despite all his progress. Sunman just screams for his mental roommate to shut up. He decides to gather the spoils from his victories, looking like a real pro. He's cloaked in shadows, showing how much he's changed in just 30 days. Suddenly his senses flare as he spots something big. His eyes widen as he sees a new challenger emerge from the woods, a massive orc looming over him. Sunung-min is airborne spear at the ready, realizing this is his first time fighting something this tough in his new life. Sunung-min wipes blood from his face, looking serious. He knows he would have been in real trouble if he hadn't been careful. The orc is a beast, looking far more dangerous than any goblin. Sunman is surprised to see one so close to the starting city. He scans the woods again, his eyes darting around. He needs to make sure this isn't a trap or a whole pack of them. He stays focused on the tree line. His 13 years of survival experience are kicking in. He's not taking any chances. He does one more sweep of the area, making absolutely sure he's not about to get jumped from behind. He confirms that the orc is alone. Knowing it's a one-on-one fight gives him the confidence he needs to go all out. He stares down the massive green monster, clutching his spear, still wondering if there's really only one of them nearby. It's go time. Sunman launches a beam of energy from his spear that pierces right through the orc. The power difference is insane compared to before. He lands a finishing blow, his silhouette framed by the massive hole he just blew through the monster. Talk about overkill. The orc collapses as Sunung-min lands gracefully. He looks over his work with a calm, analytical expression. Sunman is looking pretty smug about his kill, but a mental version of Ouija is there to humble him instantly. He teases that killing one orc is nothing to him. He glances down at the corpse, suddenly suspicious. Orcs don't live in this area, so where in the world did this one come from? A voice calls out from the darkness, complimenting his skills. Sunman looks over his shoulder instantly on high alert. A man in purple and white robes walks into the clearing. Sunman keeps his spear at the ready, not trusting a single soul in these woods. The guy introduces himself as Woo Hyryong, also known as the Orchid Destruction Sword. He looks like a typical high-level Murim warrior. Sunman couldn't care less about the fancy titles. He stands over his kill and asks what the man wants. Woo Hyryong points at the orc and says he's here because of a problem related to it. Looks like Sunman just stumbled into a side quest. We cut back to the city square in Zenus under a bright morning sky. It's time for the party recruitment scene. A scrawny guy named Sunryang is questioning Sunman's age. Woo Hyeryong stands up for him, saying he saw the kid fight with his own 2 eyes. The party is starting to come together. Woo insists that even though he's young, Sunman possesses the skills to be a real asset. Next up is Wangpai, the Black Rain Dagger. She's a purple-haired assassin sporting a cool mask, looking like a total professional. Then there's Rainier, a cute mage, who seems way more friendly than the rest of this ragtag group. Rainier asks Sunman if he knows what he's getting into. He plays it cool, saying he has an idea just as the screen shows a horde of orcs. Apparently, a new orc village has been established nearby, and they've been murdering novice adventurers left and right. Woo Hyeryong explains the payout 20 million gold from the mercenary guild, plus loot, totaling about 35 million gold. That's a massive haul. He shows how they'll split it 5 ways perfectly even. Sunman does the math in his head. That's about 7 million gold for him. Sunman is tempted. A large quest like this is a rare chance to get rich quick, but he knows there's always a catch. The million-dollar question is, can he trust these unfamiliar people? In his imagination, they all have glowing red eyes and sinister intentions. Woo Hyeryong gives a charming smile, but Sunman is having a total wait-a-minute moment about this guy. He's sensing something is off. Regardless of his doubts, Sunman says he's in. Woo is thrilled, telling him he made the right choice. Woo puts a hand on his shoulder, acting all buddy-buddy. He says things will be a lot easier now that they have a warrior of his caliber. Sunman thanks him for the hospitality, but then he spots something strange. His gaze shifts toward the back of the group. He asks who the people sitting in the wagon are. They look exhausted and are carrying massive amounts of gear. Woo calls them mules. Nobodies with no class who are just there to carry the bags. The irony is completely lost on him. Sunman watches as one of the porters bows low. He remembers that being a no-class otherworlder means you're treated like dirt by everyone. Rainier asks one of the porters to go buy some apples with the leftover money. It's clear these people are just tools to the main party. The porters trudge along with their heavy loads. As the party sets off, Woo tells Sunman not to concern himself with them. The final shot is a close-up of Woo Hyeryong's face as it morphs into a sinister dark green mask with a creepy grin. Yeah, this guy is 100% the villain of this arc. Rainier is happily munching on an apple she just bought. It's a rare, peaceful moment before the literal bloodbath that's about to go down. The group is trudging through the dense forest, the porters struggling behind with massive packs. It's a long trek to orc territory and the atmosphere is getting heavy. Sunman asks for a head count on the enemies, and Woo casually says there are around 50. He figures they'll only have to fight about 30 of them, which is still a formidable number for a ragtag group. Woo has this smug, punchable expression as he calls the orcs dull and stupid. He thinks they can just rush in, kill everything, and collect the paycheck like it's a walk in the park. He lays out the strategy. They're splitting into 2 teams. Woo wants Sunman, the young warrior, on his squad. Here's the breakdown. Team A is Woo and Sunman, while Team B is the big warrior, Wangpai and Rainier. They're even using cute little icons for the plan. Too bad the reality is going to be a whole lot uglier. The plan is a classic lure and conquer strategy. They want to draw the orcs out of their village and then divide their forces to make them easier to pick off. Rainier shows off some of her wind magic, explaining she'll spread their human scent to trigger the orcs' territorial instincts. It's basically like ringing a dinner bell for monsters. The fighters look eager for the battle, planning to hide and ambush the orcs, while Rainier preps her big attack spell. They're treating this like a game. Woo hands Sunman a flare, telling the kid he'll be the one to light it and lure out the rest of the pack. He's putting the most dangerous job on the youngest member. Another diagram shows the split. Team A pulls one group of orcs, and Team B handles the other. Woo asks if it's simple enough, making it sound way easier than it actually is. Sunman gives a small nod, acknowledging the crude plan. He knows they don't have enough people for a proper trap, so this is as good as it's going to get. Woo notes they're getting close to orc territory. Through the trees, he can make out the dark, creepy silhouettes of the village entrance. They come across a gruesome totem, a skull, mounted on a stick, with red cloth. It's a clear warning, turn back now or die. An inscription reads, "May you all fight well." The ominous words hang in the air like a final blessing before the chaos begins. From a high angle, we see the groups officially split off. The forest is vast and dark, making them look tiny and vulnerable. One of the mules is absolutely gassed, panting and sweating under the weight of his pack. This dude is hanging on by a thread. Sunman looks back at the struggling man, feeling a bit of pity. He knows that being a no class in this situation is basically a death sentence. The mule is a mess, gasping for air as he tries to keep up. He looks like he's about to collapse right there on the forest floor. Sunman stops staring at the man with his cold, analytical eyes and finally asks for his name. The mule is startled, nearly jumping out of his skin. He can't believe a warrior is actually acknowledging his existence. The man introduces himself as Brass, looking totally defeated and exhausted. He's the very picture of someone who's had enough of this world. Sunman doesn't sugarcoat it, telling Brass straight up that he can't promise to protect him. Once the orcs charge, he gives Brass a brutal choice: run or follow him. It's the ultimate every man for himself moment, and Sunman is being as brutally honest as he can be. Sunman glances over at Woon, knowing the so-called hero of the group won't lift a finger to help a mere mule. Woon isn't even paying them any mind. Brass looks terrified, admitting that he can't run. He knows the consequences of deserting a guild quest are worse than death. The poor guy looks like he's about to cry. He's trapped between a rock and a hard place where both options lead to his death. Sunman remembers the harsh reality of this world. If a no-class flees, the guild's punishment is legendary for its cruelty. He knows his pain better than anyone. Sunman just tells him to focus on protecting himself. It's a cold send-off, but it's the most honest thing he can say. Woon interrupts the moment, announcing to the little warrior that they've finally arrived at the village. He's got that fake friendly grin back on his face. They look through the brush at the wooden fence of the orc village. They've managed to avoid the patrols, but the real challenge starts now. Sunman gets ready to light the flare, his hands glowing with faint energy. Woon stops him for a moment, having noticed something. Woon, once again, points out the dimensional pouch on Sunman's waist. The guy is obsessed with how much it must be worth, and you can see the greed in his eyes. Woon's face darkens as he asks what Sunman just took out. He's watching the kid like a hawk searching for anything else worth stealing. Sunman pulls out a water container and starts pouring it on the ground. He explains he's making mud to rub on their bodies. It's a survival tactic to mask their human scent. Woon is genuinely impressed, noting that Sunman has experience far beyond his years. Sunman just brushes it off, saying he learned it from his master. He's still focused on the task, looking way more mature than his body suggests. We see a tiny panel of them actually rubbing the mud on. It's a dirty job, but it's the difference between life and death. The red flare screams into the sky, trailing smoke. The signal has been sent, and there's no going back now. The orcs react instantly, looking toward the signal with those glowing yellow eyes. They look absolutely pissed. Woon turns to Sunman and says he's come up with a good plan. Whenever this guy says that you know someone is about to get screwed over, Woon watches the flare smoke, his expression unreadable as he's about to drop a bombshell of a suggestion. Woon suggests sending the pack mule out first to create a diversion while they attack from behind. He's using Brass as a literal meat shield. Brass is horrified, realizing he's being sent to his death. A dark purple aura surrounds Sunman as he realizes just how evil Woon truly is. Brass stammers that he'll die if he goes out there. Woon just gives him a cold, dead-eyed look and says, "You won't die." "Yeah, right." Woon leans in with a terrifying grin and tells Brass that if he doesn't go, Woon will kill him right here. The hero is officially a monster. He laughs it off, saying he was just joking, but nobody is laughing. Brass looks like he's seen a ghost. Sunman is clenching his fist, his teeth gritted. He's struggling to hold back his fury at Woon's blatant disregard for human life. Sunman turns his back on Woon. His shadow stretches out as he reaches for his spear. Having made his decision, he declares that he'll go first and steps into the open. He's not about to let a defenseless man be used as bait. Woon gives him a dark, unreadable look, probably wondering why this upstart warrior is acting so noble. Sunman is instantly surrounded by 13 orcs. They're massive, green, and armed to the teeth. While most people would be screaming their heads off, Sunman just starts counting. The fight is on, and he becomes a blur of motion, swinging his spear with practiced ease. He weaves between the monsters, expertly searching for an opening. He lands a clean strike and calmly announces, "That's 1 down, 12 to go." He's literally counting his kills like he's checking off a grocery list. With a spin of his spear, he delivers another lethal blow to an orc's neck. Number 12 is checked off the list, and he's already moving on to the next. Blood sprays through the air as he continues his countdown, muttering, "Now it's 11. His movements are cold, mechanical, and dangerously precise. Brass watches from the sidelines, sweating bullets and wondering if he could ever pull off something like that. He's inspired, but knows he's completely out of his league. A tiny voice in his head just screams, "Nope." Meanwhile, Sunman is now covered in blood, his eyes glowing with intensity. He knows this isn't about glory, it's about pure and simple survival. Brass is still in the background, looking like he's about to have a full-blown panic attack. He wonders if Sunman is helping him out of pity. Sunman reflects that there's no deep connection between them. They're certainly not friends. He's helping Brass for one simple reason. They're both no class. He glances at Brass out of the corner of his eye. In this dog-eat-dog world, they only have each other to rely on. A massive orc with glowing red eyes stares him down. Sunman knows the law of the jungle better than anyone. The strong rule everything. He acknowledges this as an incredibly simple yet ugly truth. He's living in a world that despises people like him, so he has to become the strongest one out there. His mind flashes back to his training with Ouiji Hoyan. He remembers failing time and time again, no matter how many times he was shown the way. Ouiji calls him a dim-witted fool and tells him to just drill the knowledge into his head. Ouiji's silhouette looms over him as arrogant as ever. Ouiji offers one final piece of advice, telling him to at least remember this single way to hold a spear. That one lesson is the only thing keeping him alive right now. Sunmin stands surrounded, focusing on his master's teachings. He recalls his master's advice to maintain distance while fighting, fueled by a burning desire to surpass his past life. With absolute focus, he calls out the name of his attack. This is it, the moment his month of hellish training under Ouiji Hoyan finally pays off as he activates the soul-chasing spear technique. It's a flurry of steel. He moves like a blur, executing the third form of his spear technique, the lightning-splitting strike, skewering every orc that dares get too close. He's not just holding them off, he's a whirlwind of pure destruction. A single massive sweep of his spear carves through a whole group of orcs, sending blood and limbs flying everywhere. The orcs are utterly overwhelmed by his blinding speed and deadly precision. Even though he's technically a no-class, he's fighting like a high-level master, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. While Sunmin is busy slaughtering the front line, an orc manages to corner the party's porter, Brass. The poor guy is helpless on the ground as the monster prepares to crush him. But Sunmin isn't done yet. A choked gasp escapes Brass as the orc looms over him. He's staring death right in the face, and it looks like game over for the porter. Then with a sickening squelch, Sunmin appears out of nowhere and drives his spear straight through the orc's chest. He saved Brass at the very last possible second. Sunmin cracks a dark, bloody smirk. He's covered in gore, but he looks like he's finally starting to enjoy himself. The aftermath is a literal carpet of green corpses. Sunmin stands in the middle of the carnage, his spear dripping with blood. He's wiped out every single orc all by himself. Nearby, Wu Hir-yong is casually slicing off orc ears as if he's harvesting corn. This guy is way too comfortable with the gory business of collecting proof of kills. He tosses another ear onto the pile, counting them up to make sure they have all 13. He's all smiles, playing the part of the model leader. Wound turns to Sunmin and gives him full credit for making such quick work of the orcs. He figures the other group must be wrapping things up too completely oblivious to the betrayal that's brewing. He then snaps at Brass the porter, telling him to get a move on and pack everything up. Brass just nods fearfully, scurrying to do as he's told. Sunmin agrees to meet up with the others, but you can tell he's still suspicious. Something about Woon's whole vibe just isn't sitting right with him. A close-up on Brass shows a man who has reached his absolute limit. He's sweating and trembling, probably just wondering if he's going to make it back to town in one piece. As they walk, Brass leans in and whispers a genuine thank you to Sunmin. He knows the kid took all the heat so he wouldn't end up as the meat shield. With his shoulders slumped, Brass trudges off to get back to work. He's just a no-class trying to survive another day in a world that wants him dead. Sunmin watches him go, a heavy feeling in his chest. He sees too much of his own past brashness in the kid, and it's clearly getting under his skin. They finally regroup with the others. Sang-ryong is just casually chilling on a rock, looking like he's just finished a pleasant picnic instead of a brutal massacre. The rest of the squad is completely at ease. Rainier is still munching on snacks while the burly warrior boasts about how effortless their fight was. They start teasing Sunwoo for being covered head to toe in dirt. Woon laughs it off, giving Sunwoo props again for handling things so quickly. He's laying the charm on thick, which usually means a knife in the back is coming soon. And then the mask slips. Woon mentions that the real trouble starts now, his expression turning absolutely sinister. Meanwhile, Wangpi is already creeping up behind the unsuspecting mage. Sunwoo's eyes widen as he realizes the trap is about to be sprung. His mercenary instincts are screaming that this is about to go sideways. From the shadows, a hand in a black glove reaches out. Wangpi moves like a ghost. Rainier has no idea she's even there. With a sickening thud, Wangpi plunges a blade straight through Rainier's back. The mage's cheerful expression twists into one of pure shock and agony. Rainier gasps, blood splattering from her lips. She never saw it coming, and the betrayal is as brutal as it is sudden. The mage collapses in a heap as Wangpai coolly steps back. The internal purge has officially begun. Sang-ryong just watches with a vacant, almost confused expression. Woon stands with his sword drawn, finally looking like the true villain he is. Sunwoo doesn't hesitate for a second, instantly clashing his spear against Woon's sword. Sparks fly as the two engage in a high-speed duel. Looking utterly bored, Woon tells him he's just getting in the way. Sunwoo grits his teeth, realizing he's facing a much stronger opponent. The tense standoff triggers a powerful memory. He flashes back to his childhood in the city square. A sudden scream is followed by a collective gasp as a crowd gathers around something. The atmosphere in the flashback is thick with dread. A young Sunwoo runs through the streets, pushing his way through the crowd. He's carrying a heavy sack, suggesting he was working as a porter himself back then. A guard stops him, casually asking if he's never seen an execution before. The word hangs in the air cold and final, and young Sunwoo looks utterly horrified. He stammers out the word execution, unable to fully comprehend such violence. The guard explains that the man on the chopping block was a cocky mercenary from Murim who thought he could get away with murder. According to the rumors, the guy slaughtered all of his own comrades on a mission just to hoard the reward money for himself. But he got greedy and was eventually caught. Back in the present, Sunwoo looks at Woon and realizes he's facing that exact same kind of monster. The resemblance to the man from the execution is uncanny. Woon breaks into a dark, twisted grin. He realizes Sunwoo has figured it all out, but he doesn't seem to care one bit. Woon admits he's surprised the kid reacted so quickly. He clearly underestimated the no-class brat's intuition. Sunwoo thinks to himself, "Of course I knew." He witnessed this exact man get executed in his previous life. He's leveraging his future knowledge to stay one step ahead. He vividly remembers the execution because it was the first one he had ever witnessed 13 years ago. Talk about a core memory coming back to haunt you. Woon brushes it off, saying it doesn't matter, and brings up Sunwoo's fighting style against the orcs. He's been analyzing the kid this whole time. He shouts that Sunwoo is still weaker than him as he lunges forward, his sword glowing with a purple aura. As a second-rate martial artist, he knows he holds the power advantage. Woon stomps his foot down, preparing a devastating thrust. He's going for the kill, intending to end this fight in one blow. Sunwoo stares back with intense focus. He knows Woon is a tough opponent at his current level, but he has no intention of giving up. Everything seems to slow down as Sunwoo reads the flow of Woon's movements. He can see the diagonal slash coming before it even begins. In a flash of white, Sunwoo makes his move, banking everything on perfect timing. He decides to use the superior length of his spear to keep the swordsman at a distance. He's extending his reach, aiming to catch Woon off guard. The spearhead connects squarely with Woon's chest. He gasps as the impact sends a shockwave through his body. Sunwoo smirks, asking who's weaker now. He credits this victory to his past life experience and the hellish training he received from Uiji Hoyon. Woon is genuinely impressed, admitting the kid is good. But he's still on his feet, looking like he's ready for round 2. But then Woon suddenly starts coughing up a massive amount of blood. His eyes go wide with panic as his body begins to fail him. Sunwoo reveals the truth. It's poison. He explains that he mixed a slow-acting toxin into the mud they'd all rubbed on their bodies earlier. The poison wasn't lethal on contact, but having absorbed through the skin over time, it's finally starting to paralyze Woon's entire system. Sunwoo really did think of everything. Woon is shaking violently, unable to even hold his sword steady. Sunwoo mocks him, asking what the great martial master thinks of him now. In a last-ditch effort, Woo scrambles away from Sun M, desperate for any chance to escape this nightmare. He's a purple blur, moving with surprising speed for a poison man, all thanks to pure adrenaline. Sun M's eyes widen as he realizes Woo's target. And just like that, Sun M realizes he's made a critical error. Woon has grabbed Brass and is holding him hostage. He's got a blade pressed right to the poor porter's throat, using him as a living shield. Spitting blood, Woon screams that he'll kill the porter if anyone so much as twitches. He's officially hit rock bottom, playing the desperate coward card. Woon actually laughs, blood dribbling from his mouth, and taunts Sun M for being soft. He thinks he's won, but Sun M just stares back, his expression completely flat and unreadable. There's no concern for Brass in his eyes, only pure, unadulterated contempt for Woon. Sun M knows Woon is cornered and won't budge. With ice-cold calm, he calculates his next move, genuinely wondering if Woon is really this stupid. Because he can see exactly how this ends, and it's not the victory Woon is imagining. Woon keeps shrieking at Sun M not to move the sword tight against Brass's neck. He honestly believes a hostage will work on a man who survived as a mercenary for 13 years. Sun M explains that he didn't help Brass out of the kindness of his heart. He did it because they were both no class. It was never about friendship. It was about a shared, harsh reality. The panel splits, showing both Brass and Sun M with grim, determined faces. A heavy silence falls over the forest as the final tense moments tick by. Sun M's eyes narrow. He's already accepted what needs to be done. Meanwhile, Woon is grinning through the blood and Grime looking completely unhinged. The fool thinks he's successfully manipulated Sun M's emotions, but inside Sun M's thoughts are sharp and clear. Don't get swept away by emotion. He knows he's running on fumes after that orc fight. a prolonged battle is out of the question. Ordinarily, he could have ended Woon in the blink of an eye, but his body is pushed to its limit. One wrong move could be fatal. Plus, there's the poison. He has no idea how long it'll last. He has to save every last bit of energy in case Woon's buddies show up. He realizes he's out of options. Spotting a momentary opening, he prepares to end this once and for all. With tears welling in his eyes, Brass looks up. He understands what's about to happen. He's lived his whole life as a coward, but in this moment he finds his courage. With a sudden burst of strength, Brass grabs onto Woon's arms. Woon is completely blindsided by the porter's sudden resistance. Woon roars in fury, trying to shake him loose, but Brass holds on for dear life, refusing to let go. Sun-Em shouts Brass's name, stunned by the porter's incredible act of self-sacrifice. While grappling with Woon, Brass screams at Sun-Em to finish it. He's deliberately taking the blade to his own chest just to create an opening. The porter uses every ounce of his strength to hold Woon in place, crying out that this is what has to be done. Brass is literally bleeding all over Woon, pinning the man with his own body. Woon is terrified, realizing his human shield has just become his executioner. He's panicking desperately, struggling against Brass's death grip. He can't believe some nobody is wrecking his perfect plan. Woon's face is a mask of pure terror. Sun-Em's voice seems to echo, telling him to wait, but it's too late. A final bloody slash brings the fight to a brutal end. The clearing falls silent once more. Both Brass and Woon lie dead on the forest floor. Victory came at a price far higher than Sun-Em ever wanted to pay. A dark silhouette against the trees captures the grim reality of the battle. The forest has claimed 2 more lives today. Brass's body lies still, his face finally at peace. He died a hero, proving to everyone he was so much more than just a porter. Sun-Em stands over the bodies, leaning wearily on his spear. He looks years older, the heavy cost of the day etched into his posture. He explains that the other 2 mercenaries took off with the guild reward and disappeared. He and Sang Ryang split what was left of the mission's loot. Back at the inn, Uiji Hoyang greets him with a cheerful smile. The contrast between the bloody forest and the warm, cozy inn is jarring. Sun-Em trudges to his room, his eyelids feeling like lead weights. He made a ton of cash, but the cost was devastating. He collapses onto his bed and just stares at the ceiling. He can't stop thinking that if he'd just had a little more stamina, Brass would still be alive. The guilt is eating him up inside. Ouija watches him from the foot of the bed, her usual sharp expression softening with concern. He's consumed by the thought that he wanted this life to be different. He didn't want to do things that made him hate himself. Ouija's voice cuts through his spiral of self-loathing. He looks up at her, utterly broken. Ouija gets straight to the point and asks, "Did you kill someone?" The question hangs in the air, emphasized by blood-red text to show its gravity. But then she gives him a knowing smirk and taps her nose. Of course, she can smell the human blood on him. You can't hide anything from a peak master. Sun-Em tells her the truth. He killed a second-rate martial artist who was trying to kill him first. Ouija just hums thoughtfully, taking it all in. Ouija sits on the edge of the bed, looks him straight in the eye and says, "You're hiding something else." Her intuition hits the bullseye. Leaning in close, her red eyes glowing in the dim light, she asks exactly what he's hiding. Sunman freezes, realizing his secrets might not be safe for long. Ouija Huan is sitting on the edge of the bed, staring straight at him. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife as she waits for him to fess up. Sunmin plays it dumb, asking what exactly she thinks he's hiding. He looks genuinely confused, but we know better. This dude is a vault of secrets. Ouija waves her hand dismissively, pointing out that beating a second-rate martial artist isn't that surprising since he's been learning her Violet Dawn mystic arts. She's reasoning her way through his excuses, and it's not looking good for our MC. She leans in, her red eyes glowing with an intense focus. She tells him he's special, making it clear she knows he's not just some random no-class kid. She reflects on her time wandering the city, trying to wrap her head around how this world actually works. It's a lonely shot of a prodigy trying to find a place where she fits in. Through her travels, she's seen the harsh reality faced by the no-class people. She watches from the shadows as a group of them huddles together looking completely broken. Most of them are wretched, living like animals, and eating literal scraps just to see another day. It's a brutal visual reminder of what happens to the weak in this world. Ouija looks disgusted by the state of things. She doesn't have much sympathy for those who have given up on their own survival. She uses a metaphor about resolve. Humans can kill bugs without a thought, but it takes actual effort to kill something like a small animal. It's all about the mental barrier of taking a life. She stands over Sunman, noting that most people need to build up serious resolve to kill anything more significant than a fly. She's analyzing his psyche right to his face. She points back to his first day. The moment he was summoned, he went straight into the forest to hunt. Most rookies would be crying in a corner, but he was already out for blood. Sunman just gives a faint smile, admitting that survival would have been impossible if he hadn't acted fast. He's trying to normalize his behavior, but Ouija isn't buying it. She calls him out on his logic, asking if he thinks other no classes don't realize that survival is hard. She knows there's a difference between knowing and doing. We see a sketch of a terrified no class facing a giant bunny. Knowing you have to kill it to survive doesn't make it any easier when you're a coward at heart. Sunman just shrugs it off, claiming he simply adapted quickly. He's doing his best to pass himself off as a quick learner rather than a time-traveling mercenary. Ouija smiles, noting that he's good at dodging questions, but then she drops the real hammer. She has a second suspicion. She says it loud and clear, telling him he has no talent. Ouch. Talk about a brutal reality check from a literal prodigy. She explains that if she teaches a normal person 10 things, Sunman is only able to learn about 3 or 4. He's struggling to keep up with the technical side of the arts, but here's the kicker: he's only used a spear for 2 months in this life. Yet his skills are already quite good. The math just isn't adding up for her. She notes that he lacks all the amateur mistakes beginners usually make. No fumbling with internal arts, no messy footwork. He moves like a veteran. The paradox is clear. How can someone with 0 talent learn martial arts at that speed in only 2 months? She's caught him in a massive logical loop. She looms over him, her silhouette dark and imposing, and demands to know what he is. The secret is on the verge of coming out. We see Sunman's feet as he sits on the bed, looking dejected. He tries one last time to claim he doesn't know what she's talking about. He calls her friend, trying to use their bond to deflect the interrogation. He looks totally cornered in the dim light of the room. Ouija Huan doesn't appreciate the tactic. She tells him flatly that she doesn't like people who lie to her, and her eyes say she's dead serious. The two of them sit in the dark room, a massive gulf of secrets between them. It's a total standoff between the regressor and the genius. Sunman finally relents, noting that everyone has a secret they want to keep hidden. He's realized that the innocent act is officially over. He asks her if she thinks a friend is someone who tries to dig up another's ugly secrets. He's pushing back on her definition of their relationship. Ouija looks toward the door, taking a moment to think. She realizes she's being a bit hypocritical here. She admits that everyone has at least one secret, and she even confesses that she has one too. She finds a way to make this interesting. She offers a trade. If he tells her his secret, then she'll tell him hers. Sunman tries to decline, but she's not taking no for an answer. She ups the ante, offering her secret and an incomparable martial arts technique on top of that. She's basically bribing him with power. Sunman finally gives in with a quiet okay. He knows he can't keep the truth from someone as sharp as her forever. He chuckles to himself, realizing he probably won't even be able to use a legendary technique because he's talentless and lacks internal energy. He's accepted his role as the underdog. Ouija has an even bigger surprise. She offers to give him 20% of her own internal energy. This kid is literally a walking battery for power. Sunman's face goes completely blank. He's looking like a sketchy doodle as his brain tries to process the sheer absurdity of the offer. He screams, asking why she'd do that. He's looking like a charcoal drawing of pure shock as he demands to know why she'd give up part of her power. Ouija tells him it's because he's her one and only friend. She wants to know everything about him, even the dark stuff he's hiding. She asks if that's not enough. Her expression is calm and sincere, showing just how much she values the bond they've built over the last 2 months. So-min sighs, realizing he's lost this battle. He makes her promise one thing, that she won't kill him once he tells her the truth. The room goes quiet as they prepare for the exchange. You can almost feel the weight of the confession hanging in the air. Ouija nods, asking why she would ever want to kill her friend. She's fully committed to the exchange, no matter how bad the secret is. They decide to start, and Ouija goes first to show she's acting in good faith. She starts packing her things as she prepares to drop a bombshell. She declares with a huge grin that she's a girl. The legendary young leader of the demonic cult is actually a she. Sungmin's reaction is legendary. He looks like his soul just left his body through his mouth. Total system failure. She explains that her father wanted her to live as a boy so she could follow the path of the cult leader. In their sect, only men can lead. So she's been living a lie since she was a toddler. Sunman is still sitting on the bed, looking like he's seeing a ghost. Ouija explains that she just kept up the act of being a boy when she arrived in Arya. She finishes her story and tells him it's his turn. She's looking at him expectantly, waiting for him to top that reveal. Sunman is clutching his head, asking for a minute to gather his thoughts. His entire world has just been flipped upside down. Ouija just hums, wondering why he's so shocked. She also mentions they should probably use different rooms from tomorrow onward now that the truth is out. Sunman takes a deep breath and sits up straight. He's finally ready to let go of the secret he's been carrying since the moment he regressed. We get a green-tinted close-up of his face. He's looking dead serious. The weight of 2 lifetimes is visible in his eyes. The words are finally out. He tells her that he's a regressor. He's confessed his biggest advantage and his biggest burden. Ouija has a tiny chibi thought bubble over her head. She wonders what kind of nonsense that is clearly not used to the concept of time travel. She stares at him with her red eyes, trying to see if he's joking, but the look on his face tells her everything she needs to know. She summarizes that he died and regressed to the past. She's processing the information with her usual lightning-fast intellect. She starts nodding, admitting that if that's true, all of his peculiarities finally make sense. His veteran movements, his survival skills, it all clicks. She notes that in a different world, like Arya, anything is possible. Even time travel isn't that far-fetched given everything else they've seen. Sunman looks at her and asks why she thought he'd be afraid of her killing him after hearing this. He's surprised by how calmly she's taking the news. She looks at him, realizing that even though he looks 14, his mental age is 27. He's literally twice the age he appears to be. She asks if he feels bad for deceiving her into thinking they were the same age. She's teasing him a bit, but there's a real question underneath. Sunman says it's not a problem and tells her to just think about it. He's ready to explain his side of their friendship. We see a montage of their first meetings, the scuffle in the plaza, and the moment she stepped in to save him. It feels like a lifetime ago. Another flashback shows her teaching him martial arts. From the very beginning, she was the one who approached him and offered her help. Sunman concludes that since she was the one who reached out, he didn't deceive her. He just went along with what she wanted because he valued the connection. We see a warm sepia-toned image of them eating a meal together. For those 2 months, he's truly seen her as a friend, regardless of their ages or secrets. Ouija sits on the edge of the bed, looking satisfied with the answer. She asks if that isn't enough, confirming that their friendship is still solid. A close-up of Sunman shows him finally letting out a breath he's been holding for weeks. The tension is finally broken. Sunman bows his head and gives a sincere thanks to Ouija Hoyon. It's the first time he's spoken to her with total honesty. Ouija can't help but tease him again, noting how sad it is that he's only reached this level after 2 lives and decades of experience. She's a total savage. She admits she has a million more questions, but decides to save them for later. After all, they've had enough emotional bombshells for one evening. As energetic as ever, she gets to her feet. She declares her plan to transfer her internal energy to him, looking eager to give him a major power-up on the spot. Lee Sunman is completely stunned by the offer, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. A single bead of sweat trickles down his face as he stares back, utterly speechless, at the idea of getting such a massive power boost. Time for a quick explainer on internal energy. It's the power martial artists cultivate, shown here as a glowing core inside a jacked-up training dummy. Martial artists use this energy to pull off superhuman feats. We see a dude literally obliterating a massive tree trunk with one glowing punch. Now that's what you call a heavy hitter. Normally, the only way to build up your internal energy is through standard cultivation. It typically takes a lifetime of grueling training to make any real progress. Back in the room, the atmosphere gets intense. Ouija Hoyon tells Sunman his meridians are clogged, pointing out that his physical foundation is riddled with impurities. Transferring energy is incredibly rare and risky, which is why it's not a common practice. Ouija Hoyon looks serious, explaining that Sunman has a lot of junk built up in his system. She gets ready to start the process, telling him that while 14 is young, it's not exactly an early start for a martial artist. She's officially about to pump 20% of her own power directly into him. She gives him a sharp look, warning him that how much of that 20% he can actually absorb is entirely up to him. He has to activate the Violet Dawn Mystic Art immediately to handle the incoming power. The energy transfer begins. She slams her hands onto his back, and Sunman's eyes practically bulge out of his skull from the sheer force of the energy surging through him. A glowing pink handprint visualizes the massive amount of energy being funneled into his body. It looks like an overwhelming amount, with steam or aura practically rising from her palm. Ouija Hoyon is sweating and breathing heavily from the effort. Once the transfer is complete, she asks how he's feeling, clearly exhausted from giving up so much of her own power. Sunman just sits there glowing like a neon sign as he tries to stabilize his newfound power. The room fills with a swirling purple aura as the immense energy settles into his core. Sunman is internally freaking out because even just 20% of her energy is more than everything he accumulated in his entire past life combined. He literally just skipped years of grinding in a matter of seconds. She leans in close, both of them looking completely drained from the ordeal. She asks for a rough estimate of how much energy he managed to retain in his meridians. He guesses about half, and she comments that it's not too bad. We see a blue diagram of his body with his energy channels glowing as the power begins to permeate his meridians. Suddenly, Weiji Hoyan collapses forward. A panicked Sunman catches her just in time. He realizes that transferring that much power took a serious toll on her. He asks if she's okay, but she just brushes it off, her messy hair flying everywhere. She tells him not to make a big deal out of it, insisting she's just a little tired. They're both just sitting on the bed, catching their breath in the silent room. It's a rare moment of vulnerability for the legendary young leader. Sunman looks down, a mix of guilt and confusion on his face. He can't help but ask the obvious question. Why is she going to such extreme lengths for him? Weiji Hoyan looks up at him with tired eyes and says, "The reason is simple. It's because they're friends. Sometimes the most complicated people have the simplest motivations." She tells him not to feel pressured or feel like he owes her anything. She claims she's only doing this for her own self-satisfaction. A small, peaceful smile crosses her face as she lies back down. She keeps insisting it's just for her, but we all know that's just her way of being kind without making a scene. And it looks like she's not done playing personal trainer just yet. She reminds him she still owes him one more martial art and offers to find a suitable spear technique for him. Sunman is overwhelmed by her generosity, but she just teases him about his supposed lack of talent. She jokes that she'll have to dumb it down so he can actually learn it, classic Weiji Hoyan humor. She decides to teach him the Supreme Nine Heavens Spear, a style used by a legendary spear king 100 years ago. She's just casually handing out legendary techniques like they're party favors. For a moment, her expression softens as she looks at her very first friend. She promises she won't let him die a pointless death like he did in his original timeline. Sunman is left speechless, just staring at her as the full weight of her words sinks in. He's never had anyone care about his survival so deeply before. He tries to thank her with a bow, but she just delivers a swift chop to his chest. She yells at him not to bow between friends, insisting that they're equals. Sunman rubs his aching chest, looking completely baffled. He thinks a small bow couldn't hurt, but she's clearly very strict about her rules of friendship. He sits back up, complaining that he doesn't like being hit. It's a funny domestic moment between a regressor and a demon cult heir. The two of them share a laugh, looking like normal teenagers for once. She tells him she'd rather have a more enjoyable friendship than a formal one. Weiji Hoyan leans her head on her hand, looking curious. She wants to hear more about her own future and his past life. She's all ears, asking with a big grin how she was. She's probably expecting stories of her being the most badass person in history. We see a silhouette of her past self standing tall against a starry sky. Sunman admits he only knew her through rumors, since he was too busy just trying to survive at the bottom. The rumors said she reigned with tremendous strength at the absolute apex of the world. She laughs at this, saying it sounds exactly like something she'd do. Sunman recalls that in his past life, she left the city only a month after being summoned. She then went missing for about 3 years, becoming a ghost in the records. Weiji Hoyan thinks for a second and guesses that she probably spent those 3 years traveling. The idea of freedom seems to be what she craves most. We see a dark image of the demonic cult's emblem. To her, being born as the heir was a cage, and Arya is the first place where she can actually choose her own path. Sunman is lost in thought, looking a bit awkward. He can't believe he's having a heart-to-heart with someone who was basically a myth in his previous life. Weiji drops a bombshell. She's leaving in a month. They're sitting on the bed together, the ticking clock of their friendship finally making itself heard. She declares that she will enjoy the world and her freedom. It's her ultimate goal, and she's not going to let anyone stop her. She tells him she'll start her trip right after finishing his spear training in a month. She finally turns the question on him, asking what he will do. She gives him a soft, expectant look. She's genuinely curious about what a man who's living his second life actually wants out of it. Sunman sits in the dark, thinking about her question. He's shirtless and brooding, the purple light of the room highlighting the uncertainty in his eyes. The question echoes in his head. What kind of life does he want to live? He's realized he's been so focused on survival that he hasn't thought about a real goal. We see a grayscale tower of fallen warriors and monsters from his past life. He lived through a decade of misery and death, which isn't exactly a great foundation for dreams. He finally says he just wants a better life compared to his previous one. It's an honest answer, but a pretty vague one. Ouija Hoyon isn't satisfied with that. She calls it ambiguous and leans forward, prodding him for more. She asks if he doesn't have a goal. She's propped up on her elbow, looking like she's ready to analyze his entire life's purpose. Sunman looks down at his hands, admitting he doesn't really know. He's a 27-year-old soul in a 14-year-old body just trying to make it through the day. They're both lying on the bed now, staring at the ceiling. Ouija tells him to think about it and let her know when he finally finds his answer. She's back to her cheerful self, shouting about how curious she is about his past life. She's acting like a kid again, wanting to hear stories before bed. Sunman smiles and calls her a rascal. He's finally relaxed, enjoying the company of someone who doesn't see him as just a disposable no-class. He reflects on his first life in Zenus and realizes there wasn't a single person he could call a friend. It was a cold, lonely existence. He looks at her with a soft expression. She's not just Wee Hoyon's first friend. She's his first real friend too across both of his lifetimes. Ouija is fast asleep, looking totally peaceful. Sunungmin watches her, realizing that their time together is quickly running out. The narration says it was a long night. The simple text box over a gray background marks the end of a very emotional chapter. For these two. Time skip. A month has flown by in a flash. We see a tiny shot of the inn at night, where they spent their final weeks together. Morning comes, and the sky is a brilliant blue with fluffy white clouds. It's the day everything changes. Ouija Hoyon is standing in a combat stance, a red aura flaring around her. She challenges him to see how much he's learned in a month. Sun stands ready with his spear, looking significantly more disciplined and confident than before. He knows it's almost time to say goodbye. Sunungmin stares her down, thinking to himself that after this sparring session, she'll be gone for good. He declares that he's going to fight with all his might to show her respect. Ouija gives him a cocky little wave, telling him he better not hold back. She jokes, asking if he thought he could afford to go easy on her. The fight is on. Sun lunges forward with an ear-piercing scream. He's a total blur of red and purple as he launches his first attack. Ouija Hoyon holds up 2 fingers with a cocky grin. She's feeling generous and offers Lee Sunman a massive 20-move head start for their final spar. Sunman looks incredibly focused as he readies his spear. The text reminds us that he only has 20 moves to make his mark before the real fight begins. Ouija Hoyon is hyped up, throwing her hands in the air. She's officially named the modified technique she created for him, the Supreme 9 Heaven Spear Sunman style. Sunman looks a bit annoyed by the name, but Ouija doesn't care. She insists that since she improved it specifically for him, it's only right that his name is on it. We get a hilarious chibi-style mental image of Sunman, shouting that he doesn't want it over a shot of the city at night. He's clearly embarrassed by her naming sense. The mood turns serious as Sunman stares ahead with intense eyes. His new style is a lethal combination of the Supreme 9 Heaven Spear and his previous soul-chasing technique. Sunman prepares his stance, wondering if he should open with his strongest move. A purple aura starts to gather around his spear as he prepares to lunge. He launches forward with incredible speed, the spear becoming a purple blur. The technique is identified as the soul-chasing killing strike. Ouija Hoyon is shown inverted as she dodges the massive strike with 0 effort. The purple energy trails behind Sunman's spear as he misses his target. Ouija Hoyon lands and signals the first move with a calm 1. Sunman is already resetting his stance, looking for another opening. Sunman thrusts his spear, but Ouija deflects it with a sharp noise. She's using her bare hands to parry a steel weapon. From a high angle, we see Sunman lunging again while Ouija stands her ground. The purple energy of his technique lights up the clearing. She keeps counting 2 as she dodges another rapid-fire thrust. Sunman is pouring everything he has into these first 20 moves. Sunman leaps into the air for the second stance of his custom style. He's determined to prove he hasn't been wasting his time. A flurry of strikes explodes in the clearing. The lightning-splitting, chasing strike impacts show he's hitting with way more force than before. Ouija Hoyon holds up 3 fingers as she blocks another hit. She's looking totally bored while Sunman is sweating bullets. She gives him a bit of praise, noting that his spear techniques finally contain the proper basics. He's learned how to parry, hold, and pierce effectively. Time for a technique breakdown. The parry move spins the spear outward to bounce off an opponent's weapon. It's the ultimate defensive maneuver. Next is the hold, which involves rotating the spear inward and pressing down to trap an attack. It's all about controlling the opponent's rhythm. The final basic is the pierce, a straightforward high-speed stab. Ouija demonstrates it with a clean sound effect. Ouija Hoyon calls him out for using a spear for years without knowing these simple things. Sunman just looks down, admitting he had to teach himself everything in his past life. He then looks up with an expression of genuine gratitude. He knows that without Ouiji's help, he'd still be flailing around like an amateur. The spar continues with moves 4 and 5. Ouija blocks a downward swing and a horizontal swipe, moving like she's just taking a walk. For move 6, she tells him to stop being so rigid and mix each strike with a burst discharge. She's literally coaching him while he's trying to kill her. Sunman takes the advice and glows with a massive purple aura. He's charging his internal energy to the limit for the next set of moves. He strikes with a massive boom, and she actually says, "That's a little better." It only took 7 moves to get a compliment. Sunman grits his teeth in frustration, sweating profusely. He's advanced to second rate, but the gap between him and Ouija still feels like an ocean. We see a close-up of Ouiji's hand glowing with a faint red light. Sunman realizes with horror that she's parrying all his 2-handed spear strikes with just one hand. Ouija Hoyon stands enveloped in a terrifying red aura. This is what a peak martial artist looks like, and it's enough to make anyone want to quit. She looks at him with a half smirk, asking if he's done already. The psychological pressure is starting to weigh as much as the physical fatigue. A wide shot shows the two staring each other down in the middle of the field. The silence is deafening as Sunman prepares for his final desperate push. He thinks it's impossible as he lunges with his spear. He can't believe she's still treating his best attacks like child's play. Ouija Hoyon becomes a defensive wall, deflecting a barrage of strikes. Moves 8, 9, and 10 go by in a flash of sparks. Sunman pushes harder, his face twisted in a snarl. Moves 11, 12, and 13 are shown as rapid-fire impacts against Ouija's invisible guard. Ouija is barely moving, just counting out moves 17, 18, and 19. She's like a mountain that refuses to be moved by a summer breeze. Ouija prepares her hand for a counterattack. She says it's now the last move, and you know things are about to get ugly for Sunman. Move 20 hits, and Ouija Hoyon's expression turns cold. The head start is over, and the grace period has officially ended. Sunman's spear is casually swatted aside. He freezes as a red silhouette of Ouija materializes right behind him, her mouth curling into a terrifyingly confident smile. Before he can even blink, she's already zipped past his line of sight, sending a massive chill down his spine. A red streak of light flashes behind his neck, signaling his decisive defeat. The spar concludes with Ouija standing behind Sunman, her hand gently resting on the back of his head. It's a complete checkmate. Sunman hangs his head, admitting the obvious: he lost. Ouija, on the other hand, looks like she barely broke a sweat. Ouija Hoyon tells him he performed well, but Sunman isn't trying to hear it. He's sighing over the fact that she blocked his entire 20-move barrage with just her right hand. Ouija delivers a playful chop to his head, telling him to forget about the difference in their energy levels. His combat sense is top tier. He was truly born for this. She explains that even though he couldn't keep up with her speed, he still sensed her presence behind him, calling that intuition a talent in its own right. Sunman is still sweating and shaking from the sheer exertion as Ouija tells him that one day his senses will become an unbeatable weapon. Ouija says she's looking forward to 10 years from now, but Sunman just looks up confused, unable to even imagine reaching her level. Then she drops another truth bomb. The sparring match was way too easy for her. She wants him to be a real challenge the next time they meet. A close-up of Ouija's eye reveals her complete seriousness. Still, she was satisfied with his skills, especially that final desperate attack he launched. She officially proposes their reunion, suggesting they meet again in 10 years. Sunman can only stare back at her, completely floored. Ouija asks if he's finally found a purpose for his second life. Sunman just shakes his head, still wallowing in his talentless self-pity. Pointing to herself with a confident grin, she tells him to make her his goal. She's setting up a mountain for him to climb, so he never stops growing. Sunman clenches his fist so tightly it audibly cracks. He's gritting his teeth, feeling the immense pressure of her expectations. Ouija uses the analogy of a boat aimlessly drifting in a storm. She tells him that without a goal, he's just drifting through his second life instead of truly living it, challenging him to become strong enough to actually fight her in 10 years. Sunman looks at her like she's completely lost her mind. The task seems utterly impossible. Sunman finally snaps, yelling back that just making her his goal won't magically turn him into a genius like her. We see a montage of Sunman's past struggles as he rants about her being a genius with legendary talent and an elixir while he's just a nobody who failed for 13 years. He screams that they have completely different starting lines in life. He's lashing out because her optimism feels like a slap in the face to all his hard work. Ouija Hoyon sighs, looking at him with clear disappointment. She calls his sense of inferiority disgusting and tells him it's the only thing holding him back. Sunman, on the verge of tears, with his face twisted in anger, shouts that he hates how easily she can talk about goals when she already has everything. Ouija remains calm, telling him that his inferiority complex is the only real obstacle in his path. She's trying to be the kind of friend who tells you the hard truth you need to hear. Sunman grinds his teeth loudly. Shaking with rage, he can't accept that he might just be a coward. He yells that he was summoned with nothing, no talent, just his bare hands. He's clinging to his past trauma as an excuse to remain weak, as we see a flashback of him desperately fighting a boar in the mud. He remembers dying a lowly, pathetic death after a lifetime of risking it all for mere scraps. Ouija points out that he's already learned mystic arts and reached the second-rate level in just 3 months. She reminds him this is his second chance and he's wasting it on self-pity, possessed by the failures of his previous life. He's not even letting himself dream of success because he's too scared to even try. Ouija asks if he's going to spend his whole second life just staring at a tree he thinks he can't climb. In blood-red text, Sunman tells her to shut up. She looks a bit surprised by the intensity of his outburst and asks if he's really that angry. Sunman confirms it, looking like he's about to explode. He lets out a dark laugh, staring at his feet, unable to believe he's being lectured on life by a 13-year-old girl. A massive cloud of dark energy swirls around him as he agrees that if she wants it so badly, he'll make her his goal. His voice drops low and terrifying. The real Lee Sunman is finally coming out. He vows that in 10 years, he'll be the one to put a spear through her heart. That's one heck of a promise. A tiny chibi version of Ouija looks genuinely startled. "Then I'll die," she says, pointing out that friends don't usually try to kill each other. The two stand in the middle of the field, the heavy tension finally broken. Sunman has cooled off and the atmosphere feels much lighter. Sunman clutches his head in total embarrassment, his face glowing bright red. Ouija cracks up, wondering why he's suddenly so bashful after that big declaration. She gets right up in his personal space with a huge grin. She shouts, 10 years later. Clearly loving the drama, she's absolutely beaming, already looking forward to the day he actually tries to take her down. The girl is definitely a bit of a battle junkie. Sungmin flinches back, completely overwhelmed by how close she is. His face is still beet red from his earlier outburst. Ouija teases him, asking if he's getting butterflies in his stomach. Sungmin just stammers that he was surprised she got so aggressive all of a sudden. She keeps leaning in, and he tries to look disgusted, but we all know he's just flustered. He complains that she's way too close, and boy, they really are now. Ouija mocks him for acting like a kid when he's technically a 27-year-old man on the inside. Ouija Hoyon vows that in 10 years, she'll grow up to be so stunning that he won't be able to say a word. That's a pretty weird goal to have. The narration tells us Sungmin has decided on 3 goals. First, survive. Second, seize every opportunity using his knowledge of the future. Ouija Hoyon starts walking away, her spear slung over her shoulder. She gives a final wave, calling out that she'll see him in 10 years. Sungmin stands tall, watching her go. He simply says, "Okay," and promises to meet her again when the time comes. A single text box appears in the center of a white screen asking, "And the third goal?" This is the real mission for his second chance. We see a close-up of Ouija's faint smile as she glances back over her shoulder. Her final parting words were a simple request, "Don't die." Sungmin gives a confident, determined smirk. He vows to himself that he will never die. He's officially ready to take on the world. A split panel shows their feet as they walk in opposite directions. For now, their paths have diverged. A bird's-eye view shows them as 2 tiny figures in a vast world. They're heading toward different destinies, but the promise of their reunion hangs over everything. Sungmin reflects on the 3 legendary buffs he can snag in Zenus. He's already acquired the martial skeleton and the first-rate cultivation technique. The final item on his list is the no-class tournament. He stands before a massive coliseum, ready to take his next step. Zenus is famous for its regular tournaments, and Sungmin has his sights set on the one restricted to no-class otherworlders. It's been 10 months since Ouija Hoyon left, and he hasn't wasted a single second. Inside the arena, a cocky third-rate warrior mocks Sungmin for being just a kid. He tells the boy to just give up, thinking he's an easy win. Talk about underestimating your opponent. Sungmin has advanced to first rate during his training, and he absolutely wrecks the competition in the no-class tournament. Victory is his, and the prize is legendary, the Sacred Energy Elixir. This is a rare item that enhances internal energy beyond normal limits. Sungmin takes the elixir right then and there. It's the perfect boost to fill the energy gaps he still had even after Ouija Hoyon's massive transfer. With that, Sungmin has officially cleared the Zenus map. He's obtained every major advantage the city has to offer. Before leaving town, Sungmin heads to see a familiar face. He stands outside some familiar city buildings looking for a certain merchant. It's Hans. The bald merchant looks up genuinely happy to see the kid again. Hans congratulates him on winning the tournament. Sungmin just gives a modest thank you, clearly more mature since their first meeting. Hans asks what he's looking to buy today. Sungmin breaks the news that he's actually just there to say goodbye before leaving the city. Hans gives a knowing smirk saying he knew this day would come. He's watched the kid grow from a scrawny no class into a tournament champ. The big guy gives Sungmin a hearty pat on the back. He's genuinely moved to see a no-class graduate from Zenus successfully. Hans gives him some veteran advice. Quick-witted people always survive longer in area. He hands something over, as a final gesture, a sleek-looking rectangular pouch. Sungmin looks surprised at the sudden gift. It's a used, second-hand dimensional pouch. Even used, these things are incredibly valuable for any adventurer. Hans explains that its capacity is 1.5 times bigger than the one Sungmin currently has. Sungmin is stunned, asking why he's being so kind. Hans just laughs it off and tells him to take it. He jokes that it's so worn out he probably couldn't sell it for much anyway. Hans tells him if he really wants to pay him back, he should just get famous and repay him 100-fold later on. It sounds like typical merchant talk, but there's a lot of heart behind it. He gives one last grin, telling Sungmin to let everyone in area know he was once indebted to a humble street vendor named Hans. Sungmin is overcome with emotion, his eyes welling up. He's finally experiencing the kindness he never found in his first life. He heads back to the inn, the door creaking open one last time. It's the end of an era for our hero in this city. His footsteps echo on the floorboards as he enters. He has one more person to see before he hits the road. He spots Lula at the counter, the same person who is always on his case about quitting the hunter life for a regular job. Lula gives him a knowing look, her intuition on point. She cuts right to the chase and asks if he's leaving. Sunman's genuinely surprised she caught on. Lula just scoffs, pointing out that with how clean he left his room, even an idiot could tell he was skipping town. She then plops down into a chair, looking completely dejected. Sunman just watches her, having the surprising realization that he's actually going to miss her nagging. Sunman offers a gentle expression, confident in the path he's chosen. Lula, for her part, knows that all other worlders eventually have to leave the starting city. Lula just sits there staring out the window. She's watched countless people come and go, but it's obvious this farewell stings a little more. She accepts the harsh reality of it all. Sunman has to leave to grow stronger, and she has to remain behind. Her expression darkens as she asks, "You're really leaving?" The finality of the goodbye is clearly starting to hit her. All of a sudden, she snaps and tells him she hopes he dies a horrible death somewhere. Talk about a bitter send-off. She spins around and stomps off toward the back of the inn, leaving Sunman standing there completely bewildered by her sudden hostility. On her way, Lula nearly barrels into her father, Jack. She's clearly scrambling to hide how she really feels. Jack sighs as he watches her leave before turning his attention to Sunman. He's been like a surrogate father to the kid for the past year. Jack offers a warm, fatherly smile. He explains to Sunman that Lula is still young and doesn't quite know how to handle goodbyes. Sunman says he gets it, making Jack wonder how the boy got to be so mature for his age. If only he knew about the 13 years of past trauma. Jack then presents him with a heavy green cloak. He tells Sunman to take it another parting gift. He explains that it's the very cape he wore back in his adventuring days. It's enchanted with temperature-regulating magic and even has a bit of sword magic woven into the fabric. Sunman tries it on, and while it's a little big, it makes him look like a genuine wanderer. He thanks Jack for everything. Jack places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, telling him he'll do great. He calls Sunman the best no-class guest his inn has ever had. Jack waves goodbye, telling him to stay safe out there. Even in their final moments, their strong bond is undeniable. Sunman finally steps through the city gates, putting Zenus behind him. He's now heading into the vast and dangerous world of Araba. The sound of his footsteps signals the start of his first real journey. He's a far cry from the helpless rookie he was 13 years ago. Suddenly, he hears someone sprinting up behind him. Sunman stops and turns around as a voice screams. It's Lula shouting Lee Sunman's name from across the road. She looks completely winded from the sprint. Sunman watches her, a surprised look on his face. He definitely didn't expect her to chase him down after her "I hope you die" speech from earlier. Lula finally catches up, bending over to catch her breath. It seems she ran all the way from the inn just to get the last word in. She eventually looks up, wiping sweat from her brow. Sunman asks her what's wrong, bracing himself for another insult. Gasping for air, she says she takes it back. She's officially retracting her earlier curse, much to Sunman's amusement. She says it again, making sure he heard her clearly. The guilt from telling him to die was eating at her, and she couldn't let him leave on those terms. With what little breath she has left, she just tells him not to die. It's the most sincere thing she said to him all year, leaving Sunman completely speechless. He can't help but wonder if she really ran all this way just for that. As she blushes, Lula adds that if he's going to leave, he'd better make sure to live a long life. She also says that if things ever get too tough, he can always come back. Sunman gives her a soft smile and a sincere thank you, genuinely touched by her concern. Lula looks down, her cheeks bright red. She admits that it's strange, but at some point she started to see him in a different light. She fidgets with her skirt, struggling to find the right words. She doesn't even fully understand why she feels this way herself. Finally, she meets his gaze with a sweet, shy look on her face and confesses that she thinks she started to like him. Sunman just stands there, backlit by a white light that makes the whole moment feel surreal. After a long beat, he simply replies, "I know, absolutely savage." Lula starts crying, her shoulders shaking, as Sunman promises her he'll never die. He vows to survive no matter what it takes. He offers one last goodbye before turning to leave. He looks more mature than ever before, ready to face whatever comes next. Lula is left behind in the city, burying her face in her hands as she sobs. It's a bittersweet conclusion to their first year together. As Sunman walks away, he reflects that it took him 3 years to graduate from Zenus in his past life. This time around, he managed it in just one. His mind drifts back to a memory of everyone he's met. Hans-Jack, Lula, and of course Wei Hoyon. He realizes that, this time, unlike his previous life, he's made genuinely precious memories. He wonders if he'll ever be able to return to this city. As he steps into the unknown, he feels like he's leaving a part of himself behind. An overhead shot of Zenus brings Lee Sunman's mind back to Wei Hoyon's parting words. He swears to himself that he'll never die again. From the shadows, a mysterious voice calls out. The voice notes how rare it is to see someone as young as Sunman honing his skills. We meet a creepy hooded figure at Mercy's Mountain. He welcomes Sunman and asks what kind of prohibition he's seeking. Sunman faces the strange figure, steeled for whatever comes next. He has a goal to reach, and you can see it on his face. This is a guy who's seen some things. He knows that to fulfill his promise, he has to level up big time. Weiji Hoyon asks where they should meet in 10 years. Since she knows the lay of the land way better than our rookie MC, she's calling the shots on the logistics. The two of them stand together in the dark, thinking it over. Sunman is basically a tourist in this world, so he's waiting for her to pick a landmark. The location is set. They agree to meet in 10 years at a place called Behiner. It's a long-term goal, but they've officially made their promise. Fast forward, and 10 months have passed since Weijin left the city. Sunman is standing on a bridge in Zenus, realizing he still has 9 years to go and needs a plan for his next training arc. He knows he could just be a mercenary again, but he'd just be living the same mid-tier life he did before. He's determined to use this time to break his limits instead of just coasting. We get a close-up of Sunman looking absolutely locked in. He's done with the easy path. He's looking for something extreme to force his growth. His target is Mercy's Mountain, marked by that ominous purple crest. Apparently, Mercy is the god in charge of trials and tribulations, which sounds like exactly what he needs. The mountain is unique because you can apply prohibitions to your body and senses. It sounds like a total nightmare, but the training efficiency becomes hundreds of times more effective. Sunman confirms his heading, certain that the mountain is nearby. He's voluntarily walking into a hellscape just to get a leg up later on. He arrives at the mountain, where the trees and the ground are a strange, vibrant purple. It's a surreal landscape that feels like it belongs to another world entirely. He's met by a priest in a dark, thorn-covered robe who's already training with his own restrictions. This guy looks like he's lived through some serious pain. Sunman officially receives 2 prohibitions to start his trial. The first one is the prohibition of weight, shown by the heavy purple glow on his back. Immediately, everything feels like lead. His own body, his gear, and even the bread in his hand weigh a ton, making his muscles tremble with the effort of just standing. Then comes the second curse. He's seen holding a piece of bread, looking like he's about to face his final judgment. A purple bolt of magic hits his tongue, and his eyes practically bulge out of his head. The internal shock of the second prohibition is way more intense than the first. He hunches over, gagging and clutching his stomach in the middle of the purple forest. Basic survival just became a monumental task. Magic and saliva spray from his mouth as his body tries to reject the sensory change. It looks like he's physically fighting off a virus. He collapses to his hands and knees, coughing and gasping for air. The second prohibition is revealed to be the sense of taste, and it's a total game changer. A close-up of the purple seal on his tongue. To him, the entire concept of flavor has been corrupted into something foul. He looks down at a disgusting puddle. Realizing that even the most basic food now feels and tastes like literal trash, he explains that it's not just about losing his taste. It's that every single thing he eats now tastes absolutely putrid. He's floating in a void of sensory despair. His warped senses make a plain piece of bread look and feel like it's crawling with flies, maggots, and cockroaches. This is the ultimate mental test for staying nourished. Sunman lies flat on the ground, looking completely defeated. He realizes he might actually starve to death because his brain is tricking him into thinking food is poison. He's sweating and miserable, staring blankly as he asks himself if he should quit. The easy life of a normal mercenary has never looked more tempting. He gazes up at the sky, wondering if this torture is really necessary for his second life. He knows he has the strength to go to Banner right now and become a B-rank mercenary. He lies there in the dirt, trying to convince himself that a better life doesn't have to be this hard. He's on the verge of settling for a comfortable, mediocre path. Suddenly, Weiji Hoyong's intense red eyes flash in his memory. Just the thought of her sends a massive jolt of pressure and shame through his system. He physically flinches, realizing he can't allow himself to stay weak. He made a promise to reach the top and he can't back down now. With a renewed fire in his eyes, he reaches out and grabs a chunk of bread. He's forcing himself to face the reality of his training. He shoves the food into his mouth, even though his senses are screaming that it's filled with bugs and rot. This is what pure willpower looks like. He then forces himself to chug water that tastes like liquid sewage, picturing a literal pile of filth just to get it down. Talk about hardcore commitment. He somehow manages to swallow it all, letting out a pained groan. His eyes are bloodshot from the sheer physical and mental strain, but he successfully forced down his first meal of the trial. Sunman slumps against a tree, gasping for air and cursing Mercy's name. He's resolved to see this hellish training through to the very end. Suddenly, a shadowy woman appears out of nowhere, calling him an insolent human. Sunman is caught completely off guard, not having sensed her approach at all. He whips his head around, shocked, catching a flash of purple and white in the bushes. His survival instincts scream at him to move. He immediately drops into a low defensive crouch as a purple aura crackles to life around him. He braces for a fight, realizing he's not alone on this mountain. A week passes on the jagged purple mountain. The isolation and the constant crushing weight are starting to wear on his sanity. A deer stands in a clearing, completely oblivious to the hunter lurking nearby. It's the first real prey he's seen in days. Sunman stalks it from the bushes, his spear trembling in his hands. He notes that after a week of nothing but bread and water, he's reaching his absolute limit. He launches himself forward with a grunt, his boots digging into the purple dirt. He's pouring every last ounce of his strength into this one ambush. He leaps into the air spear, first aiming to end the hunt with one clean lunge. The deer is startled, but Sunman is moving like a blur of pure desperation. Complete fail. The deer easily sidesteps him, and we get a hilarious chibi shot of the animal, looking both confused and full of pity. He keeps swiping at it, but the weight prohibition makes his movements slow and clumsy. The deer simply trots away, completely unfazed. The deer literally hops over his spear and vanishes into the forest. The narration mocks him as he's left standing there looking like a total amateur. He collapses to the ground, panting for breath, as a silver-haired girl watches him from the shadows. He has officially reached his breaking point. Sunman is covered in sweat and dirt. His eyes hollow with exhaustion. He's realized his movements are too slow to hunt anything faster than a rock. He laments that he doesn't have nearly enough nutrients to sustain this level of training. Just 1 week of bread and water has turned him into a walking skeleton. Night falls on the mountain, but the trial remains just as harsh. The narration reminds us that participants must provide everything for themselves while under the restriction. A tiny chibi version of Sunman is shown shivering in the dark, surrounded by monsters and the freezing night. This mountain is a literal death trap for the weak. Sunman leans against a tree, looking completely emaciated and on the verge of death. He's in the worst shape of his life, and his training is failing because his body just can't keep up. He stares down at his boots, admitting that training is pointless if he's too weak to even move properly. He planned on staying for 2 years, but he's already flagging after just 1 week. Suddenly, a small pebble rolls down and bonks him right on the head. He's so tired he can barely even react. He slowly turns his head and spots someone standing among the purple trees. For our lone survivor, it's a moment of pure confusion. It's a young woman with silver hair, dressed in a white martial arts uniform. She gives him a friendly wave, looking completely at ease in this harsh environment. Sunman remains on guard, demanding to know who she is. He remembers the rule that practitioners can't harm each other, but he's not taking any chances. The woman points to her throat and then makes an X with her arms. She's using hand gestures to tell him she's under a specific restriction herself. She points to a purple seal on her neck, identical to Sunman's. She's also a participant in the Trial of Mercy. Sunman realizes she's under the prohibition of voice and can't speak. She nods her head vigorously, confirming his deduction with a bright, silent smile. Without a word, she darts forward and drops the dead deer from earlier right at his feet. Sunmin is stunned by the sudden act of generosity. She stands over the kill with a wooden staff while he just stares at the deer in utter disbelief. She basically just handed him a lifeline. A close-up reveals it's the exact same deer that was mocking him earlier. It looks like Sunmin is finally going to get his revenge and a decent meal. She starts writing in the dirt with her staff. She's writing in the official language of Ara, explaining that she's been watching him for a few days and realized he was about to starve. Sunmin just looks at her with wide, curious eyes. He's grateful for the help, but also suspicious. Why would a stranger in a place like this be so kind to a no class? The silver-haired girl strikes a confident, proud pose and writes her answer in the dirt, because I'm kind. She even draws some sparkles around the words to really sell the hero vibe. Wait, so this chibi-looking girl with the silver hair is actually helping Sunmin. She just suddenly popped up in front of him and took down that deer like it was nothing. She introduces herself as a kind person, which, in a world like this, is more than a little suspicious. But to his credit, every time Sunmin gets into a jam, she's right there to bail him out. He finally works up the courage to ask for her name, but her answer completely throws him for a loop. He stands there completely shell-shocked. Meet Baek Sogo. She stands tall with her wooden staff in hand, and even though she looks young, she radiates an intense aura that proves she's the real deal. Sunmin recognizes that name instantly. In his previous life, she was a legendary figure. People called her the Flash because her movement techniques were so fast you couldn't even register her movements. But meeting a future legend isn't the real reason Sunmin is sweating bullets right now. There's a much darker reason for his shock, and it's hitting him like a ton of bricks. The truth is, brutal, he remembers that in the future, Baek Sogo dies. It's a simple, chilling fact that haunts him as he looks at her. 8 years from now, her journey will come to a violent end. We see a flash of her future collapsed and bleeding, a grim premonition of the path she's on. And the real kicker, she dies at the hands of Sunmin's own master, the little heavenly demon Weiji Hoyen. Talk about an awkward future reunion. Mize Mountain has some hardcore rules you have to follow if you want to stay. You're hit with prohibitions right away, with more added every 6 months. And the most important one, practitioners are forbidden from laying a hand on each other. So Sunmin sits in his cave deep in thought. As the purple aura of his prohibition flickers around him, he's trying to reconcile the kind woman before him with the tragic fate he knows awaits her. He starts to wonder about that incident from his past life. Was her death somehow connected to what happened in that dungeon? Baek Sogo leans in close, her eyes wide with curiosity. She's clearly wondering what's going through Sunmin's head, since he's just been spacing out while staring at her. Sunmin nearly jumps out of his skin when she's suddenly right in his face, asking when she even got there. She just offers a simple hello, totally unfazed by his panic. She's actually writing the word directly onto the rock with her bare fingers. Sunmin breaks out in a sweat just watching her, realizing the insane level of physical strength she must have to treat solid rock like a piece of paper. Through her writing, she explains that she can't even use sound transmission to communicate. Her martial arts are so heavily restricted that she's been forced into complete silence, a pretty brutal prohibition to live with. Sunmin just stares back, the gears visibly turning in his head as he tries to process all this. He's still trying to wrap his head around, chatting with a future legend who uses a boulder as a notepad. As she squats down, he notices something is off with her left arm. She explains that since it's been half a year, a new prohibition was added that basically rendered her entire limb useless. Baek Sogo admits that not being able to feel her left arm at all is making things difficult. She asks if Sunmin's current prohibitions are just related to taste and weight, and he confirms with a simple yes. Sunmin lets out a hollow laugh, thinking about how even the simple pleasure of a good meal has been stripped away from him. He looks like he's aged 1,000 years from disappointment in just a few short months. Baek Sogo then asks if he's curious about the other people training on the mountain. Sunmin admits that he has wondered who else would be crazy enough to train up here. She hops to her feet and tells him to follow her so she can make some introductions. She's definitely way more excited about this little field trip than he is. Sunmin tries to keep up, but he's struggling big time. He's gritting his teeth as the weight prohibition makes every single step feel like wading through solid lead. He watches her move with effortless grace and starts to panic internally. How is he supposed to keep up with someone who basically invented the word fast? Baek Sogo notices him falling behind and remembers his weight restriction. She realizes that for the poor guy, just walking is a full body workout. She drops some solid advice. If his body is this heavy, he needs to focus on his movement techniques. Just relying on his spear skills won't be enough to survive on this mountain. Sunmin then asks the billion-dollar question, can she teach him one? He looks hopeful for a second, but then quickly backpedals, realizing that a legendary master's techniques are basically their trade secrets. He tries to laugh it off as a joke, but you can see the sheer regret on his face. He knows he just blew a massive opportunity to level up his footwork. Big Sogo, however, isn't letting him off the hook that easily. She suddenly grabs him, declaring he's too slow and that she's just going to carry him. Sunmin is absolutely losing it, flailing wildly as she effortlessly hoists him onto her back. He was definitely not prepared for a legendary piggyback ride today. He screams, asking what in the world she's doing, but it's already too late. Big Sogo just tells him to hold on tight, and the look on her face says she's about to break the sound barrier. They take off like an actual rocket. The scenery becomes a blur of purple and white as she sprints through the jagged landscape. The wind is literally peeling Sunmin's face back. He's screaming for dear life, while Bek Sogo just charges ahead through the forest, completely unfazed. Someone in the distance spots them and realizes it's just the mute girl doing her usual high-speed runs. They seem pretty used to her antics. They finally come to a stop, and the first thing Sunmin notices is a foul smell. He's clutching his nose and gagging, wondering what kind of dump she just brought him to. Meet Scarlet Lacier, a grand magician who apparently has some very specific hygiene prohibitions. She looks like she hasn't washed or changed her clothes in a decade, and she is not happy to see them. Next up is Doc Jun, a blind martial artist who looks like he's made of pure muscle and scars. He's sharpening a massive sword and seems way more welcoming than the stinky magician. Bek Sogo introduces the future Flash herself, reminding us that she currently has prohibitions on her eye, arm, and voice. Despite the debuff, she's still the fastest thing on 2 legs. Sunmin is standing there with his eyes bugging out. He can't believe the lineup of people he's standing in front of right now. He realizes that every single person here is a future big shot who will eventually be world famous. It's like he just walked into a pre-fame gathering of the Avengers. He notes that although they're unknown right now, they'll soon be making a huge name for themselves throughout Yura. He's feeling pretty outclassed as a no-class nobody. Scarlet leans in with a creepy look, asking the kiddo what his prohibitions are. Sunmin nervously explains its weight and taste, and you can see he's already regretting this meeting. Scarlet is genuinely shocked that he's only been here a month and already has 2 restrictions. She gives him a grim warning that he won't last long. Baek Sogo explains that Scarlet came to this mountain specifically in pursuit of raw power. It's a harsh world, so her extreme methods actually make a lot of sense. Doc Jun chimes in, his scarred face looking even more terrifying up close. He says he wants to overcome his limitations no matter what the price is. This dude is the definition of no pain, no gain. He points out that all kinds of random people gather on this mountain, but almost none of them have the guts to stay. Only 4 remain, who have been trying to push their limits for over half a year. Doc Jun asks Sunman, "Right, wire," with an intense look that gives the poor kid actual goosebumps. Sunman just stammers a yes, feeling the weight of the old man's gaze. The blind warrior says he'll keep an eye on Sunman to see how long he can hold out. It's both a threat and an invitation to get stronger. Scarlet teases Bek Sogo, calling her the mute and saying she must be happy to have another crazy guy around who started with 2 prohibitions just like she did. Sunman is confused. He asks her what she means while Bek Sogo just looks at him with a neutral expression. He's starting to realize he might be more similar to these legends than he thought. We get a cute diagram of the 3 practitioners, Bek, Sogo, Scarlet, and Doc Jun. But there's a 4th one with a question mark. Who's the final member of this elite club? Bek Sogo mentions someone named Flam, but then Doc Jun immediately tells them to stop right there. The mood shifts from friendly to dead serious in a heartbeat. Scarlet gets a look of pure dread on her face. She tells Sunman point blank that he's too dangerous. Doc Jun repeats the warning with a grim expression. Whoever this Flam guy is, he's clearly on a whole different level of terrifying. If these 2 are this scared, Sunman is left standing there with big question marks over his head. He's officially entered the don't go into the basement part of his training arc. 4 months have passed since that meeting. We see the snow-capped purple mountains as the seasons change, but the grind never stops for Sunman. By the time he got used to his current state, the prohibitions just became more severe. He's shown falling through a void, his body and food constantly becoming heavier and more disgusting. He shouts that he's getting stronger as he swings his spear. He's looking way more focused and dangerous than when he first arrived. Check out those stats. After 4 months of hellish training, his Violet Dawn Mystic Art is up to 3 stars. And his Supreme 9 Heaven Spear is at 2 stars. Even with a low-grade skeleton, his growth rate is absolute insanity. He's out in the pouring rain, delivering a massive strike with his spear. The mountain is harsh, but he's carving his own path through it. He slices through a massive purple plant like it's made of butter. He's proving that he isn't just surviving the mountain, he's starting to master it. He stops for a second, panting, as he declares that the trial is definitely rewarding. He's feeling the literal weight of his progress in every muscle. His daily routine is a nightmare, spear practice all day and mystic art cultivation all night. He feels like he's spending every single moment fruitfully, even if it's pure torture. He admits that with every step, his bones feel like they're going to break and his muscles feel like they're tearing apart. But look at that smirk. He's actually starting to love the struggle. He has to do it, he thinks, looking up at a vision of Ouiji Hoyon. She's still the ultimate goal that keeps him moving forward when everything else tells him to quit. Sunman notices that his body has actually grown quite a bit. He realizes he can't even wear his old clothes anymore because he's finally putting on some actual warrior muscle. A voice calls out from the trees. Sunman freezes as a new face watches him with a playful grin. The stranger compliments his spear techniques, noting, "They're actually pretty good." Sunman keeps his weapon ready, looking at the guy with a serious expression. Sunman realizes he's never seen this person before. He jumps back as the stranger gives a friendly greeting, realizing he's just come face to face with a potential threat. Meet Flam. He's sitting on a rock looking way too relaxed for someone on a death mountain. He says it's his first time seeing someone his own age here. Flam leans in close with those creepy glowing eyes and asks for his name. Sunman just stares back, realizing he's finally met the dangerous fourth member of the group. Scarlet looks like she's seen a ghost as she asks Sunman if he's ever seen a real genius. She's casually playing with fire magic while warning him that talent in this world isn't what he thinks it is. Dokjun's scarred face looks even grimmer as he explains that for a real genius, the desperate efforts of others mean absolutely nothing. They can accomplish with a smirk what others spend a lifetime failing to achieve. Bigo gives the final most chilling warning, telling him not to meet Flam. She looks genuinely worried for Sunman, knowing that encountering that guy is a one-way ticket to a mental breakdown. And here he is, Flam. He looks like a typical high schooler, but the caption telling him he'll end up in despair tells you everything you need to know about this blue-haired menace. Sunman is staring at him, sweating bullets. He can feel the gap in their levels just by standing in the guy's presence, and he's already second-guessing his life choices. Flam notices the tension and asks why he's so nervous just over a name. Sunman manages to stammer out his name, looking like a deer in the headlights. Flam gives a sly smirk, realizing Sunman has already heard the rumors about him. He calls him out for being rude and not saying hello to someone his own age sooner. Sunman tries to brush him off, saying he's too busy training to hang out. Flam repeats the word training with a tone so condescending it makes you want to punch him. Sunman turns away, thinking he doesn't have time to waste on a guy like this. He's internally raging because he knows Flam is a real genius, and seeing it in person is just depressing. Sunman keeps walking, but Flam isn't letting him go that easily. The purple aura around Flam suggests he's about to do something to prove exactly why everyone is scared of him. Flam asks a simple question. What is he going to train with? Sunman looks over his shoulder, completely confused as to why the guy is still bothering him. Sunman gestures to his side, saying he'll use his spear, but then his eyes go wide. He realizes his hand is clutching nothing but thin air. Flam is suddenly standing right behind him, casually holding Sunman's spear. He examines it like it's a toy, admitting it's his first time even holding a weapon like this. He gives a bright, innocent smile while holding the stolen spear. It's the kind of face a kid makes when they're about to break your favorite toy just to see how it works. Sunman is losing his mind. He screams internally, wondering when the heck he even took it, feeling the ultimate humiliation of a martial artist being disarmed by a kid who isn't even trying. He stares at his empty hand, falling into a pit of confusion and anger. He can't even fathom the speed Flam must have used to snatch that spear without him noticing. Flam tells him to relax, saying he's just borrowing it for a second. He looks at Sunman with fake concern, asking why he's so surprised that a genius can do whatever he wants. He asks if he can just copy what Sunman did. As he takes a stance, he's looking at the spear with a terrifyingly quick understanding of its mechanics. Flam executes the second stance of the Supreme Nine Heaven Spear in Sunman's style. He's perfectly mirroring the technique Sunman spent months sweating and bleeding to learn. He delivers a massive strike that actually looks more powerful than Sunman's version. The shockwave of the impact is shown in a stark grayscale panel of pure force. The technique name Lightning Splitting. Chasing Strike appears as Flam executes a follow-up move. He's not just copying it. He's performing it with a level of grace that's insulting. A massive sound effect accompanies the destruction. Flam has literally carved a path through the landscape using a move he just saw for the first time. Sunman is absolutely devastated, his eyes hollow, as he realizes what just happened. He's realized that Ouija Hoyan isn't the only monster in this world. Flam just improved a technique he'd only seen once. Flam is laughing his head off, rubbing it in, with a grin that says, "I'm the happiest guy alive." He asks if he's better than Sunman, whose soul is currently exiting his body from pure despair. A close-up on Flam's mouth reveals a sinister, dark smirk. This kid isn't just talented, he genuinely gets a kick out of being better than everyone else. Sunman flinches, his form turning into a rough sketch as the sheer hopelessness washes over him. Flam casually admits he doesn't get why everyone struggles so hard on this mountain when they clearly lack any real talent, all while leaning nonchalantly on the spear. Staring off into the distance, he wonders aloud why people even bother trying when he can surpass all their hard work with a single glance. He turns his empty purple gaze back to Sunman and asks, "Why do you guys train so hard when you know you'll never be good enough?" His voice is filled with genuine patronizing confusion. Sunman, shrouded in shadows, can only glare back with a face contorted in rage. Flam starts listing off the other masters, Dobi Bay Sogo and that stinking monster, as if they're all just a bunch of pathetic tryhards. Flam complains that every time he asks about their techniques, they just get angry and throw him out. He brags that he could easily copy everything they did from swordplay to magic and genuinely wonders what everyone's problem is. In his mind, all the other practitioners on the mountain are just kids playing dress-up pretending to be experts. Flam then mentions that there are real geniuses out there who would make even the masters on this mountain look like amateurs looking up as if searching for them. We get a flash of powerful warriors standing together on a mountain peak, radiating immense power. Flam questions how a regular guy like Sunman could even dare to look at people on that level. Sunman immediately thinks of Ouija Hoyon, realizing she was completely different. Even though she was a certified genius, she never felt the need to flaunt it or belittle him the way this little brat is doing right now. Sunman glares at Flam, realizing the kid knows exactly how pathetic he looks to an ordinary person and is loving every single second of this power trip. Sunman is reaching his breaking point. Flam tries to change the subject, asking about Sunman's prohibition so he can share his own. He's acting like they're best friends, sharing secrets, which just fuels Sunman's fury even more. With a loud sound effect, Sunman finally snaps. Gritting his teeth, he tells the brat to take his spear back and get the hell out of his sight. Sunman starts storming off, shouting at Flam to get lost. He's hit the point where he'd rather be alone than spend one more second being mocked. He gives Flam a final warning, telling him to never come near him again. His face is a twisted mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. Flam, on the other hand, looks genuinely surprised and asks what's with the sudden hostility. He truly has no idea that he did anything wrong, which is frankly the most terrifying thing about him. Flam suggests that Sunman should just stop wasting his time and leave the mountain for good. He tells him that with his mediocre skills, he could at least make a decent living as a commoner. Sunman can't take it anymore and throws a desperate rage-fueled punch. A massive shockwave echoes through the clearing as he pours all of his frustration into that single strike. Flam blocks the punch with one hand, looking completely bored. He reminds Sunman that there's a rule against fighting on the mountain and tells him to know his place. We get a close-up of Flam's chilling expression seen just behind Sunman's fist. He's glowing with a sinister purple aura, looking less like a child and more like a demon in disguise. Flam simply tells him, "You're too weak." He casually swats the fist away and asks if Sunman only threw that punch because he knew the rules would protect him from a proper counterattack. Sunman is now on the ground, struggling to move against an invisible, crushing pressure. Flam taunts him, saying it must be tough for someone so pathetic to figure out the right time to throw a tantrum. Just then, Flam senses another person and glances back. "I knew you were hiding and listening in," he says, as Sogo appears in the distance. Flam tells her not to give him that look. He claims he was just returning the spear and that Sunman was the one who got violent first. He points at Sunman, telling Sogo that the kid's spear technique is incredible, but he's absolute trash at actually using it. He's right back to being a savage critic. Sunman is trembling with rage, but Flam just plows ahead, completely unfazed. He tells him he doubts Sunman will ever reach 6 stars with the tiny scrap of talent he was born with. Then Flam explains the mountain's twisted logic. The more difficult the prohibition, the greater the blessing you receive from the goddess of trials. We see a doodle of the goddess that is somehow both cute and unsettling, handing out power-ups to suffering practitioners. He tells Sunman that pushing himself to the absolute limit is the only way to get strong fast. Flam looks like he's giving advice, but his tone makes it sound like a vicious taunt. Sunman is doubled over, making gagging noises. The combination of the heavy weight and Flam's toxic personality is literally making him sick. Flam actually has the audacity to cover Sunman's mouth while he's retching. He just keeps lecturing him about prohibitions while Sunman is having a full-blown physical and mental breakdown on the side of a cliff. Flam leans over Sogo's shoulder, acting all chummy, while Sunman is visibly suffering in the background. It's a deeply disturbing scene that highlights just how disconnected Flam is from normal human emotions. Suddenly, Sunman breaks free and dashes forward in a low, aggressive sprint. He's done with words and is channeling all that frustration into his movements. Suddenly, Bakugo clutches her neck as her prohibition seal erupts with intense purple sparks. She looks like she's in absolute agony, her face a mask of pure terror. She lets out a silent scream, her eyes wide with agony. The rules of the mountain are punishing her for something, and she can't even speak to explain what's happening. While she's in agony, Sunman is already way out in the clearing, tearing through the purple forest like a man possessed. Blam and So can only watch from the cliff top as he vanishes into the brush. Talent. The word explodes across the panel in giant black letters. We see Sunman upside down falling through a white void of pure self-loathing. He's gritting his teeth, his face a mess of tears and blood. He screams Mercy's name to the heavens, cursing the god in the mountain for pushing him to this point. He stands under the moonlight on the jagged mountain peaks, screaming at the top of his lungs. He's finally hit his breaking point, ready to do anything to get stronger. The god's shadow looms over him. She commands the human to speak, watching the broken boy with a neutral, godlike indifference. Sunman clenches his fist, his eyes filled with a terrifying resolve. He declares that he'll add another prohibition, choosing more suffering just to close the gap with the geniuses. Strange geometric cubes and floating debris drift in a cosmic void. It looks like we've left the mountain and entered a totally different dimension. Sunman is sweating, looking around in a total panic. He's completely lost and shouts into the empty void, asking where on earth he is. A small purple figure floats down towards Sunman, who's now clutching his spear. The difference in scale makes him look like a tiny ant compared to the vastness of this space. The purple girl introduces herself with a smug grin, announcing that this space belongs to her. And yep, she's Mercy, the god of the mountain. Sunman starts shaking as the realization hits him. He's standing in front of a literal god, and he can barely get a word out without stuttering. Mercy floats lazily, calling Sunman out for all the trash he was talking earlier. She tells him to drop the polite act, adding that she isn't buying it for a second. She gets right down to business and asks if he really wants to add another prohibition. Sunman doesn't hesitate for a second and gives her a firm yes. The weight of his current situation is crystal clear. He's already struggling with prohibitions on taste and weight, but those dark eyes show he's ready to double down on the pain. Mercy leans in close, her purple hair swirling around them. She points out that he can't even handle the two he has now, so why on earth would he want to suffer even more? Mercy starts cackling at him. She's genuinely amused by his audacity and asks if he's only this brave because he's already returned from death once. Sunman freezes, a massive jolt of shock running through him. His heart is probably hammering in his chest because a literal god just casually revealed his biggest secret. Mercy's eyes glow with a terrifying purple light. She explains that a god's eyes see right through the messy causality of a mortal like him. She gives him a grim reminder about the laws of nature. Every mortal is destined to die from the moment they're born. She says this while gesturing toward a pile of bleached bones as we see a silhouette of a person being crushed by the weight of causality. Mercy explains that going against death is essentially defying the very fabric of the universe. She looks at Sunman with genuine interest, noting that even though he isn't some transcendental being, he somehow managed to twist the chains of causality. He died, yet he came back to live again. Sunman asks the billion-dollar question, will the fact that his causality is all messed up have negative consequences? He's worried his little shortcut through time might have a nasty side effect. Mercy gets a wicked grin as she explains that his soul is currently racked with tremendous karma. Defying death might feel natural to him now, but the universe always collects its debts. The god laughs manically, telling him it won't affect him while he's alive. But the real kicker is that after he dies again, he'll suffer for hundreds of millions of hours in the afterlife. Sunman is sweating buckets, realizing that his regression came with a one-way ticket to super hell. He grips his spear, looking absolutely horrified by the price of his second chance. He tries to play it cool, thinking to himself that it doesn't matter if it only affects him after death. His priority right now is surviving the present no matter the future cost. Suddenly, we're back on the mountain. Sogo is standing there looking concerned as she watches Sun Min wake up from his vision. He's shivering uncontrollably on the ground, his body already reacting to the new power. Sogo asks if he actually went and added another prohibition while she was gone. He manages a shaky yes. He looks like he's about to collapse from the cold, trembling so hard you can almost hear it. Sogo gives him a look that's a mix of pure pity and frustration. She just can't believe this kid is being so reckless with his own life. So asks what fresh hell he's just signed up for. Sunman is barely keeping it together, his eyes looking completely glazed over. She mentions the concepts of warmth and dreams. Sunman's internal monologue shows he's feeling the immediate, brutal effects of his choice, so calls him crazy straight up. She warns him that prohibitions on abstract concepts like these are infinitely more severe than merely physical ones. The ban on warmth hits hard. Sunman is huddling by a fire, but he's still shivering uncontrollably. No matter how close he gets to the flames, he feels an endless bone-chilling cold. Then there's the prohibition of dreams. Dark, clawed hands reach out from the shadows to grab him, turning every attempt at rest into a waking nightmare. His subconscious is a mess of chained skulls and glowing eyes. The horrors of his childhood and his anxiety are manifesting in their worst possible forms. He's curled in a ball in the middle of a psychic storm. His memories of Earth and his parents are being twisted into monsters that haunt his sleep. The seal on his back glows brightly, signaling that his rest is officially gone. Sleeping is no longer about recovery. It's just another form of battle, so stares at him, calling him a crazy bastard under her breath. She's never seen someone push themselves this close to the edge of sanity. She screams at him, asking what he was thinking when he did something so reckless. She points out that with his progress, he would have reached a high level soon anyway without the extra torture. Sunman just gives her a hollow look and says he doesn't have it. He's clearly talking about his talent or lack thereof. He repeats it again, sounding defeated. He doesn't have talent. The realization is clearly what's driving his madness, so pauses her expression, softening. She realizes that his achievement in martial arts is great for his age, but he's growing way slower compared to the number of debuffs he's carrying. She notes the disharmony between his talent and his skills. She's finally understanding why he's so desperate. He's trying to brute force his way past a lack of natural gifts with pure suffering. Sunmin thinks back to Ouija Hoyon. He has a goal, but his mind keeps telling him it's impossible to reach it with his meager talent. He clarifies that he didn't do this just because he was angry after seeing Flam. Flam just showed him the harsh reality of what he needs to do to survive. Sunman clenches his fist until his leather gloves creak. He knows that to stand side by side with geniuses who have extraordinary talent, he has to do things that are completely outside of common sense. So watches him as he sits on the ground, looking like a man possessed. The tension between them is heavy as she processes his insane resolve. So stands tall, looking down at him with a serious expression. She's actually acknowledging his spirit even if she thinks he's a lunatic. Sunmin stares back with dark circles under his eyes. He's clearly not getting any sleep, but his gaze is sharper than ever. So cracks a tiny smile and admits he has quite a high goal. She says she thinks she knows exactly how he feels, which is a big deal coming from her. We get a close-up of her smirking. She reveals her own secret. Her goal is to become the strongest in the world. Sunman is shocked, his eyes wide. He didn't expect the quiet girl to have such a massive ambition. She gives him a mischievous look, repeating her goal. She's basically telling him they're in the same boat of aiming for the impossible. Sunman reminds her that she previously offered to teach him movement techniques, but he laughed it off as a joke. He's looking for a way to bridge the talent gap. So looks surprised, asking what he's talking about. Her neutral expression is gone, replaced by genuine shock. She suddenly slams a book onto the ground in front of him. She tells him this is the secret manual, deciding to help him for real this time. The manual is old and weathered. The text reveals its name as Shadowless Soul Flight. It's both a movement technique and a mystic art. Sunman opens the book and is immediately blown away. He realizes this technique is comparable to the Violet Dawn mystic art and the Supreme Nine Heaven Spear. He asks why she's giving it to him, so turns away, her face hidden. She tells him to call her his senior sister from now on, and that she's helping him because she knows he isn't someone who'd give up. Sunman sits on the ground holding the new manual, looking completely drained. So rests beside him. They're still stuck on the topic of whether her help is just out of sympathy or something else. But for a guy with no talent, a legendary manual is a legendary manual. A quiet moment passes as the two practitioners sit side by side in the forest. Sunman looks at, so finally starting to see her as more than just a future tragedy he needs to avoid. So gives him a gentle knowing smile even without being able to speak. Her expression says she's happy to have someone else who refuses to give up on this mountain. The scene shifts to a wide view of the eerie purple-capped mountains. So's signature line, about being kind, hangs in the air, leaving Sunman staring blankly at the sky, wondering what he just signed up for. System notifications start pinging everywhere. The system confirms his new acquisition, Shadowless Soulflight. His status window is finally looking respectable, proudly displaying 3 stars, his mystic art, and his newly combined spear style. And just like that, a nightmare begins. In a world consumed by purple static, we witness the first stance of the Supreme 9 Heaven Spear Sunungman style, the soul-chasing killing strike. The spearhead becomes a blur of purple energy, piercing straight through the shadow of a fallen opponent. We get a dark close-up of the victim teeth gritted in a final moment of agony. This is no sparring match. It's a cold-blooded execution. Ouija Hoyan looms in the background, a terrifying silhouette cloaked in red energy. She looks less like a friend and more like the Grim Reaper waiting to collect a soul. The clash continues with brutal efficiency. Blood splatters across the static-filled background as a blade carves through the air, showing no mercy to its target. Now we're on to the 5th stance, Fatal Flash. The strike is so fast it leaves a trail of purple fire aiming for a decisive kill. It's absolute carnage. A figure is literally being torn limb from limb in this purple void. It's a gruesome display of power that leaves nothing but utter devastation in its wake. Sunman is trapped in this nightmare, his hands shaking as a voice calls out to him. Ouija Hoyan is standing right there, asking if this is truly all he's accomplished after 10 long years of training. She turns her back on him, her words cutting deeper than any blade ever could. She declares it was a mistake to ever teach him, calling his entire journey a complete waste of hope and effort. She reaches out, touching his chest as her hand glows with a blinding white light. She informs him that he won't be needing his power anymore because she's taking back everything she ever gave him. Sunman is hunched over, coughing up blood as he feels his core being shattered. Ouija Hoyan coldly tells him his Dantian is destroyed, ending his life as a martial artist forever. A sickening crunch echoes through the void as her hand crushes his energy center. The betrayal is absolute, leaving him broken and bleeding in the darkness of his own mind. He's desperate and dying. Sunman reaches out towards her silhouette as she walks away, begging her to wait. His world is literally dissolving into purple static around him. He screams into the void for her to wait, insisting he can still go on. His eyes are wide with madness and despair as he calls out her name one last time. Sunman bolts upright, gasping for air and clawing at his chest. His eyes are bloodshot and wild. He's just jolted awake from the worst nightmare of his life. He's back on the mountain, shivering on the cold, hard ground. He lets out a pained groan, the phantom sensations of the dream still lingering in his body. A voice from the shadows asks who Ouija Hoyan is. Sunman looks up in a panic to see Scarlet standing there, watching him with keen interest. He looks down at his hands, which are still trembling. He's shocked to realize it was all a dream, but the fear is still terrifyingly real. Scarlet stands over him, hands on her hips, looking utterly suspicious. She asks if Ouija Hoyan is his girlfriend, cheekily adding that he was shouting her name like a lovesick teenager. She leans in way too close and Sunman is immediately hit by a wall of pure stench. Scarlet hasn't washed in months because of her prohibition, and the air around her is so foul you can practically see it. She practically pries his eyelid open with her fingers to get a better look at him. Sunman is gagging his inner monologue, screaming that his eyeballs are actually burning from the overwhelming smell of her unwashed body. Scarlet's face is inches from his, her red eyes glowing as she notes that he took on the toughest prohibitions, warmth, and dreams. She bluntly informs him that at this rate, he's going to die and very soon. Doc Jun stands in the background while Sunman is literally gagging for air. The poor kid is getting double-teamed by a stinky magician and a blind swordsman while he's still half delirious. Scarlet keeps talking, completely oblivious to the fact that her very presence constitutes a form of biological warfare. Meanwhile, Sunman looks like he's about to pass out all over again. Sunman manages to stammer out an apology, blaming the weakness of his body. He finally asks the million-dollar question, why on earth are the two of them here? Scarlet gives him a wide, slightly creepy grin. She says they're here to help, which somehow sounds more threatening than reassuring. Bayok Exigo is also in the clearing, watching the scene while pinching her nose. Scarlet explains that the mute, referring to his senior sister, kept pestering them to come and give the kid a hand. Sunman looks over at his senior sister with a mix of gratitude and confusion. He never expected her to call in reinforcements for his training. Scarlet announces that she brought gifts, presenting 4 glowing scrolls with a dramatic flourish. Looks like she's finally showing off some actual magic gear. She explains that since they're otherworlders, they can use these magic scrolls to learn techniques, instantly bypassing years of study. It's a convenient shortcut, and one they definitely need right now. Model. Dopey Jun watches with an expression of mild pity. He's seen plenty of trainees come and go, but none quite as stubborn or desperate as Sun Man. The scene pulls back to a wide shot of the mountain, bathed in the light of a gorgeous yet slightly ominous purple sunset. And now the real training is about to begin. Dopey Jun stands at the ready, his sword held in a relaxed yet lethal posture. He questions if Sunman can even handle a spar in his current condition. Sunman tightens his grip on his spear, the purple seal on his back glowing faintly. He vows to give it his all despite being drained from the freezing, nightmare-filled night. The two face off in the clearing, 2 minuscule figures set against a vast purple-hued landscape. It's the seasoned master versus the talentless regressor with nothing but endless grit. Time for a quick magic tutorial. Scarlet begins by explaining the first technique, Mental Clear. It's a spell designed specifically to cleanse a mind clouded by nightmares. Sunman activates the magic, and the camera zooms in for a close-up on his eyes. We see the darkness in his gaze recede as the mental fog from the nightmare finally clears. Next up are the buff spells Strength and Haste. These are basic spells that boost his strength and speed, pretty essential when everything you're carrying weighs 5 times its normal amount. Sparks fly as they clash in a high-speed exchange of blows. Those buffs are the only thing preventing him from being completely overwhelmed by the old man's superior skill and the crushing weight of his own body. As the sun continues its descent, casting long shadows across the purple-tinted mountains, the pace of their training clearly intensifies. Sun Man is doubled over, gasping for air, while Dopey Jun stands perfectly composed. The skill gap between them is still massive, and our boy is hitting his physical limit. So Scarlet introduces the third spell, Fatigue Recovery. For a training junkie like Sunman, it's a literal lifesaver. But as always, every miracle has its price. Sunman is panting as the recovery magic kicks in. He's glowing with renewed energy, but his expression reveals he understands the heavy toll it's taking. He knows that overusing this particular spell can drain his life force, which is basically a one-way ticket to an early grave. But if he wants to keep up with this hellish training regimen, he doesn't have any other choice. Dopey Jun doesn't hold back his criticism, remarking that Sunman couldn't even last 100 seconds against a blind old man. The kid just sighs and promises to do better next time. That's when Jun notices Sunman is shivering again, despite the strenuous spar. Looking genuinely concerned, he asks if the prohibition of warmth is flaring up again. Sunman is shaking violently, his teeth chattering as a bone-chilling cold completely takes over his body. He's utterly defenseless against the mountain's strange curse. Dopey Jun steps in, placing a hand on Sunman's chest. He's channeling his own internal energy to stimulate the kid's circulation and metabolism, and the relief is instantaneous. Sunman's shaking subsides as he thanks the old man. His breathing finally returns to normal as warmth spreads throughout his body. Dopey Jun explains that he's simply pressing on specific blood vessels to help generate internal heat. It's just a temporary fix, but it's enough to help Sunman survive the night. With that, Jun turns his back, ready to head home. Looking every bit the grizzled mentor he's become, he tells the kid to take care of himself. He then adds that it's surprisingly hard to find a decent sparring partner up on this mountain, so he needs Sunman to stay alive. Talk about a tsundere way of showing you care. Sunman watches him leave, looking completely exhausted. He realizes that without this kind of help, he would have died a long time ago in this second life as well. He stands there alone as the sky transitions into a fiery orange. The weight of his gratitude is beginning to feel just as heavy as the prohibitions sealed on his back. He reflects on how many people have helped him since he regressed. He's standing tall, but his mind is racing with a sudden, unsettling realization. His eyes widen as a literal chill runs down his spine, causing him to flinch. Something about this entire situation is starting to feel deeply wrong. As if on cue, the purple seal on his back flares with energy. He freezes in his tracks, wondering if this is even possible. He clutches his head, his face, a mixture of suspicion and dawning fear. He realizes the whole situation feels unnatural, as if he's being manipulated by some invisible hand. His thoughts drift to the people from Xenovis. He knows Zenus wasn't such a warm-hearted place in his previous life. So why is everyone suddenly bending over backwards to help a talentless, no-class kid? Just then, Scarlet walks up to Dopey Jun, complaining about his smell again. Even in the middle of a serious moment, she's still a walking, talking hygiene disaster. She grumbles at the old man, threatening to burn him to a crisp once they're off the mountain. She's clearly annoyed that he's giving her such a hard time over skipping a few baths. Jun asks if she just got back from sparring with the kid. She admits that while he's still slow, he is improving little by little. It's clear that they both see some hidden potential in him. Scarlet can't believe a grumpy martial artist like Jun is taking care of someone so devotedly. Jun just brushes it off, saying he was merely asked to help. Jun throws it right back at her, pointing out that she also went out of her way to craft those magic scrolls herself. He asks her why she's going to such lengths for a complete stranger. For once, Scarlet's tough expression softens as she looks away. She admits she doesn't know why her usually fiery red eyes looking a little lost in the fading light. She gazes into the purple forest, thinking about the kid who just refuses to quit. The silence between the two masters hangs heavy with unspoken thoughts. She admits that when she sees him, she just can't bring herself to walk away. Her silhouette is cast against the dark woods, a rare moment of genuine compassion. Back at his camp, Sunman feels their eyes on him. He realizes he's becoming more sensitive to his surroundings, even to things he can't see directly. Shaking his head, he puts on a brave face. He tells himself not to overthink it. He's just gotten lucky in this life. The sparkles in the background show he's choosing to believe in the kindness of his new companions. We hit a time skip as another half a year passes over the jagged purple peaks of the mountain. The seasons might change, but the grueling grind for our main character never stops. Flashes of movement reveal that training is well underway in the middle of the purple forest. Sunmin is putting his body through absolute hell just to see even the slightest bit of progress. Just take a look at his hand. It's shaking violently as he struggles to maintain his grip on the spear. The weight prohibition has reached a point where just holding a weapon feels like lifting a mountain. He's panting and shivering, barely able to hold his spear steady in the clearing. Every muscle in his body is screaming in protest, but his eyes are still locked on his imaginary target. A close-up shows Sunman looking absolutely ragged and drenched in sweat. He's reaching his limit, but those intense eyes show that his spirit is still very much in the game. He finally collapses to the ground, using his spear for support as he gasps for air. It's a quiet, lonely moment that underscores just how brutal this self-imposed training really is. His heavy footsteps echo as he forces himself to trek through the woods. Every step is a monumental effort against the invisible weight crushing his shoulders. He senses someone behind him and shoots a sharp, wary look over his shoulder. Even when he's half dead from exhaustion, his survival instincts are always dialed up to 11. And speak of the devil, it's Flam. The blue-haired prodigy is just standing there with a smug look, calling Sunman Lare again because apparently he hasn't come up with a better insult in 6 months. Flam mocks him, saying he didn't think Sunman would even make it half a year. He seems genuinely astonished that the kid has managed to survive an entire year on this mountain. Sunman just keeps walking, treating Flam like he's not even there and completely ignoring the trash talk. Flam looks slightly irritated that he isn't getting the usual rise out of his favorite punching bag. Flam keeps pestering him, wondering why he's being so quiet today. Sunman just stares ahead with a blank, deadpan expression, looking completely over Flam's entire existence. Flam finally notices the purple seal glowing on Sunman's neck. He's taken on the prohibition of voice. He's literally mute now, which finally explains the silent treatment. Flam bursts out laughing, finding it absolutely hilarious that Sunman chose such a convenient restriction. He jokes that it's not like there's much to talk about on this godforsaken mountain anyway. Regardless, Flam walks alongside him, still running his mouth about how Sunman only picks the hardest paths. He's mocking the kid, but you can tell he's carefully sizing up how much stronger the Lare has become. Suddenly, a spear thrust flashes by with a sharp whoosh. Sunman finally snaps with a move of his own, clearly signaling that he's tired of Flam's non-stop chatter. Flam just gives a sideways glance, completely unfazed by the surprise attack. He tells Sunman to watch and learn, preparing to show off the gap between hard work and true genius. A flashback to Sunman's training reveals just how much he's improved in half a year. His parry, hold, and pierce are all looking incredibly clean, disciplined, and professional. Even Flam has to admit that the movement techniques from Bakugo have harmonized perfectly with Sunman's spear style. He's impressed in his own annoying way, watching the results of a year of pure torture. Flam mocks him, asking if that's all he's got, even while under 5 prohibitions. He acts like he's just offering friendly advice, but his aura is steadily growing more aggressive. Sunman launches a flurry of strikes, the whistling sound attesting to the sheer speed of his weapon. He's not here for a lecture. He's letting his spear do the talking. Flam's face is a mask of utter confidence as he analyzes the incoming strikes. He looks like he could counter this entire routine in his sleep without breaking a sweat. A close-up shows a hand gripping the spear's staff with a sharp crack. The tension is reaching a boiling point for a real clash between the regressor and the genius. Flam gets right in Sunman's face, telling him not to use his voice prohibition as an excuse to give him the silent treatment. He boasts that he can understand everything just by reading the shape of Sunman's lips. Through his exhaustion, Sunman manages a small, bloody smirk. He has his own thoughts about this so-called genius and refuses to be intimidated by all the bluster. Flam's expression turns dark and serious as he looms over Sunman. He warns the boy that he can look down on others all he wants, but he will not tolerate some nobody looking down on him. He taunts Sunman, daring him to try and kill him, and reminding him that the only thing keeping him safe is the mountain's no-violence rule. Flam suddenly lunges forward with a heavy, unexpected strike. Sunman is caught completely off guard, barely having time to brace for the impact. Sunman is sent flying backward and hits the ground hard. Flam stands over him, looking down with absolute cold contempt, and lets out a manic laugh, calling the kid pathetic for struggling on the ground. He asks if Sunman is crawling around because he's nothing but a larva compared to a true genius. Sunman is on his knees, gritting his teeth in pain as his prohibition seal glows. He realizes Flam found a loophole to injure him indirectly, without technically breaking the rules. Flam holds up the stolen spear, and it suddenly begins humming with an insane blue light. He's casually flexing a level of power that Sunman hasn't even dreamed of touching. The kid is using sword shy, that high-level trick where you pump internal energy directly into a blade to basically make it a lightsaber. And it's a technique that usually only peak-level masters can pull off. Flam starts trash-talking, asking how many decades it would take a talentless guy like Sunman to learn this skill. He basically says that even if Sunman trained until he dropped dead, he'd never reach this level, as blue energy explodes from the spear, while Flam rants about how unfair the world is. He's bragging that in a few minutes he can achieve what Sunman has been killing himself to accomplish for 2 lifetimes. Flam asks if it's even worth it for him to keep going when his efforts are so meaningless, but Sunman just stares back with cold, dead eyes. He simply mouths the word, "yeah," proving his resolve is way tougher than his current stats. Sunman thinks to himself that dwelling on his lack of talent is just a one-way ticket to despair. He's actually thankful to Flam for showing up whenever his training started to get dull. He decides to just keep struggling slowly like a larva no matter how long it takes. That's his new mantra for survival in this completely unfair world. Sunman's eyes glow with a dark, terrifying resolve. Looking at his rival, he vows that someday he'll be the one to put a spear right through Flam's confident body. A massive shockwave of purple and black energy erupts between them. Sunman pushes his internal energy to its absolute limit in response to Flam's overwhelming presence. The energy clash is intense with white light and impact sounds filling the frame. Sunman unleashes every drop of power he's cultivated over the past year. Flam just watches as a massive tree trunk is cleanly sliced in two by the residual force. He hums to himself, looking intrigued by the kid's sudden explosive burst of power. Sunman stands in the aftermath, panting but steady as the dust settles around him. He's survived another round of Flam's physical and mental toxicity. Flam gives one last creepy smirk as he walks away, telling Sunman he'll look forward to the day he finally gives up and starts crying from despair. "In your dreams," Sunman thinks to himself, glaring at his rivals retreating back. He's not going anywhere until he's the strongest person on this mountain. A month later, it's time for another trial. A being named Mercy appears in her purple cosmic space and tells Sunman it's time to choose yet another prohibition. Sunman chooses the sense of hearing for his next restriction. He's now training while completely deaf to the world. It's a torturous choice as his head is now filled with terrible noise that looks like red static. The narration says he can't get used to them no matter how hard he tries. That makes 6 prohibitions in total. Sunman is currently enduring a level of physical and mental torture that would break most people in an hour, yet he still swings his spear every single day. The grind has become purely mechanical. At this point, parry, hold, pierce. He's repeated these basic motions hundreds of thousands of times until they have become as natural as breathing. He's finally starting to see the payoff, having managed to harmonize the Supreme Nine Heaven Spear, the Violet Dawn Mystic Art, and the Shadowless Soul Flight into one single lethal style. We get a look at his training partners, the blind master Dopey Jun and his senior sister Baek So. He has spent countless hours absorbing everything they had to teach him. Even a tiny version of Scarlet is there. He remembers her joking that she didn't do much, but her magic scrolls and that particular stench of hers were actually weirdly effective motivators. It's a cruel irony, really. The stronger he becomes, the harder the mountain pushes back. The weight gets heavier, the food tastes worse, and the nightmares are so intense, it feels like he never truly rests. His body is enveloped in intense chills and the unending Sounds in his ears are driving him to the brink of insanity. He looks like a ghost of his former self, just barely hanging on. Strangely enough, it was a comfort at times, since the hearing prohibition blocked out the annoying Flam whenever he came around. Talk about a silver lining. He continues his slow larva-like struggle to improve. We see the maggot imagery again representing his slow but completely unstoppable growth. A close-up on Sunman's determined face. He's looking ahead with a steady gaze, proving his spirit hasn't been broken by anything the mountain has thrown at him. Sunman finds himself back in Mai's cosmic space. He's confused, asking why he was summoned when there's still time left before his next prohibition choice. Imhai looks at him with a different, more serious expression than before. She addresses him as Practitioner Lee Sunman, her purple hair flowing around her in the void. The final panel is simple and incredibly powerful. She congratulates him on overcoming her trial. After 1 year of absolute hell, Sunman has officially finished the trial of Mercy's Mountain. Sunman is completely dumbfounded. He asks what trial she's talking about, trying to wrap his head around the idea that his arch-rival might not even be a real person. Mai looks at him through Flam's eyes. In a twisted sense, she explains that Flam's entire existence was designed specifically as a barrier for him to overcome. The realization hits Sunman like a ton of bricks. In short, everything about Flam, his arrogance, his talent, his taunts, was all part of the mountain's master plan. A close-up of Sunman's face shows the gears turning as he finally understands the scope of the trial. He's been fighting a shadow designed by a god this whole time. Mercy confirms it with a calm, almost hollow expression. Flam's very existence is a trial, a personification of the despair that elite talent inflicts on the untalented. She points out the other legendary figures on the mountain: Biixago, Scarlet, and Dopey Jun. All of them stayed for more than half a year, and all of them became reputable powerhouses in Era. Sunman watches Flam's silhouette walk away, still reeling from the shock. He realizes why he'd never heard of Flam in his previous life, because a person with that much talent simply didn't exist in the real world. He stares into the void, admitting to himself that he always thought it was weird that his greatest psychological hurdle wasn't even a real practitioner. Mercy reveals her methodology. She used that overpowering talent as a specialized trial to make practitioners fall into absolute despair and give up. We see a mental image of the other three masters looking up at a glowing Flam. Even those who were considered highly talented would look at him and feel their own efforts were worthless. The prodigy existed to make everyone else run away in shame. But then she looks at Sunman and realizes he was the only one who didn't flinch. A dark, gritty shot of Sunman's face shows his incredible resolve. Despite being so untalented, he didn't shy away from the gap in power. He turned that genius into his singular goal. Mercy admits that her plan failed with him. It was a reckless way of trying to break his spirit, but she was unable to make him feel the despair she wanted. Mercy confesses that she actually liked his recklessness. She's watching him with a mix of respect and curiosity, realizing he's a very unique individual. The goddess turns into a glowing purple silhouette and gives him a final warning. He must never reveal the truth about Flam to the other practitioners, or he'll face the literal wrath of a god. She asks if he plans to keep training on this harsh mountain. Sunman gives a resolute "of course," showing he's not done with his self-imposed torture yet. Mercy tells him that the reward for overcoming her trial won't be given now. He'll only receive his prize the moment he finally decides to leave the mountain. She offers him a shortcut, asking if he will give her his soul. She'll give him strength he couldn't get in 100 years. Sunman isn't having it, and tells her he doesn't need that kind of shady deal. Mercy lets out a sharp cackle, her jagged teeth showing in a creepy grin. She wonders if he'll continue to crawl slowly and work hard instead of taking the easy way out. Sunman looks down his face, shrouded in shadow. He's chosen the long road, the one paved with effort rather than divine handouts. In his first life, Sunman really hated the word effort. To him, the starting lines were too different, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to the geniuses. He used to hate those who dismissed the difference in talent by just telling him to work harder. And it felt like a slap in the face to his actual struggles. He remembers his previous life, where he made defeatism his refuge. He'd always reached for a brighter future, but it was just out of his grasp because deep down he never believed he could actually get there. But that's all in the past. After his fateful encounters with Seo and Uiji Hoyan, he's finally run out of excuses to stay weak. A text box pops up over our hero's lonely figure, posing the big question, how's life this time around? He's taking a moment to reflect on just how much his mindset has changed. Staring at the glowing seal on his back, He admits it took a whole regression for him to finally start trying. Yep, he's officially done running from himself. A smirk plays on his lips as he vows to struggle and squirm until the very end. He's fully embraced his role as the larva, destined to one day grow wings. Mercy looks over at him, admitting that thanks to him, she's actually started to like the word effort. She's discovering an unexpected beauty in the whole struggle. Then her personality does a complete 180. She gets all bubbly, spins around, and asks if she should have a little chat with herself. Sunman just stares, completely baffled by her sudden mood swing. Mercy gets serious again, telling him that in the world of Arya, there's no such thing as a coincidence. Everything, even his regression, is part of a grand cosmic causality. A flashback shows us otherworlders being summoned from various dimensions. These newcomers are granted special benefits in the form of skills, but Mercy poses a chilling question: for what purpose? Her expression turns serious once more, her face cast in an eerie purple glow within the void. She's hinting at a massive, hidden agenda behind Arya's entire summoning system. Sunman is trying his best to keep up, but he is completely out of his league here. He realizes that even though she's seemingly talking to herself, the message is 100% meant for him. Mercy turns and walks away, her purple hair flowing behind her. It's clear she's trying to give him an indirect warning, but she's bound by rules that stop her from just spitting it out. The screen flashes white as she pauses. Yukan cut the tension with a knife as the goddess prepares to wrap things up. A bright silhouette crackling with static suddenly materializes. Mercy explains that his return means something big is about to go down, something that specifically required him to come back from the future. We see Sunman standing tall in the cosmic void, looking every bit the warrior he's becoming. He needs to prepare himself to be worthy of the real reason he was sent back in time. All of a sudden, the background warps into a vast field of stars. The very space around them is shifting as their conversation hits its peak. Mercy lets out a gasp as a piercing sound echoes through the void. Something is trying to brute force its way into her divine territory, and for the first time, she looks genuinely worried. A close-up on a furious, glowing eye reveals a presence light years more powerful than Sunman. This is some high-level cosmic interference. Mercy throws her hands up, trying to hold her dimension together. She screams for the intruder to stop reminding them that this is her domain. Unleashing a massive wave of power, her face contorts into a mask of pure divine rage. She commands the intruder to back off unless they're looking to be utterly annihilated. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the very fabric of space. The piercing sounds continue as the reality of Mercy's dimension shatters under the immense pressure. The void is literally falling apart. It looks like a pane of glass struck by a hammer, with the stars beyond now visible through the growing gaps. Sunman glances over his shoulder at Mercy, who's clearly struggling to maintain control. He has no clue what's going on, but he knows this is way above his pay grade. Mercy yells at him to go back now. She doesn't have time for explanations, warning him that he can't afford to waste a single second if he wants to survive what's coming. She points a finger right at him, her expression a mix of urgency and desperation. "Go and finish your training," she commands, officially yeeting him from her divine realm. Sunman tumbles back toward reality, shouting for her to wait. He's yanked out of the void as Mercy's figure fades into the background. Mercy watches him disappear, her expression filled with uncertainty. She's left to wonder if he'll be strong enough to stop it, a fate that even a goddess seems to fear. The panel shows a terrifying black sun, or maybe a black hole. The fate. The text begins heralding a much darker turn for our hero's destiny. It is the end. The message ominously concludes behind Sunman's retreating back. That's a pretty grim prophecy for a guy who just wanted a second chance at a better life. Fast forward a few days, and Sunman is back on the mountain looking absolutely miserable. He's sweating buckets and his face is twisted in an expression of pure, unadulterated disgust. A close-up on his nose reveals the glowing purple seal on his face. He chose smell for his 6th prohibition, and boy, was that a terrible mistake. That's because Scarlet is standing right next to him, and the cartoonish green stench lines radiating off her are just completely out of control. Sunman is literally gagging while she screams at him, asking if he has a death wish for complaining. He's gritting his teeth, seriously questioning his life choices, specifically picking the sense of smell. He's currently living in a 24/7 bioweapon hazard zone. Just then, the Grand Magician Bakugo emerges from behind a massive wooden door. Even through his olfactory torture, Sunman gives his senior sister a respectful glance. He can't help but reflect on the twisted logic of this mountain. The harsher the prohibition, the faster the growth. He admits that aside from wanting to gag every time he swallows, he's actually doing all right. Baekso has also taken on new prohibitions taste and hearing. She's shown in a split screen, her mask, hiding the pain of her senses going haywire. She looks exhausted, realizing that these new restrictions are a much more brutal experience than her previous ones. She finally understands the level of hardship Sunman has been enduring. Sunman laughs hollowly to himself, thinking about the prohibition of the senses. It's worse than he thought, but it's the price he has to pay to stand among the legends. Sunman is caught totally off guard here. He's just minding his own business when So drops a "we need to talk" bomb on him. It's a heavy moment under the purple sky as she finally says what's been on her mind. She's hitting the road and leaving the mountain behind soon. Just look at the contrast in their expressions. So looks perfectly calm and resolute about her departure, but Sunman looks completely heartbroken by the news. We're reminded that Baekso is a literal genius. She doesn't have to suffer as much because she's already operating on a level most can only dream of. She spent 2 full years on this mountain. It's safe to say she's reached her goals and is ready for whatever comes next. Sunman asks the obvious if she's leaving. So confirms it with a simple nod, signaling the end of an era. Now she's turning the question back on him. Sunman isn't going anywhere yet. He's staying to grind even more. So looks a bit disappointed by the news. You can tell their bond actually means something to her. A wide shot is shown as the big question is asked, will they see each other again? Sunman gives her the answer she wants to hear. So gives a rare, genuine smile. It's a nice change from the constant stoic expression we're used to. Sunman reflects on the fact that it's been a whole year since they met. He's gone from a little kid to standing eye to eye with her. So is legitimately worried about him. She's afraid that without her, he'll just overwork himself until he drops. She realizes she hasn't even finished teaching him the shadowless soul flight. She's torn between staying and leaving. Sunman surprises her with a sudden serious look. He's making it clear that he's ready for her to go. He tells her straight up that he can pull his own weight now. He's thankful for her help, but he doesn't want to hold her back anymore. Sunman gives a heartfelt thank you to his senior sister. He knows he wouldn't even be alive without her. We get a close-up of So's face as she lets that sink in. She's finally at peace with her decision, and then, whoa, an unexpected hug. So pulls him in close for a final goodbye. Sunman is absolutely frozen, his eyes as wide as saucers. He definitely wasn't expecting this much physical affection from the silent warrior. He's stuck in a state of pure shock. The exclamation point says it all. His brain has officially short-circuited. A tight close-up on his eyes shows just how rattled he is. This is definitely a memory that's going to stick with him. A top-down view of the embrace shows just how meaningful this moment is. 2 survivors share a rare moment of warmth. We get a look at the mountain scenery as the moment lingers. It's a beautiful, quiet goodbye. A close-up of their feet is shown as the hug ends. You can almost feel the weight of their separation. Sunman calls her the toughest person he's ever seen. He's basically saying she's got a heart of steel. So turns it around, saying he's the one who doesn't despair. She sees a strength in him that he probably doesn't even see in himself. Sunman disagrees, admitting he fell into despair over and over again, but the key is that he just kept getting back up every single time. So thinks that makes him even more amazing. Only a true warrior can face that kind of darkness and keep going. She calls him junior brother, and her final words are a simple request for him not to die. She gives him one last beautiful smile before heading off. It's a look of total confidence in him. Sunman stares after her with a resolute expression. He's vowing to stay alive no matter what, and the on-screen text confirms the finality Baekso has left. The mountain is about to get a lot quieter, and she's not the only one. Dopey Jun and Scarlet have hit the road too. Sunman is officially on his own now. He starts to feel that familiar sting of loneliness. It's been a while since he was truly by himself. He flashes back to his past life when he was a lone wolf who trusted absolutely no one. He used to think being cautious meant being alone, but things are different now. He realizes that humans can't thrive in total isolation. We see a shot of all the people who've helped him along the way. He looks down, finally admitting the truth to himself. It's a major moment of growth for our main character. He knows for a fact that without them, he'd be dead in the dirt right now. It's time to honor their help by getting even stronger. Sunman stands alone, looking out at the world he's determined to conquer. His aura is different now. He can feel a shift inside his heart. It's like an invisible wall has finally crumbled away. He takes a step and realizes the weight, odor, and noise are all gone for a moment. He's experiencing a brief flash of absolute freedom. Even the scenery looks brand new to him. It's a total shift in perspective that lasts just a second but feels like forever. He confirms that something is definitely different. He knows this is it. He's glowing with purple energy, his spear at the ready. He's changed, so the world around him has changed too. Summer hits the mountain, and the cicadas are screaming their heads off. The grind continues through the changing seasons. He has a dark vision of the future. In 7 years, Sogo will be killed by Uiji Hoyon in that dungeon. He's not letting that happen. He vows to get strong enough to repay his debt to Sogo and change her fate. We see him mid-swing training with intense focus. He's pouring every ounce of his soul into his spear work. Suddenly he stops. He accidentally skewered a cicada right out of the air. He looks at the dead insect on the tip of his spear. It's a small moment, but it's symbolic of the life he's trying to change. He thinks about how cicada larvae spend 10 years underground just to have a short time in the sun. He's got exactly 7 years to stop the disaster. He gazes into the distance, wondering just how much power he can pack into 7 years. The pressure's on. He shakes off the doubt. He must do it. He's fully committed to this path. His training intensity goes through the roof. He's pushing himself harder every single day, no matter the pain. He even starts cutting into his sleep time to swing his spear more. This dude is a total training maniac. Dapi Jun's advice comes back to him. The secret to moving, even when you can't see, is to sharpen your other senses. He decides to take on the prohibition of vision. He's officially going into this fight blind. Everything goes pitch black. After a week, he's slowly learning to navigate using only his sense of touch. The world is dark, but his ears are ringing with the sound of thousands of cicadas. It's a total sensory overload. In the midst of all that noise, he just keeps swinging. He's becoming a ghost moving outside of regular time. His body is basically on autopilot now, executing martial arts flawlessly. He's starting to think deeper about his own existence. He compares himself to a larva. Does he even have what it takes to become a cicada? After a short time on the ground, they all want to fly. The screen is covered in red text telling him he needs more. Sunman is gritting his teeth, pushing past every physical limit. A massive bloody ME fills the panel. This is what pure obsession looks like. We see his silhouette in a dark void. He's questioning everything, his regression, his purpose, his why. The seasons keep turning, the air gets colder, but his daily life is a constant cycle of spear swings. He's becoming a permanent fixture of the mountain. He's getting used to living in a world of total darkness. He just keeps swinging that spear season after season. Suddenly he's back in Mercy's cosmic territory. The transition is abrupt, showing he's reached another milestone. Holy transformation. Sunman looks like a complete savage now. Long hair, ripped muscles, and tattered clothes. He looks Mercy in the eye and simply says he wishes to stop the trial. A massive wave of purple energy surges through Sunman's body as he finally breaks his silence. He lets out a soft gasp as he feels the heavy weight of the prohibitions finally lift from his soul. He looks down at his hand, flexing his fingers in the void. For the first time in years, everything feels right again. No more chills, no more foul smells, just pure, unfiltered reality. Mercy floats above him, looking down with that usual playful smirk. She asks him how it feels to have his senses back after 3 long years of hell. And Sunman honestly admits that he's just glad to be human again. It's like a breath of fresh air after drowning. He can finally see clearly and hear the quiet of the void without that constant, disturbing noise. He notes that his body feels light as a feather, giving him a massive sense of freedom he hasn't felt since he first arrived. Sunman watches the goddess closely as she hums to herself, clearly planning something. When he asks what's up, she just gives him a mysterious look that usually means things are about to get complicated. Mercy admits that she's genuinely stumped about what kind of reward to give him. This is the first time we've seen a literal god struggle to find a prize that fits a student this dedicated. She floats over to him, acknowledging that spending 3 full years on her mountain is an insane feat. He didn't just survive the prohibitions, he mastered them, and she's impressed by his sheer stubbornness. We get a hilarious chibi shot of a practitioner being crushed under a massive rock of their own making. Mercy explains that plenty of overeager idiots take on too many prohibitions and end up dying or quitting, making Sunman a rare success story. She gives him a bright, happy grin, telling him it's a treat to see someone like him occasionally. Since he's been such a model student, she's decided to let him pick his own poison, or in this case, his reward. She looks him straight in the eye and asks what he wants. Without a moment's hesitation, Sunman's face sets into an expression of pure determination. He takes his shot and asks if she can just grant him actual talent for martial arts. Mercy shuts that down instantly, telling him that's too big of an ask, even for a god. Sunman falls silent, resting his head in his hand as the weight of his own limitations crashes down on him once more. He knows he's running out of time to change the future. He clenches his fist, his frustration boiling over. He knows he needs to become much stronger to protect the people he cares about, but he has no idea what the next step should be. He looks Mercy dead in the eye and asks her to give him what he needs. He's placing his entire future in her hands. Mercy simply hums the stars in her eyes, glowing as she processes his request, and she knows exactly what his training regimen is missing. She drops a truth bomb on him. What he needs isn't more talent, it's more time. It's the one thing he's been running out of ever since he regressed. Sunman is absolutely floored when she reveals she can actually give him just that. He looks like he's seen a ghost, completely blindsided by the possibility of controlling time. She reaches into the void, pulls out a glowing purple crest, and tosses it to him. She tells him to head to a place called Dreamore and show this token to someone named Daenerys. A close-up reveals the crest features a golden hourglass symbol. Mercy explains that Daenerys is the god of time, and he's the one who will give Sunman his next trial. She warns him that compared to Daenerys' trials, her own are considered humane. She's basically telling him he's about to enter a whole new level of hell, but she knows he's going to love every second of it. She points a finger at him, reminding him that, just like with the mountain, what he gains from Daenerys is entirely up to him. But make no mistake, this journey is going to be incredibly perilous. Sunman gets a wickedly excited look on his face. This is exactly what he wants, and he looks ready to jump into the next life or death situation immediately. Mercy flashes 2 cheeky peace signs, telling him the trial of time is only half the reward. She still has one more prize for his 3 years of hard work. Sunman asks if she's always this generous. He's clearly surprised by her charity. Mercy just laughs, reminding him that gods aren't always stingy with their favorites. She snaps her fingers and announces the second reward, a recommendation for him to become a member of a group called Araba. A portal begins to swirl as she prepares the summoning. Suddenly, a man in a sharp suit and a monocle appears in the void. Sunman flinches back, shocked that a literal businessman just showed up in a god's dimension. The man gives a polite bow and introduces himself as Neville, the broker of Araba. He's looking dapper as hell with his red hair and professional attire. Neville turns to Mercy and asks if this scruffy-looking kid is the one she recommended. Sunman is just standing there looking confused, probably wondering why he's being judged by someone who looks like a butler. Neville gives him a cold, skeptical look over his monocle. He tells Mercy that with all due respect, he doesn't think the kid is qualified to join their guild. Ouch. Talk about a bad first impression. Mercy doesn't miss a beat, telling Neville to take a closer look. The broker leans in, his expression shifting as he realizes he might have overlooked something. Neville's attitude does a complete 180. He apologizes profusely, having now recognized the hidden power behind Sunman's scruffy appearance. He bows deeply, admitting he made a hasty judgment because Sunman's current level of martial arts didn't look impressive at first glance. And Sunman is just standing there with a blank, confused expression. He gets a bit salty, asking if his skills are still lacking in Neville's eyes. He knows that at his current age, he'd be treated like a superstar anywhere else. So he asks what's so special about this Araba. Neville stands tall and explains that Araba is an intermediary guild that provides anything their customers desire. We see the guild's emblem, a fierce red dragon's head. Neville explains they handle requests, auctions, information, basically everything an adventurer could ever need. Sunman's eyes light up when he hears they sell elixirs and martial arts manuals. Neville confirms it with a smug, of course, knowing he's just hooked his newest customer. We get a peek at their high-end catalog, which features 200-million-year-old elixirs and legendary techniques from the Mount Hua and Wudong sects. This isn't just a shop, it's a gold mine for power seekers. Neville notes that Sunman seems to have a keen eye for their rare items. He's already treating the kid like a VIP, knowing he has a goddess for a reference. Sunman turns back to Mercy and asks if she's a member too. She confirms with a casual, of course, admitting she uses their services all the time. Meanwhile, Sunman is internally screaming. He's wondering who on earth these people are, realizing he's just stumbled into a guild where actual gods go shopping. Neville extends a hand, asking if he'd like to become a member of Araba. With his polished professional vibe, Neville is looking incredibly persuasive. Sunman figures he has absolutely nothing to lose and agrees to join. He gives a firm nod, ready to sign whatever they put in front of him. Neville brings out a massive scroll and walks him through the signing process. He has him sign on the dotted line and add a thumbprint, making the whole thing feel like a high-stakes business deal. And just like that, it's official. Neville officially welcomes him to the guild, saying he looks forward to their future business together. All the while, he's clutching the signed contract like it's a precious treasure. Neville snaps his fingers and a blast of magical light engulfs Sunman. He tells the kid this one's on the house, calling it a special little surprise. With another snap of his fingers, Neville moves fast, using his bizarre broker magic to give our wild mountain man an extreme makeover. Talk about a glow-up. Sunman is now clean-cut with his hair neatly trimmed and his clothes magically repaired. Neville admits the only reason he did it was because Sunman's messy hair looked like a cheap knockoff of his own glorious mane. And with that, Neville takes his leave, vanishing into the shadows. He tells Sunman to call him anytime, leaving our newly polished warrior standing there in total shock. Mercy asks if he likes the gift, and Sunman has to admit he's very satisfied. For the first time in years, he actually looks like a proper adventurer. She teases him for still being so casual with her, but you can tell she's thrilled about his success. She then asks where he's headed now that he's finally leaving the mountain. Sunman tells her his first stop is the city of Bahar. Mercy just hums, acknowledging that whatever he decides, it's his own path to walk. But then her tone shifts as she starts to say something more serious. She has one last piece of advice for him before she disappears for good. She reminds him not to forget what she muttered to herself earlier. Her silhouette glows as she fades away into the starry void. Now alone again, Sunman starts walking down the mountain trail, heading back towards civilization. Her words echo in his head. There's no such thing as coincidence in Arya. He thinks back to when he first arrived in this world, surrounded by those hungry wolves. He can't help but wonder if his entire second life has been orchestrated by some higher power. He looks down at his hands, thinking of all the coincidences that saved him, like meeting Ouija Juan and Bayo. He's snapped out of his thoughts by a pack of hyena monsters surrounding him. As they lunge, Sunman is already mid-swing. He slices through them effortlessly, his mind still on the question of who could have possibly planned all these fated encounters. A close-up shot shows a gnashing monster's jaws snapping just shy of his blade. Sunman is focused, but the mystery of his regression continues to gnaw at him. Blood sprays as he finishes off the pack. For now, he decides to push those thoughts aside. He has a destination to reach and a future to change. The scene closes on a shot of his blood-drenched spear. After 3 years of hellish training, he has officially reached the level of a peak martial artist at only 18 years old. He stands over the corpses with his spear resting on his shoulder. He knows people would call him a genius for reaching this level so young, but he knows the real story. Wiping the blood from his face, he gives a small, humble smile. He knows he only made it this far because of the gifts he received and the suffering he endured. He's still just a larva with a long way to go. With a resolute stride, he starts walking again. He's determined to face every fated encounter head-on and grow stronger from each one. A wide shot shows the forest path as he makes his way toward Bahar. His first goal is to rejoin the mercenary guild and start building his reputation from the ground up. Sunman's face is a mask of fierce, quiet intensity. He's not the same kid who died in the mud 13 years ago. The screen flashes with a jagged white burst. The prologue is officially over, and the real story of this worthless regression is about to begin. But first, a quick history lesson on the Devnark magic armor. Legend has it the armor was tucked away in a dark magician's dungeon right near the city of Behanger. Some lucky C-rank scrub stumbled upon it, and his life changed forever. The armor's abilities were completely broken, turning a total nobody into an absolute powerhouse. Just by putting it on, even a mid-tier mercenary could instantly jump to peak level status. It's basically a cheat code that lets you skip years of grueling training in the blink of an eye. Sunman knows that if someone who's already at peak level gets their hands on it, they would reach supreme peak status in an instant. The stakes just got a whole lot higher. We see him sitting by a fire, calculating his next move. That dungeon is set to be cleared in exactly 6 months, and there's no way in hell he's letting that opportunity slip through his fingers. While chowing down on some food, he decides he needs to make a name for himself in Behanger first. He can't just waltz in there as a complete nobody. To build his reputation as a mercenary, he's got a solid plan: join the guild and be there right when the raid kicks off. This is his shot at redemption, a chance to seize the destiny that slipped through his fingers in his past life. He makes a beeline for the Behanger Mercenary Guild, but the welcome he receives is anything but friendly. The moment he steps inside, someone's already yelling at him about being a mercenary, and the bartender just gives him a look that says, "Are you completely nuts?" Unfazed, Sunman asks what the big deal is, but the bartender just tells him to stop wasting everyone's time and find the receptionist upstairs. In the background, the local toughs are getting a real kick out of the new kid trying to play hero. One particularly beefy jerk pipes up mocking Sunman and saying he'd be better off washing dishes in the kitchen. To really rub it in, the guy flicks a fork right at Sunman's head. Big mistake. Sunman doesn't even blink. He simply raises a hand and plucks the fork out of midair, his hand glowing with an intimidating purple aura. The bully is left speechless, wondering what just happened to his fork, but it's the bartender whose jaw really hits the floor when he spots that purple glow. He gasps, realizing he's not dealing with some run-of-the-mill rookie. Sunmin stands there casually holding the fork and looking effortlessly cool as the bartender realizes he's just insulted a peak martial master. The entire atmosphere changes in a heartbeat. The bartender drops his gruff facade, profusely apologizes for his behavior, and invites Sunman to have a proper seat. Talk about a quick 180. Now that they're seated, the bartender is suddenly all smiles and hospitality. It's incredible what a little display of deadly power can do for customer service. The tavern falls silent, but whispers spread like wildfire as everyone freaks out about the kid who just casually showed off peak-level sword chi. It turns out the bartender is way more than just a guy polishing glasses. He's Baron, the guild master of the Bahar branch, and a powerful magician himself. And now he's looking at Sunman with a whole new level of interest. Baron admits that slinging drinks is just a hobby. This doesn't surprise Sunman in the slightest. He knew exactly who he was dealing with from the start. After all, he remembers this guild hall perfectly from his previous life. This was the exact spot where he first began his journey as a mercenary all those years ago. Baron reviews the registration form, acknowledging that a peak master would typically get an S rank on the spot, but he's hesitant to grant it just yet. He's skeptical, wondering if Sunman is a seasoned warrior, or just some prodigy who's never seen a real fight outside of his mountain hideaway. He needs proof of practical skill. Baron proposes a verification test, and Sunman confidently agrees. He knew this was coming. The guildmaster decides to assign him a fitting quest to gauge his true abilities. To be on the safe side, he's even assigning another S-rank mercenary to supervise. The terms are simple: complete the mission, and the S-rank is his. Sunman is more than okay with that. It's the perfect chance to show them what a peak master is really capable of. The following day, Sunman meets his assigned partner, a veteran named Lude, who immediately tries to break the ice by asking if he's always this quiet. Sunman just internally reflects on his years of silent training in the mountains. Lude thinks he's a bit of a bore, but can't forget the incredible fork incident back at the guild. Lude just laughs, joking that he'll never get a girlfriend if he stays that tight-lipped, obviously just trying to lighten the mood before their mission. Sunman, however, couldn't care less about dating advice. He's focused entirely on the task at hand. Lude keeps chuckling, insisting he'll be popular anyway. It's clear he's taken a liking to the kid, even if getting him to talk is like talking to a brick wall. Lude is a well-respected S-rank mercenary with a solid reputation. Sunman actually recognizes Lude's name from his past life, though they never met back then. As they venture into the wilderness, Sunman can feel the veteran's eyes on him. He knows Lude is sizing him up, watching his every move to see if his skills are legit. Finally, Lude breaks the silence. "Ever fought an ogre before?" he asks, giving Sunman a look that says, "This won't be a walk in the park." Sunman answers honestly that he hasn't. There's no point in pretending to be someone he isn't, at least not yet. Ogres are serious business. They're considered some of the most dangerous monsters around here. Their skin is as tough as high-grade steel, and they have incredible magic resistance. The mission itself is straightforward: subdue an ogre that's been terrorizing a local village, which has paid the guild a hefty sum to get rid of it. Lude seems confident, noting that 2 S-rank mercenaries should be more than enough to take down a single ogre. They head into the woods, treating it like any other job, but the deeper they go, Lude suddenly stops, his expression shifting to one of genuine concern. Something about their surroundings is setting the veteran on edge. He points out that this forest is far too small to support a full-grown ogre. The look on Lude's face is now one of pure worry. Sunman, noticing the change, looks back at him, completely puzzled. Sunman might be a mountain boy, but even he can tell Lude has noticed something he didn't. Lude then points out the glaringly obvious. Ogres are huge, and they need a ridiculous amount of food to stay alive. This tiny grove wouldn't even count as an appetizer for one of them. The logic clicks for Sunman instantly. If an ogre were actually hanging around here, it would have starved to death within a week. Something just isn't adding up. Sunman halts Lude as a strange scent drifts by on the wind. Both warriors freeze, their senses cranked up to 11. Lude flinches at a rustle in the undergrowth. All of a sudden, the forest air is thick with the stench of death. They stumble upon the remains of a deer, and it is an absolute bloodbath. The poor thing was torn to shreds with incredible force, leaving just a mangled heap of what it used to be. Lude inspects the carcass, noting that while only an ogre possesses the strength for this, there are no signs it actually ate any of its kill. It killed just for the sport of it. Sunman stares at the remains, looking seriously disturbed. A monster that kills for fun is a whole lot scarier than one just looking for a meal. Lude points out the last strange detail: there isn't even any dung nearby. He mutters about how strange this all is, his hand instinctively going to his sword. Just then, a huge crash reverberates through the forest, making the very ground tremble. Something massive is on the move, and it's heading right for them fast. The sounds intensify as trees are snapped in half like twigs. The forest itself seems to scream as the monster erupts from the foliage. In a heartbeat, both warriors have their weapons drawn. Sunman's spear is already humming with its familiar blue aura poised to strike. They fix their gazes on the source of the commotion, their expressions grim. Whatever is about to emerge from those shadows, it is definitely not your average ogre. The camera pulls back for an overhead shot of the two heroes holding their ground as the forest parts before them. They look impossibly small compared to the chaos exploding around them. Sunman plants his feet firmly in the dirt, bracing himself for whatever comes next. He's completely focused, ready to find out if his 3 years of brutal, hellish training are about to pay off. The creature finally reveals itself, and it's a grotesque nightmare of stitched-together flesh and way too many limbs. It looks like something assembled in a mad scientist's lab. For a split second, both Lude and Sunman are frozen solid, their faces masks of pure horror. This isn't just any monster. It's a complete abomination. Lude immediately starts to panic, shouting that this is nothing like what the mission briefing described. He's already yelling that they need to turn tail and run for their lives. Sunman looks just as grim, knowing the veteran is right. They are completely out of their league. His eyes widen as the sheer scale of the danger hits him. We get a terrifying close-up of a clawed, stitched-together hand. This thing is literally the stuff of nightmares. The beast is finally revealed in all of its gruesome glory. It's a chimera ogre, a twisted fusion of several monsters engineered for one purpose, and one purpose only: pure, unadulterated destruction. I mean, just look at that face. Mismatched eyes, crudely stitched lips, and a lovely set of horns. It's like someone took every scary thing they could find and stitched them all together into one big bundle of nope. This S-rank quest just got upgraded to a desperate fight for survival. So time for a quick Monster Manual 101 on why chimeras are the absolute worst. They're magical abominations, created for a single reason: to break the laws of nature and create the ultimate species by stitching different monsters together. See, most living things have natural limitations, but a chimera basically tells those rules to take a hike. By artificially combining parts from different species, their creators can make a monster that's far more powerful than the sum of its grisly stitched-up parts. The monster math is terrifying. Even a chimera made from a lowly F-rank goblin is immediately considered a B-rank threat. Because their abilities are so unpredictable, you can't even accurately gauge the danger you're in until it's already too late. Now apply that same logic to a creature that was already a powerhouse to begin with. If the base for the chimera is an ogre, you're basically looking at a walking world-ending disaster. Lude is sweating buckets, realizing they've just walked straight into a death trap. He yells that this thing is way out of the league of even S-rank mercenaries, and the look on his face says he's ready to hand in his 2 weeks' notice right now. Sunman glances over his shoulder, his own expression turning icy cold. He's processing the fact that his simple skill verification test has just become a life-or-death boss battle against a freak of nature. The ogre chimera doesn't bother with introductions and immediately launches a massive attack. Lude is already diving for cover as the ground where they just stood gets absolutely pulverized. The beast looms over Sunman, its mismatched eyes zeroing in on him with pure murderous intent. Sunman holds his ground, looking like a tiny ant before the mountain of stitched-together flesh towering over him. A colossal fist comes crashing down with the force of a falling building. Sunman has to focus every ounce of his being on simply staying alive. As debris flies everywhere, Sunman watches the massive green fist close and his reflexes crank to the absolute max. He's calculating the trajectory, knowing that a single direct hit will turn him into a red smear on the forest floor. Lude is in full-blown panic mode, screaming at the top of his lungs for Sunman to run for his life. The veteran is convinced the kid's about to be turned into a pancake, but Sunman's eyes are blazing. He's not backing down. He's getting in the zone, his focus sharpening, as he prepares to unleash the skills he spent 3 long years perfecting. He digs his toes into the dirt, bracing himself. This is the foundation of his footwork, the calm before the storm of speed. He activates the shadowless soul flight first stance traceless stride. Sunman becomes a literal blur, moving so fast, the ogre chimera's fist smashes into nothing but air and dirt. Even Sunman is shocked by his own speed, realizing he's moving faster than he ever dreamed possible. He can't help but wonder, have I always been this fast? Meanwhile, Lude is watching from the bushes with a giant question mark practically floating over his head. He cannot believe what he's seeing. This kid just ghosted a high-level monster. Then the explanation hits him. He's not on Mai's mountain anymore. The prohibition of weight that dragged him down for years is finally gone, making his body feel as light as a feather and twice as fast. The ogre chimera looks totally baffled, staring at the empty spot where its punching bag should have been. Sunman's already behind it, ready to press his advantage. He flows seamlessly into the shadowless soul flight second stance. His body moves like water around the beast's massive frame. He calls it shadow dance. He weaves in patterns that are impossible to track, becoming a purple-tinted nightmare for the ogre chimera. He uses the monster's own arm as a springboard, launching himself into the air with a graceful leap. This dude is playing on a whole other level. While airborne, he readies his spear for a counterattack, calling out the Supreme Nine Heaven Spear. First stance. His aura flares with intense purple light. Soul-chasing killing strike. The spearhead digs into the chimera's shoulder with a sickening crunch, unleashing a shockwave of energy through its body. Sunman lands and grits his teeth, feeling the intense resistance. It's tough, he notes. He realizes that even a peak-level strike barely penetrated the abomination's thick-stitched hide. The monster just stands there looking more annoyed than actually hurt. Even after taking a direct hit, infused with spear ki, it's still ready to rumble, a very bad sign. Meanwhile, Lude is hiding behind a tree, absolutely sweating buckets as he watches the fight unfold. He's just realized the reward for this hunt is for a regular ogre. This job is officially a scam. The veteran grumbles to himself that this paycheck is definitely not worth dying for. He looks like he's about 2 seconds from calling it a day and heading back to the tavern, but he hesitates, his boot hovering as he debates whether to stay or bolt. He knows he can't just abandon a fellow merc, even if the kid is scarily powerful. Suddenly, Sunman's voice echoes in Lude's head. Amidst the chaos, the kid calmly tells him, "You don't have to do that." Lude flinches in shock, realizing Sunman is using sound transmission. This kid is literally talking to him telepathically while dodging a 5-meter-tall meat grinder. Lude argues back, asking if the kid is out of his mind. He reminds Sunman that he's facing a chimera ogre, not some training dummy from back on the mountain. He points out that this beast is stronger than an S-rank twin-headed ogre, and it hasn't even been scratched by the kid's best move. He's just trying to be the voice of reason here. Sunman just gives a calm yes while holding his combat stance. He's not sure why, but for some reason he feels like he can actually win this. He readies his spear again, channeling even more energy than before, into the Supreme Nine Heaven Spear second stance. He's betting everything on this next move. Lightning-splitting chasing strike. The forest lights up as a barrage of spear thrusts hammers the chimera like a storm of purple lightning. The force of the attack is so massive it cracks the very earth under the beast's feet. Debris and dust explode everywhere as Sunman pours everything he has into the combo. The spearhead glows with a blinding pink light as it slams into the chimera's torso. It's a spectacular display of power, but the monster is still standing. Lude watches in total disbelief, his face a mask of pure horror. He screams that even that didn't leave a scratch, realizing the monster's defense is just off the charts. The ogre chimera lets out a menacing grin, its stitched-together face looking even more terrifying up close. It's clearly mocking Sunman's efforts, but Sunman doesn't panic. He simply spins his spear, resetting his posture as he searches for an opening. He realizes brute force won't be enough to take this thing down, so he reaches for his secret weapon, a shimmering red thread. This is a specialized tool for tricky situations, and his plan is to use it for a little distraction. The thread zips through the air and wraps around the chimera's head, snapping its massive jaw shut for a split second. The monster is momentarily confused by the sudden restraint, and Sunman uses that opening to leap high above the beast's head. He prepares for a precision strike, wondering if its eyes are as tough as the rest of its hide. He's aiming for the most vulnerable spot on the chimera's stitched-together body. Sunman drives his spear directly into the creature's massive glowing eye. The impact makes a sickeningly loud squelch as the beast finally feels true pain. Blood and fluid erupt as the spearhead sinks deep. Sunman is relentless, putting all his weight behind the strike to ensure it pierces the brain. Lude is stunned, realizing the kid used that red thread trick just to blind the monster and locate its weak point. He gasps in disbelief, seeing that Sunman targeted the weakest part of the ogre. Sunman lands and slides to a halt as Lude watches from the sidelines. The veteran is mesmerized, wondering how a kid can fight with such cold mechanical precision at such a young age. Sunman looks back at his handiwork. The chimera is reeling, clutching its face as blood pours from the ruined eye socket. He thinks to himself that as long as the spear pierced through, he just needs to press the attack. He's already planning his next 3 moves to finish the job, but then he flinches. He senses a change in the monster's aura, and it's definitely not for the better. We get a gruesome close-up as the ruined eye socket starts to twitch and bubble. It looks like a time lapse of something festering in a petri dish. In a matter of seconds, the eye grows back completely. The chimera looks as good as new, its regeneration speed completely off the charts. Lude screams that it's a troll-based chimera that explains the insane healing factor. Trolls are legendary for being able to regrow entire limbs in a heartbeat. The ogre chimera is back on the offensive. Its massive clawed hand reaches out to grab Sunmin. He realizes he can't win a war of attrition. Sunmin is having a mental crisis, the strain showing on his face. He frantically asks himself, "What do I do now?" The chimera's fist comes crashing down, shadowing the ground around him, but Sunmin barely manages to roll away. He's pouring sweat. He realizes his stamina is running low while the monster is just getting warmed up. We get a close-up of his eyes filled with a mix of fear and ironclad resolve. He's remembering his master Bekso and her quiet strength. He thinks to himself that there are still things he must do. The memory of Seohue Hoyon flashes in his mind, reminding him why he regressed in the first place. He dodges another massive slam, his body moving on pure instinct. He knows he can't afford a single mistake in this dance with death. Sunmin lets out a primal scream as he prepares for one final desperate gambit. He refuses to die here, not after everything he sacrificed for a second chance. His resolve hangs in the air as Sunmin charges back into the fray. He'll either win this or he'll go out in a blaze of glory. There's no middle ground anymore. The battle with the Chimera Ogre reaches its peak as Sunmin lunges forward, his spear glowing with lethal intent. He's not holding anything back, now pushing his body to match the sheer speed of his refined techniques. Sunmin is pouring every ounce of his being into this fight, his face twisted in a primal scream. He grips his spear with white-knuckled intensity, finally unleashing the full power he's been cultivating. We get a quick flashback to his time on the mountain with Weijin Hoyon. The young prodigy stands before him, reminding him that the 3 basic spear techniques are the foundation of everything. He needs to repeat them until they're as natural as breathing. We see a close-up on young Weijin Hoyon's focused gaze as she watches over his training. Her voice echoes in his mind, emphasizing that true mastery starts with the basics, the very same basics most warriors ignore. Back in the present, Sunmin clashes with the massive abomination. His mind and body are perfectly in sync. He repeats those basics just as she instructed, realizing his endless training was for this very moment. A tight shot shows the spear tip, vibrating with intense kai just inches from the chimera's green-clawed hand. The narration drops a heavy line, "It's now time." Sunmin activates a massive purple energy field just as the chimera's fist comes crashing down. The monster looks genuinely confused, as its overwhelming force is suddenly brought to a dead stop by a wall of sword chi. The tension builds to a breaking point as static energy flares around them. The narration declares that it's time to see the results as Sunmin prepares to show the world what a talentless mercenary can achieve. Another flashback. Young Weijin Hoyon explains the first basic technique, the parry. She demonstrates how to swivel the spear outward to deflect an incoming attack, turning an opponent's momentum against them. In the present, Sunmin executes the move perfectly. His spear becomes a blur of light as he swats the chimera's massive arm aside. The defensive maneuver creates a massive opening in the beast's guard. A massive purple shockwave erupts as the parry connects with a deafening crash. The force is so great it shatters the ground beneath them, sending debris flying everywhere. The Chimera Ogre is sent staggering backward, its massive frame trembling from the impact. It's completely off balance, looking vulnerable for the very first time since the fight began. The beast roars in frustration, its mismatched eyes wild with rage. It tries to recover, but Sunman is already closing the distance with terrifying speed, not giving it a second to breathe, as he leaps high into the air. He's using his shadowless soul flight to get into position for the next part of his combo. The next lesson is the hold. His master Uji Hoyan explains that this move is about swiveling inwards and coiling around an opponent's weapon or limb to trap it. A close-up shows the spearhead hooking deep into the chimera's flesh. It's a precision maneuver designed to pin the monster down and completely halt its movements. Sunman locks the beast's arm in place with a swirling purple aura. He's completely dictating the flow of the battle, now making the giant monster look like a mere training dummy. Lude is watching from the sidelines, his jaw practically hitting the floor. The veteran S-ranker has never seen anyone manipulate a high-level monster with such surgical precision. The monster tries to pull away, but its leg buckles under the pressure of Sunman's internal energy. A sickening snap echoes as it loses the struggle for control. Sunman's hand tightens on the spear shaft as he prepares the final basic move. He says the word pierce, his voice cold and filled with ironclad focus. A close-up shows the monster's feet digging into the dirt trying to stay upright, but it's too late. Sunman has already initiated the finishing blow. The narration highlights the finality of the move pierce as Sunman launches a high-speed thrust that looks like a streak of purple lightning. The spear drives deep into the chimera's leg with a sickening thud. Sunman puts his entire body weight behind the strike, ensuring it goes right through the bone. The chimera screams in agony, its red eye bulging with pain. Blood sprays from the wound as the beast finally realizes it has been bested by a human. Sunman notes that his strategy was effective. Targeting the joints was the right call, as even a monster this tough has limits to its structural integrity. Green blood sprays everywhere as he continues his relentless assault. The chimera is starting to look like a tattered rag doll under the storm of spear strikes. A close-up of its face shows it has completely lost its composure. Its mismatched eyes flicker with fear, and the chimera's crude stitching is starting to tear under the stress. Sunman is a whirlwind of motion, his spear a blur of purple light. He's not just attacking. He's systematically dismantling the beast limb by limb. He wonders how long it would take for a broken joint to regenerate. He decides it doesn't matter, realizing he just needs to keep attacking faster than it can heal. Another massive thrust. The spearhead pierces right through the monster's torso, releasing a burst of purple energy that rips through its insides. The chimera is falling apart, but Sunman knows he has to take it down completely before its troll-like regeneration kicks in. He's moving with a lethal mechanical urgency. Another direct hit lands on a vital joint. Sunman is relentless, refusing to give the abomination even a second to recover. He drives the spear straight through the beast's head. He knows that even with top-tier regeneration, there's no coming back from a spear through the brain in the middle of a fight. Sunman stares the beast down, his eyes cold and unforgiving. He rhetorically asks, "Am I right?" knowing the end has finally arrived for this magical monstrosity. The chimera lets out one final pathetic roar of pain. It's covered in gore and energy burns its legendary toughness, finally failing against Sunman's grit. Sunman pins the beast to the ground with his spear, declaring, "With this, you won't be able to move your legs or your right arm." Total victory is in his grasp. The monster still tries to swipe at him, but Sunman is already 5 steps ahead. He glances at its clawed hand and simply thinks, too slow. He calls out the name of his technique, Supreme 9, Heaven Spear, Second Stance, Lightning Splitting, Chasing Strike. The forest is blinded by a flurry of purple energy impacts as he begins the true execution. Sunman's face is a mask of pure focus. He whispers one more time, preparing a finishing blow that carries the weight of 2 lifetimes of struggle. The final strike hits like a bomb. The chimera ogre is engulfed in a pillar of purple light that shatters the nearby trees and turns the ground to glass. When the dust settles, the monster is a complete wreck. It's missing limbs and covered in green blood, its breathing slowing to a halt. A close-up shows the light finally leaving its eyes. The chimera ogre is officially history, another victim of Sunman's evolution. The monster attempts one last desperate lunge, but Sunman just watches. Completely detached from the danger, he effortlessly evades, thinking once more, too slow. He continues his internal monologue, now questioning his own incredible speed. He wonders if he's gotten faster, finally realizing the true extent of his power. His boot lands firmly on the ground, and the sound proves just how lightly he's moving. He thinks to himself that he doesn't feel heavy anymore, finally understanding the mountain's weight is gone for good. A shot of a cicada on a tree trunk serves as a symbolic callback. It's the ultimate sign that his days of being a hidden larva are over. Sunman stands tall looking at his bloodied hands. He thinks to himself that he can hear the sound of cicadas finding peace in the middle of a forest filled with corpses. Suddenly, a massive burst of purple static energy explodes from his body. It's the exact same sensation he felt during his peak training sessions, signaling his official graduation. With that, Sunman reflects on his future. He thinks he doesn't want to become a cicada, realizing that a short, loud life isn't what he regressed for. We see an image of the larva curled up. The existential question is the only thing left for him to conquer. What does he want to become? He gives a faint, weary look. He admits to himself that he doesn't know the adrenaline of the fight finally beginning to wear off. He stares at the dead chimera. He refuses to be satisfied with just reaching the peak of a short life. He wants something more permanent. He grips the spear tight. He vows that he won't regret it, having already tried that in his first life. His eyes fill with a new dark resolve. He starts walking through the forest, his footsteps the only sound. He's proceeding with caution, ready for whatever this new timeline throws his way. The purple glow of his spirit shines through the trees. He's determined to keep pushing until he reaches the absolute end of the path he's chosen. Lud is still standing there in the background, looking like he's seen a god descend from the heavens. The veteran is completely speechless. Sunman leans on his spear, gasping for breath as the physical toll finally hits him. His body is trembling from the exertion of his peak techniques. The massive corpse of the chimera lies behind him in the clearing. Lud finally speaks up, asking the billion-dollar question. What the hell is he in? Sunman just looks back with a tired, blood-smeared face. He looks older than his 18 years, the weight of 2 lifetimes visible in his eyes. He looks up at the sky, the question echoing in his soul. What is he? A close-up of his hand shows just how rough and calloused his skin has become. He's no longer a no-class nobody. He's a warrior forged in hell. He chuckles to himself, admitting he doesn't know and finding the irony in his own situation. He's become a monster to hunt monsters. He clenches his fist, sending yellow energy sparks flying. He knows one thing for sure, he's not a larva. He's officially shed his old skin and stepped into the role he was always meant for. Lud looks at him with a mix of respect and deep fear. He knows he's witnessing the birth of a legend right here in the mud. Lud asks what nonsense he's talking about, but he can't help but smile. He admits that Sunman is definitely an interesting fellow. His fear turns into genuine admiration. A single dead cicada lies silent on a leaf. Its time is up, but Sunman's journey is only just beginning. Sunman gives a small, confident smile through the blood on his face. He survived the trial and is now ready to face the world of Behanar. The screen fades to white with the chilling final line that the sound of the cicadas has stopped. The forest arc is over. It's time for the real hunt to begin. Baron is looking absolutely stunned after hearing a report. He knew the kid was good, but taking down that monstrosity is on a whole other level. We see Lud and Sunman standing victoriously in front of the dead Chimera Ogre. Lud is practically falling apart from exhaustion, but Sunman is standing there like it was just a light workout. Baron admits that killing a Chimera Ogre is technically an SS rank achievement. However, he's stuck in guild politics, explaining that there's no precedent for giving a newcomer such a high rank right out of the gate. Sunman isn't one for ego and just gives a simple nod. He tells Baron that S rank is perfectly fine and he's happy with a reasonable evaluation. Time to talk about the loot. The base reward for the Chimera Ogre subjugation is a cool 27 million gold, and Sunman officially snags his S rank mercenary plaque. But wait, there's more. The guild wants the corpse for research, so they tack on an extra 20 million gold for its collection. That brings the grand total to a whopping 47 million gold. Lud hands over the cash, thanking Sunman and admitting he's taking his cut, even though he basically did nothing during the fight. Sunman takes his earnings and heads back into the streets of Behanar. He's dressed like a commoner, but he's carrying a fortune in his pocket. He holds up a high-value coin, staring at it with a blank expression. For a guy who struggled at the bottom for over a decade, 47 million gold feels like a completely unrealistic amount of money. He flashes back to his miserable past life. He remembers risking his life for trash-tier requests and barely scraping together 1 million heirs at most, usually much less. He tucks his wallet away, wondering what he should even do with this much wealth. He's gone from a larva to a high earner in record time. We get a close-up of his eye as he considers his next steps. Money is power in Arya, but he needs to use it wisely to prepare for the future. He looks down at his spear, which is looking pretty tattered after that last fight. Even the best techniques can't make up for a weapon that's starting to fail. A simple black panel marks a shift in the scene. Back at the guild, LWD is giving Baron the full play-by-play of the mission. Baron is leaning back, asking for the veteran's honest opinion on the kid. Lud points to his head, telling Baron that the kid is more than just pretty good. He tells the guild leader he'd better just see the memory for himself to truly understand. Baron pulls out his magic staff and touches it to Lud's forehead. He's using a memory reading spell to witness the battle exactly as it happened. Images of the fight flood Baron's mind. He sees Sunungman dismantling the Chimera Ogre with that cold, mechanical efficiency he's become known for. Baron is visibly impressed, letting out an appreciative hum. He can see that Sunungman's movements were far beyond what any normal S rank could pull off. Lud keeps hyping him up, saying the kid is definitely above S rank. He pushes Baron to just bite the bullet and grant him the SS rank status he deserves. Baron agrees to suggest it to the higher-ups, but he's lost in thought. He can't wrap his head around how a no-class managed to become a supreme peak master in just 4 short years. He stares into the distance, thinking that a certain legendary figure named Zeon would be very interested in a freak of nature like Sunman. Late at night, Sunman stands in a dark room and calls out for Neville. A strange purple energy starts bubbling up from the floorboards, followed by a massive flash of blue light. The Arbisau broker, Neville, appears. He's looking as sharp as ever, ready for some high-level business. Neville greets Sunung politely, asking why he's been summoned so soon. Sunman looks like a man with a heavy decision on his mind. Sun stares ahead, his face a mask of resolve. He's done using trash-tier gear. It's time for an upgrade. He looks at his current spear, realizing he never used to care about his weapons as long as they worked. But Arya is getting more dangerous by the day. He remembers how his spear struggled to pierce the ogre's skin. If he had a legendary weapon, that fight would have been over in seconds, instead of being a life-or-death struggle. He decides he wants to avoid any future close calls caused by bad gear. He's officially in the market for a top-tier weapon. Sun tells Neville flat out that he needs a weapon, a good one. He's ready to drop that 47 million ears right now. Neville asks if he wants to buy something off the shelf or have it custom made. Sunman decides that if he's doing this, he's doing it right. He wants a custom build. Neville checks his budget. And when Sunungman says 47 million, the broker just hums. Sunman asks hopefully if that's enough to get it made. Talk about a reality check. Neville tells him 47 million isn't actually a big budget. Sunman looks like his soul just left his body. That money felt like a fortune 5 minutes ago. Neville explains that the blacksmiths Arbisau works with are absolute legends and charge legendary prices. Sunman asks if there's really no way to make it work. Neville smirks and mentions he could get a massive loan if he puts his soul up as collateral. Sunman shuts that down instantly with a cold, "No thank you." Neville raises a finger, simply saying, "All right then." The atmosphere in the room starts to shift as the magic takes hold. Sunman watches as a black line of energy starts to descend from Neville's hand. It's like he's literally cutting through the fabric of the world. The space tiers open with a massive sound effect. Sunman flinches back, amazed by the sheer power this broker is casually displaying. Neville steps into the portal, telling Sunman he'll let the two of them have this private space to talk. Sunman is left stammering, totally out of his depth. He wonders what kind of insane guild Arbisau really is, if even their low-level brokers can tear through dimensions. He's stepping into a whole new world. Sunman looks around the new space and is immediately caught off guard. He thinks she's just a kid seeing the person waiting for him. Meet Seljuris. She's a dark elf with striking blonde hair and a confident look. She introduces herself and mentions she doesn't like wasting time on small talk. Sunman is stunned. He wonders about the dark elf, as it's not every day you meet a legendary smith from a rare race. He manages to introduce himself properly and tells her he wants to order a custom spear. Seljuris stands with her hands on her hips, looking like she's ready to get to work. She asks if he has a specific design in mind. Sunman holds up his current weapon and tells her he wants it to look like that, but better. Seljus leans in close, inspecting the weapon. She notes that it's a Central Plains-style spear, showing she knows her stuff. Then she drops a weird request. She asks Sunman to show her the spear style he actually uses in combat. Sunman is totally confused by the demand. He hesitates, asking why she needs to see that. In the martial arts world, showing your secret techniques to a stranger is a huge taboo. Seljus explains that she needs to know how he moves to customize the spear's weight balance and details. She's not just making a weapon, she's making an extension of his body. Sunman goes quiet, realizing her logic is sound. He stands there with his spear, considering if he should trust the stranger with his secrets. Seljus teases him, calling him a little boy. She's acting like she's seen everything there is to see in the world. She drops a bombshell. She's 400 years old. She spent 350 of those years hammering at an anvil. She admits she didn't have the natural talent of a dwarf, but she made up for it with pure grit. Sunman is shocked by the number. 350 years of constant effort is a level of dedication he can barely comprehend. She says her life as a blacksmith is real, and she's confident she's second only to the dwarven masters. Her eyes are full of fierce pride. Sunman stands in the shadows looking at her. He feels a sudden, unexpected connection to this old dark elf. He flashes back to Weiji Huan, telling him they have different starting lines. He's lived his life feeling like a loser because he didn't have the talent of the geniuses. A small smile spreads across his face as he looks at Seljus. He thinks that they're similar, finding a kindred spirit in someone who had to work for every bit of their power. Seljus snaps him out of it, wondering what he's talking about. She's confused as to why a kid she just met is giving her such a weird look. She tells him that if he doesn't like her methods, he can just go find a dwarf to do the job. She's not going to beg for his business. Sunman stops her and says he'll show it to her his martial arts. He's decided to put his faith in her. Seljus is taken aback by how quickly he changed his mind. Usually martial artists would just leave while being suspicious, but this kid is different. Sunman looks at her with a sincere expression. He tells her it's because she said her 350 years of effort were real. That's the only logic he needs. A long silence follows as they just stare at each other. You can almost feel the respect growing between these two untalented workers. Seljus breaks into a laugh, asking if he always believes others so easily. Sunman admits it's actually the opposite. He's usually too suspicious for his own good. She stops laughing and looks at him with a serious, almost soft expression. She's seeing something in Sunman that she recognizes in herself. She says he's pretty good with words, turning away to hide a bit of a blush. He's managed to charm the 400-year-old Smith. We get a cute series of panels showing her giggling and smiling. She's clearly taken a liking to our MC and his honest attitude. More cute reactions. She's covering her mouth, trying to maintain her tough Smith persona, but failing miserably. Sunman just stands there, looking a bit confused by the sudden change in mood. He has no idea what just happened. Seljus swings her massive hammer onto her shoulder and gives him a wink. She admits she's the calculative type, but she likes him so much she'll make him something worth way more than he's paying for. She gives him a charming, confident look. She calls him Lee Sunman, her golden eyes glowing with a renewed passion for her craft. She thinks he'll become a good regular of hers. The deal is sealed. Sunman's finally getting the weapon he needs to conquer the future. Seljus, the Dark Elf Smith, confirms that crafting a spear worthy of a peak master won't happen overnight. Sunman realizes he's going to have to settle in and find a way to kill time for the next few months while she hammers away. He spends his downtime in deep meditation, enveloped in a swirling purple aura. Even without a weapon, he knows his internal energy is the true engine of his power, and he needs to keep it fine-tuned. Sunman reflects on the Chimera Ogre fight, realizing it was his first genuine test as a supreme peak martial master. He's not letting himself get cocky, though. He knows he needs to fully digest the experience to make those high-level techniques truly his own. A flashback to Ouija Huan shows her giving him some rare praise regarding his situational awareness. She notes that having a gut feeling for the battlefield is a talent in itself, something most warriors never develop. The system confirms this isn't just a feeling, it's a full-blown skill called Sixth Sense. It allows him to detect threats and movements that go beyond the standard 5 senses, a gift forged in the fires of Mercy's Mountain. We see how that sense saved his life against the Chimera Ogre. Even when he couldn't physically track the monster's speed, his body moved on its own, reacting to a rhythm only his sixth sense could hear. While the sixth sense is a massive power-up, Sunman knows it's a double-edged sword. He can't just blindly rely on it, especially since his training on the mountain was so extreme it messed with his basic foundations. His sensory chart shows a massive imbalance. His sixth sense and sense of touch are off the charts, but his vision and hearing are lagging behind. He realizes that to reach the absolute top, he has to fix this asymmetrical growth. He stares ahead with a shirtless, brooding look, realizing that if he doesn't resolve this sensory imbalance, he'll hit a wall he can't climb. The path to the supreme peak is about perfection, not just raw power. A dark, ominous thought bubbles up in his mind. He has a nagging feeling that something is brewing in Behanger that might be impossible to undo if he doesn't act fast. He heads back to the Behanger Mercenary Guild. The sun is setting behind the massive stone building. This place is becoming his unofficial headquarters while he waits for his new gear. Baron, the guild leader, is back to his hobby, behind the bar, pouring drinks. He spots Sunung Min and asks if the kid is already looking for his next suicidal request. Sunung Min gets straight to the point, asking what the guild did with the Chimera Ogre's corpse. He's got that intense mercenary mode look on his face that tells Baron he isn't just making small talk. Baron keeps pouring, admitting that the existence of a chimera means there's a creator lurking nearby. He explains that the investigation is too big for just the mercenaries, so the Mage Guild has officially stepped in to analyze the remains. Sunung Min's eyes narrow as he processes the info. The mention of the Mage Guild clearly sets off some internal alarm bells for him. He thinks back to his past life, where no Chimera Ogre was ever found nearby. He realizes that either no one took the quest back then or the previous mercenary was turned into a snack before they could report it. We see a silhouette of a dark hooded figure, the Black Mage who cleared the dungeon in the original timeline. Sunung Min is piecing together the butterfly effect of his own actions. He realizes that by killing the ogre now, he's already fundamentally altered the flow of time. He decides he needs to see that corpse for himself to figure out how much the future has shifted. He arrives at the Behanger Mage Guild, and the entrance is a giant, glowing purple skull that looks like it belongs in a heavy metal music video. Talk about an intimidating lobby. Inside, a mage is casually floating a massive eyeball and a skull through the air. Sunung-min is caught off guard, realizing the mages here don't exactly value personal space or standard decor. Meet Kim Jong-hin, a black mage with long, messy hair and a very relaxed vibe. He introduces himself with a wave, looking like he just rolled out of bed to go perform some forbidden rituals. Jong-hin notices Sunung's surprised look and chuckles, assuming the kid is just taken aback by his current research project. He's got a weirdly friendly energy for a guy who plays with skeletons. The mood shifts instantly when Jong-hin asks if he's Korean. Sunung is stunned. Meeting someone from his original dimension in a place like this is a 1 in a million occurrence. Jong-hin explains that even if they're both from Earth, the chances of them being from the exact same dimension or timeline are pretty low. He asks if Sunung's world also had a gate crisis, using terminology our hero doesn't recognize. Sunung is totally lost, asking what a gate crisis even is. Jong-hin explains it's basically a portal that spits out monsters, but then waves it off, realizing they are definitely from different versions of Earth. Jong-hin gets all buddy-buddy, saying it's been ages since he's seen another Korean. He seems genuinely happy, which is usually a red flag when you're dealing with black mages. Suddenly, a wave of dark, static-like energy ripples through the air between them. Sunung tenses up his sixth sense, screaming that something about this guy is fundamentally off. Jong-hin gives a knowing, half-lidded look. He's clearly hiding a level of power that he isn't showing to the general public. Sunung-min tries to steer the conversation back to business, asking to see the Chimera's body. He's trying to stay focused, but Jong-hin's presence is making it hard to think. Jong-hin laughs it off with a bubbly laugh, trying to reset the mood. He's acting like a dorky older brother, which only makes Sunung-min more suspicious. Sunung-min visualizes the diverging paths of the future. He knows he needs more information on the Devnark armor, and he suspects this black mage might be the key to getting it early. Jong-hin seems to have a moment of realization, offering to share what he's discovered about the Chimera. He's leaning in, ready to drop some knowledge. He points to the mangled remains, noting that, while the creature is dead, the high-level magic woven into its flesh is still active. This wasn't just a monster, it was a high-end magical experiment. He guesses that the black mage who made this thing must be in the ranks of the great mages. Sunung listens intently, realizing the creator is a much bigger fish than he originally thought. We get a close-up of the Chimera's stitched-shut mouth. Jong-han explains that it was kept perpetually starved to maximize its ferocity, essentially a living weapon designed for a performance test. Sunmin realizes that's why it ripped the deer apart without eating it. The beast was a slave to its own engineered hunger. Jong-han cuts his lecture short, realizing he's probably boring Sunmin with all the technical jargon about synthesized monsters. He's all smiles again, but the atmosphere remains heavy. Sunmin just stares back, sweat dripping down his face. He's realizing this fated encounter with the mage is a much bigger deal than he was prepared for. Jong-han asks what Sunmin was about to say earlier. He's watching the kid like a scientist observing a fascinating new specimen. Suddenly, the room fills with swirling purple and white energy. Jong-han tells him it's because his causality has twisted a revelation that leaves Sunmin completely frozen in shock. With a smug look, Jong-han remarks that a black mage can literally read the state of a person's soul. He's impressed that Sunmin already seemed to be aware of his own twisted nature. The mage starts walking towards Sunmin, his sandals echoing in the quiet room. He's closing the distance and the pressure is becoming unbearable. A terrifying vision of a distorted Jong-han appears behind Sunmin. He tells the kid that if he were in his shoes, he would have gone mad from despair by now. A dark close-up on Jong-han's eye reveals he knows the price of regression. He repeats Mercy's warning, after death he will suffer for all eternity. Sunmin admits that's about right. Jong-han is genuinely curious, asking what could possibly motivate someone to accumulate that much karma just to come back. Sunmin gets defensive, asking why he should trust a stranger with his life story. He's not about to spill his guts to a black mage just because they cross paths in another dimension. Jong-han offers a trade. He'll tell Sunmin something he likely doesn't know. He's dangling a carrot of forbidden knowledge in front of our hero. To prove his sincerity, Jong-han activates a mana oath. A swirling blue magic seal materializes around them, a contract that will literally kill the user if they break their word. He swears he will never speak of what he hears. The oath settles around Jong-han, binding him to secrecy. Sunmin is stunned that the mage would go to such extreme lengths just for chat. He takes a deep breath and finally lets it all out. He admits to Jong-han that he's a regressor who came back to the past after dying in a previous life. He thinks to himself that since the mage went as far as to use a mana oath, this might be a golden opportunity to understand the mechanics of his own soul. Jonghan nods along, explaining that violating the fundamental rules of life and death is exactly why Sunmin has accumulated so much karma. He's confirming the price our hero is destined to pay. But then Jonghan's smile turns sinister. He mentions there's one more thing he can see about Sunmin's condition, and you just know it isn't going to be good news. He starts to say, his face shrouded in shadow. The suspense is killing Sunmin, who can only wait for the final verdict. Jonghan calls him peculiar, as a massive wave of purple energy begins to leak from Sunmin's body. The kid looks like he's about to explode from the internal pressure. Jonghan points out that it isn't just his causality that's messed up. He continues as static-like energy fills the frame. The words repeat in the void as Sunmin's world starts to dissolve into purple and black static. He's hitting a mental wall that feels like a physical attack. Sunmin clutches his head, gasping in pain. His sixth sense is flaring up so intensely it's causing a literal migraine. Jonghan suddenly pulls back, putting his hands up. He says he can't do it, his own energy returning to normal. Sunmin is still recovering, asking what he means. His head is spinning as he tries to catch his breath. Jonghan looks at him with a serious, almost fearful expression. He says he can't tell him and that if he does, he'll die. Suddenly, Jonghan starts bleeding from his eyes and mouth. The secret he just glimpsed in Sunmin's soul was so potent it bypassed the protection of his own magic. Sunmin is horrified by the sight of blood. Jonghan wipes his mouth, realizing the kid's life is guarded by a power that even a great black mage can't touch. Sunmin is left standing in the dark hallway of the Mages Guild, looking completely shell-shocked. He's just realized his regression is part of something way bigger and far scarier than he ever imagined. Jonghan apologizes through the door, saying he needs time to organize his thoughts. He's effectively kicking Sunmin out while he tries to deal with his own internal bleeding. As he walks away, Sunmin wonders what the hell that was all about. He remembers Mercy's warning and realizes he's playing a game where he doesn't even know the rules. We get a flashback of Mercy holding a cracking dimension together. She told him to prepare for the true reason he was sent back, and the weight of that mission is finally sinking in. Mercy's command echoes in his mind, stand down or be annihilated. She was fighting off an intruder, and Sunman is starting to suspect he's the ticking time bomb at the center of this cosmic war. As he walks through the city, a sudden shout grabs his attention. Sunman snaps out of his brooding, annoyed by the interruption. A girl with fiery red hair and a flashy outfit is waving eagerly at him. She yells that it's been a while, and he's grown so much, acting as if they're long-lost best friends. She asks if he's that crazy little kid from the Mountain of Mercy, leaning in with a big grin. Sunman just gives her a blank stare. Sunman wonders who she is, clearly not in the mood for random fans or old acquaintances right now. The girl looks absolutely offended. She screams that she's Scarlet Lasser and demands to know if he really doesn't remember her, the one who taught him magic on the mountain. Sunman has a total system error moment. He's doing a mental comparison between the biohazard grade stench queen from his training and this clean, cute girl in front of him. The math just isn't adding up for our hero. An incredibly long, awkward silence follows as they just stare at each other. You can practically hear the crickets chirping in the guild hall. Sunman finally makes his decision and gives her a deadpan look. He tells her not to lie, basically saying there's no way a stinky mage could look this good. Scarlet snaps and delivers a devastating right hook to Sunman's face. Yep, that's definitely the Scarlet we know. Stinky or not, her temper is still exactly the same. Sunman has a literal handprint on his cheek from Scarlet's punch. Looking absolutely dazed, he finally regains his composure and mutters a simple yes, basically confirming that her punch was all the proof of identity he needed. Scarlet stands there with her hands on her hips, looking way more refreshed than the mountain version of herself. She asks if he's planning to become a mage, but Sunman just says he has some business to take care of at the guild. Scarlet repeats the word business with a suspicious look, her eyes narrowing as she tries to figure out what a spearman could possibly want with the mages. Sunman stays vague, but you can tell she's not buying the casual act. She leans in and asks if he was here looking for that crazy bastard Kim Jong-hyun. Sunman flinches, surprised that she knows the black mage he just had a life-altering chat with. Scarlet gives him a stern warning, explaining that while all black mages are creepy, Jong-hyun is on a whole other level of weird. She tells him point blank to stay away from that guy unless he's looking for a one-way ticket to a mental breakdown. Sunman thanks her for the advice, looking a bit relieved to have a somewhat normal interaction. Scarlet softens her tone, telling him she knows he can take care of himself, but she still wants him to watch his back. She admits that even though he's an idiot, it's actually nice to see a familiar face after being away from the mountain for so long. The bond between the mountain practitioners is clearly stronger than the prohibitions they endured. Scarlet mentions she's busy with her own research today and gets ready to head off. She tells him her lab is on the 3rd floor and invites him over for tea if he ever gets bored of being a brooding mercenary. She skips away, waving her hand and shouting for him to tell her if anyone bullies him. Sunman just watches her go, probably wondering how the stinky mage turned into such a reliable big sister figure. We get a quick mental montage of the warnings Sunman has received from Mercy's cryptic advice to Jong Hyun's bleeding eyes. He's obsessed with the unfinished sentence Jong Hyun was about to say before the magic backfired. He looks down at his hand, the silence of the guild hall weighing heavily on him. He knows he's caught in the middle of a massive mystery, but for now, he has no choice but to keep moving forward. Sunman is deep in thought, convinced that something major is about to go down in Bahargar. He's certain that the coincidences are piling up too quickly to be random. He wonders exactly what this fate could be, but the lack of information is driving him crazy. He's staring at the guild's massive chandelier, as if looking for answers that aren't there. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the guild hall, emphasizing how small and isolated Sunman feels in his second life. He decides to stop overthinking and focus on the grind. Complicated things are for later. Right now, he needs to concentrate on the immediate tasks to get stronger. A new request pops up, subjugating 2 twin-headed trolls. The difficulty is S rank, and the payout is a massive 60 million Eri, proving that Sunman is officially in the big leagues now. Sunman spots Lud as the veteran. Mercenary approaches him with a friendly wave. It seems their partnership from the Ogre mission wasn't just a one-time thing. Lud is all smiles, as he suggests they take down the trolls together. He's eager to prove his worth after being a spectator in their last fight, and Sunman is happy to have the backup. Sunman accepts the offer, noting that another new connection has been made. He's slowly starting to build a network of allies he never had in his first life. While they fight the trolls, Sunman reflects on how much he's changed. He's realized that humans truly cannot live alone, and has finally stopped pushing away the people who try to get close to him. A 3-month time skip hits. Sunman and Lud have been traveling and questing together, and you can see their teamwork has become seamless. Sunman's heart, once hardened by years of failure, is finally finding some comfort and companionship. They wrap up another successful request and return to the guild. Baron drops a heavy bag of 50 million air on the table, congratulating them on another job. Well done. Lud is hyped, shouting for them to go drink to celebrate their newest paycheck. Sunman gives a modest thank you, clearly enjoying the simple life of a successful mercenary. Baron stops them, mentioning that there's someone special who wants to see Sunman. Lud's expression goes totally blank, sensing that the vibe in the room just shifted. Sunman is confused, asking who could possibly be looking for him. He's still clutching his share of the loot, unaware that he's about to meet a legend, Zeon. The name hangs in the air, accompanied by a glowing silhouette of the Flare Mercenary Corps' captain. This is the man everyone in Bahangar talks about, with either reverence or fear. Lud looks like he's just seen a ghost, his face pale with dread. Sunman tenses up his 6th sense, screaming that a major player has finally entered the game. Sunman confirms that he knows exactly who Zeon is. In a world where status is everything, there's no way a mercenary wouldn't know the name of the top-ranked powerhouse in the region. Zeon isn't just a captain. He leads a massive corps of over 100 elite mercenaries. He's one of the only 3 SS rank legends in all of Bahar, basically making him a king of the underworld. Zeon is a peak-level master who has mastered the 100 Steps Mystic Fist of Shaolin. Sunman admits that in his previous life, this was the man he admired and looked up to as the ultimate goal. He reflects on why he admired Zeon so much out of all the heroes in Ira. It wasn't just the power, it was the story behind the man. The man himself finally steps forward, introducing himself as Zeon. He's got an incredibly built physique and an aura of pure, unadulterated strength that fills the room. The big reveal, Zeon was also a no-class otherworlder. Sunman looked up to him because Zeon proved that even a larva could reach the absolute top of the food chain with enough effort. Sunman can feel the pressure radiating off the man. Now that he's a peak master himself, he can truly appreciate just how deep the ocean of Zeon's power actually is. Zeon is a monster who is on the verge of becoming a supreme peak martial master. He's currently at the peak of the mountain. Sunman is still trying to climb. Zeon smiles, noting that Sunman is only 18 years old. He says he knows exactly how cruel Ira can be to a no-class, trying to establish a common bond with our hero. He calls Sunman's achievement amazing, reaching peak level at such a young age. Zeon decides to skip the small talk and get straight to the business at hand. The offer is dropped, asking him to join the Flare Mercenary Corps. Zeon is reaching out a hand, making a play, to recruit the most talented rookie B-hanger has seen in years. Zeon ups the stakes, offering Sunman the position of vice captain immediately. He promises to put Sunman under his wing and make him an SS rank mercenary in no time. Sunman looks stunned by the sudden massive offer. Zeon says he knows the kid is confused, so he decides to show him a token of his sincerity. Zeon slides a small ornate box across the table. Sunman watches with wide eyes, wondering what kind of bribe a legend like Zeon would use to recruit someone. Sunman gasps as he sees the contents. He recognizes the item instantly, and it's enough to make even a peak master's heart skip a beat. It's a lesser revitalization pill, a legendary elixir that can boost internal energy and heal deep-seated wounds. It's the kind of item most mercenaries go their entire lives without even seeing. Zeon gets a dark, greedy look in his eyes. He tells Sunman he only has one simple condition, and if the kid accepts the pill is his right now. He presents a formal contract for Sunman to sign. The wording is simple, but the implications are terrifying for someone who values their freedom. Sunman reads the first line that he has to obey Zeon's orders. He realizes this isn't a recruitment offer. It's a slave contract dressed up in expensive gifts. Zeon explains that he needs this insurance to rein in someone as talented as Sunman. He even offers a greater revitalization pill if Sunman agrees to teach him all the high-level martial arts he's learned. Sunman goes silent, his face shadowed as he stares at the contract. The man he once admired has just turned out to be a predatory monster who buys souls. Zeon laughs, asking if anyone would really refuse such a generous offer. He's completely convinced that Sunman will cave for the sake of power. A terrifying close-up of Zeon shows his true colors. He's the undisputed tyrant of the Hanger's mercenary scene, and he's used to getting exactly what he wants. We cut back to the bar where Lud is screaming, asking what he did. He looks like he's about to have a heart attack just hearing the story. Sunman takes a sip of his drink and calmly explains that he refused. He tells Lud there was no way in hell he was going to sign a slave contract no matter how many pills were on the table. Lud is sweating, telling Sunman that it might be for the best if he leaves the hangar immediately. He's realized the kid has just made an enemy of the city's most powerful man. Lud drops the real lore. Zeon does a lot of shady things behind the scenes. He explains that every high-ranking member of the Flare Corps is practically chained to Zeon, forced to follow his every whim. Sunman looks disgusted, realizing just how wicked Zeon truly is. He's disappointed that his hero turned out to be on such a bottom feeder, but he's not surprised given how the world works. Lud shares his own history with the man. Years ago, when Zeon was S rank and Lud was A rank, Lud refused a scouting offer and was immediately blacklisted by every client in the city. Lud had to flee to another city just to find work, and he only came back once he reached S rank himself. He looks like he's still carrying the trauma of that exile. But now Zeon is SS rank, and even more untouchable. Lud knows that Zeon won't just let Sunman walk away after a rejection like that. Sunman is lost in thought, the ugly truth about his idol burning into his mind. He's realized that in his second life, heroes are just monsters with better PR. Lud asks if Sunman wants to go to Meekthor with him to get away from the Flare's reach. But before Sunman can answer, someone in the room starts shouting about the latest news. The Dark Mage's dungeon has been found. The shout echoes through the guild hall, silencing everyone. This is the moment Sunman has been waiting 6 months for. Lud connects the dots, realizing this must be the lair of the guy who made the Chimera Ogre. He mentions that a massive subjugation force is already being organized to storm the place. Sunman freezes as the final detail is dropped. The entire raid is being led by the Flare Mercenary Corps. He realizes he's going to have to dive into a dungeon with the very man who just tried to enslave him. Seldis finally finishes her work, admitting that the project took a bit longer than she originally expected. The forge is quiet now, but you can feel the residual heat from the legendary craft she's just pulled off. Sunman tells her it's fine since he wasn't in a rush, but Seldis reminds him that it's actually his fault for being so rich. Because he kept throwing more money at her, she kept adding more rare materials, which just pushed the completion date back. The Dark Elf finally presents the finished product, sliding the weapon toward him with a look of exhausted pride. She tells him to take it, and you just know this thing is about to be a game changer for our boy. Behold the new spear. Sunman lifts it up, and it's a beauty crafted with a mithril core and a black iron exterior. It's designed to be a perfect conductor for mana and ki, making it infinitely easier for him to unleash his sword ki. Sunman stares at the weapon, feeling its weight and balance. Seldis watches him nervously, asking how it is like a chef waiting for a critic to take the first bite of a 5-star meal. Neville the broker pops back in, noting that Seldis seems to be really fond of Sunman. Sunman just gives a confused response, but it's obvious to everyone else that he's become the Dark Elf's favorite customer. Neville explains that the materials used were absolutely exorbitant. Seldis went way overboard, treating the spear more like a passion project than a standard commission. We get a cute chibi flashback of Sunman hauling massive bags of cash while Seldis hammers away like a maniac. Neville reveals that she used almost all those funds just on materials, meaning she practically didn't charge a single copper for her own legendary labor. Neville and Sunman walk together through the dimension tier. The broker admits that even he doesn't fully understand why a master smith like her would do so much work for free. Neville stops and gives Sunman a serious look, telling him he has a strange charm. He points out that for some reason people are just naturally inclined to go out of their way to help him. Sunman flinches back with a cold shock as a chill goes down his spine. Neville quickly clarifies he doesn't mean it in a weird way, so there's no need for the kid to get so defensive. The broker prepares to take his leave. Glowing with a green light, he tells Sunman to contact Arbisa anytime he needs something. Vanishing back into the city's shadows, Sunman is left alone, his own shadow, stretching across the alleyway. He's deep in thought processing everything the broker just told him about his charm. Neville's observation doesn't surprise him. It actually confirms a suspicion he's had for a while. He's realized that his interactions in this second life have been a little off. He thinks back to his first couple of weeks on Mercy's Mountain. Even back then, when he was just a scrawny kid, he could tell that the way people reacted to him felt strange, almost a little manufactured. He's starting to think there's something special within him. As he walks through the twilight, he realizes there's a hidden factor at play, drawing people to him like moths to a flame. We see a montage of everyone he's met. Ouija, Hoyan, Sogo, Scarlet, and all the rest. He wonders if their kindness was genuine or if they were just subconsciously reacting to whatever strange magnetism he's giving off. Sunman stands in a void of shattered memories, questioning the very reality of his journey. He asks if everything that's happened was even real, fearing that his friendships might just be a side effect of his regression. Just then, Lude pops up out of nowhere, completely shattering the heavy mood and asking where he ran off to. The veteran is back to his usual chipper self, totally oblivious to Sunman's internal existential crisis. Lude notices Sunman is looking a bit down in the dumps and checks on him. Even as Sunman doubts the nature of their bond, Lude's genuine concern is enough to pull him back to reality. Lude slings an arm around his shoulder, asking if he's just nervous about the upcoming dungeon raid. He's trying to be a supportive buddy, but you can see Sunman is still lost in his own head. Lude flashes a big toothy grin, telling him not to sweat it because they're in this together. He reminds him, "Hey, I'm here too, right?" And for a moment, Sunman's doubts seem to melt away as we get a close-up of his intense eyes. The words "dungeon raid" appear on screen as he decides to push his worries aside. For now, he has a job to do and some legendary loot to snag. He looks at an image of the Chimera Ogre, realizing that the future has already been permanently altered. Because he killed that thing, the guild discovered the Dark Mage's dungeon way sooner than they were supposed to. In his previous life, this dungeon wasn't found for several months, but now the entrance has been discovered a full 3 months early. Sunman is realizing that his very presence here is like a tidal wave, changing everything in its path. He heads toward the staging area, noting that there's another massive change he has to deal with. The butterfly effect is in full swing. Zeon appears, welcoming the rising star to the raid. The captain is looking as smug as ever, clearly relishing the fact that he's back in the driver's seat. Zeon lets out a dark, predatory smirk. The text reads, "Flare Mercenary Corps," making it crystal clear that this dungeon run is going to be a bloodbath for anyone not in Zeon's inner circle. In the original timeline, the Flare Corps couldn't even participate in this raid because they were tied up on another mission. But because the dungeon was found early, the city's strongest fighting force is now leading the charge. Zeon spots Lude and taunts him, asking if he's been well. Lude looks stiff and uncomfortable, clearly not happy to be standing anywhere near his old rival. Zeon claps a heavy hand on Lude's shoulder, giving him a fake warning to be careful. The power dynamic is obvious. Zeon is the shark, and Lude is just a little fish he hasn't decided to eat yet. The friendly facade finally slips as Zeon leans in and whispers a threat to Sunman. He tells the kid that in a dangerous place like a dungeon, you never know when or how you might accidentally die. Zeon and his elite squad walk away, their red capes fluttering dramatically. Sunman watches them with a stone-cold expression, realizing that the monsters inside the dungeon might be the least of his problems. Lude is gritting his teeth, pointing out that Zeon basically just threatened to murder them in the middle of the expedition. The hero of Behanger is officially playing for keeps. Sunman reflects on his choices. He knows he only signed up for this suicide mission because he needs that Devon armor to make up for his trash tier abilities. And check out those stats, Sunman has been busy. His Violet Dawn and Supreme 9 Heaven Spear are both at 6 stars, while Shadowless Soulflight is at 5. He's been out of the mountains for 3 months, and he clearly hasn't wasted a second of it. He looks at the image of the armor again, needing it to break through his current plateau. He needs that gear, the Devonark armor, that can turn a commoner into a legend. He and Lude walk on together. Sunman reasons that Zeon probably won't try anything too rash, while so many other mercenaries are watching. He's banking on the captain's public reputation to keep them safe. The raid party is massive, with 27 people total. The Flare Mercenary Corps is providing the bulk of the firepower with an SS, rank captain, 4 S rankers, and 12 A rankers. It's a literal army of elites. Baron, the guild leader and part-time bartender, is also suiting up for the fight. He's got his massive staff at the ready, admitting he hasn't been in a real throwdown like this in years. Lude strikes a pose with his blade, declaring that he'll use his spirit sword techniques to cut the head off anyone who tries any funny business. He's looking way more confident than usual. Sunman gives a small smirk as he watches Lude. It dawns on him that even though Lud had no personal stake in this dangerous dungeon, he joined the raid purely out of concern for Sunman. He admits to himself that he's genuinely thankful for the gesture. In a world where everyone has a hidden agenda, Lud's simple friendship is the one thing he can actually trust. Sunman cracks a rare, sincere smile, realizing this also means Lud will be on bad terms with Zeon. Moved by his loyalty, he takes a breath and decides to lock away his doubts. He tells himself to stop overthinking and focus solely on the mission ahead. Meanwhile, Baron stands at the entrance of the dark cave, rallying the troops. He announces that the Behanger Mercenary Guild is officially entering the Black Magician's dungeon. The whole crew gathers for a final pep talk. Zeon stands in the middle, telling them that even if they don't know what's inside, they're the best warriors in the city, and they need to stay on their toes. With a fierce, wide-eyed glare, Baron commands them to move out and do their jobs. The atmosphere is electric as the veterans prepare to dive into the abyss. As they enter the dungeon, a massive wave of fire and energy explodes, signaling the group has breached the first layer of defenses. There's no turning back now. The mercenaries advance in a tight formation, their silhouettes vanishing into the purple-lit depths of the dungeon. It's a slow, tense crawl into enemy territory. The narration sets an ominous tone, hinting that the beginning of the end is approaching quietly. It's the calm before the inevitable storm of gore. Meet Jungul, an A-rank mercenary, serving as the vanguard. He's a master of external arts, meaning he can literally turn his skin as hard as a boulder to shrug off physical attacks. But hard as a boulder clearly isn't enough in this dungeon. The text tells us that despite all his training, his massive body was about to be ripped apart like tofu. Jungul gets caught by a surprise attack. His neck snaps back with a sickening crunch as the mercenaries behind him look on in total shock, realizing their strongest tank just got one-shotted. The Vanguard's death halts the entire group in their tracks. Everyone behind him goes dead silent, sensing that the peaceful walk through the dungeon is officially over. Talk about a literal jump scare. A grotesque zombie-like creature with glowing yellow eyes pops up right in a mercenary's face. The poor guy's frozen in terror as the smell of rot hits him full force. We get an extreme close-up of an eye reflecting a world of fire and chaos. You can see the pure desperation in that pupil. This is the look of someone who knows the raid just turned into a slaughter. The screaming starts as the monsters lunge from the darkness. One mercenary is getting snatched up while another is already down for the count in the background, showing just how lethal this ambush really is. Baron isn't just a bartender for show. He immediately flares his magic to keep the monsters at bay. He's looking intense, ready to blast anything that comes within reach of those stitched-up claws. From a distance, the hallway is just a blur of explosions and clashing steel as the battle rages on. The narration really hits the nail on the head. It's going to be a long, bloody night for the mercenaries of Behanger.